Hello, everybody, and welcome to what quite possibly might be the beginning of the end of the first season of the Brawlhalla Championship Series. I, as always, am Sparky878, and who's that sitting next to me this week?
Oh, we've got TWK Smash. How's it going, everybody?
I'm having a very wonderful day today. I am very excited to see what EU has in the 1v1 sphere of play today. And I said it's the beginning of the end, and that's because it
Yeah.
kind of is. This is the road to BCX coming in November.
Right, so this is kind of where you're going to place, I don't know, kind of the favorite going into it. Because, this is the most recent patch. We've had a lot of mechanics recently added, a bunch of changes going on. So whoever kind of goes in top here is on top riding into BCX.
And this is kind of a test for BCX because are players going to
Yeah.
bring out everything that they have for BCX? Are they going to keep some of it under wraps so that other players won't be able to see all of their cards? Or I wonder if players are going to give it their all. And this is the last 1v1 event in EU. We have one of each
Yeah.
for both regions. One US 1v1, one EU 1v1, one US 2v2, one EU 2v2, and then oh my gosh, it's BCX. It's the
Time
World
for the big
Championships.
show. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's going to be absolutely amazing. So I'm very excited to see what's going to be happening. My personal thoughts on it, I think this is going to be where everyone is going to kind of be testing a lot of the things that they've been working on for BCX in the last real environment that they can. So I'm expecting to see some craziness today.
I'm sure that there's going to be a ton of scrims going on in the next few weeks. This is definitely one of the last major real tournament settings before the big show itself in
Yeah.
Atlanta. But I'm sure there's going to be things that people are keeping secret. I'm sure there are things that people are going to be testing. I know a handful of people are going to be testing characters just to see how their version of those characters stacks up against everybody else. But I mean, we just have a ton of great content coming for you in the next few weeks. But I mean, we got to get through today first. This is
Oh,
still this isn't just a walk in the park. This is a $1,000 EU 1v1 tournament.
yeah, a lot on the line. Very stacked bracket. I don't know if you guys are taking a look at it right now, but that link, you'll be able to find all these brackets on bcs.challenge.com. I'm sure we've got the link in chat for you. It's looking pretty fierce. I'm very excited, and we've got kind of the first match set up already. Who's showing up for this one?
Yeah, we are already going to kick it off right here with Backy and Ishet B.
Ooh,
Knowing a little bit of Backy's one of those players who tends to try and slow things down a little bit and keep his opponent on his toes in that way. That way,
yeah.
Backy can kind of
Oh yeah.
vary the speed a little bit. He's the one with his hand on the dial of how fast the match is going to go.
Yeah, and we've primarily seen a lot of Scarlet play coming from him, and I think he kind of favors the hammer as like his main weapon. So I'm not surprised to see him hovering over Bodvar here for this first match, just because it's the hammer, it's nice even stats. He's got a pretty good signature kit, so definitely a pretty good first pick for him.
I wonder if we're gonna see chain dodge adaptations coming in from Backy
Ooh,
with that sword. He's gonna be able to chain dodge across the map. Maybe speed up his game at points, almost like popcorn in the microwave when it starts getting towards the end, where you have those little bit of pops every now and then, and that'll really let him keep on the pressure with that sword in a way that he might not have been able to with the lance.
yeah, and I mean he's going to have to because Ada's got the guns and the spear, some of the longest range weapons in the game. So I'm expecting, since Baki kind of likes to slow it down a little, Ada's a pretty good pick in that matchup just because of that extensive range. If you slow it down, you can get those pokes in first as the Ada with the long range weapons.
And being able to kind of speed things up on the side of Ishet. I mean, Bodvar isn't slow with the 5 movement speed, but
Right.
Ada's going to have the 6 movement speed, so she's going to be able to move things a little bit better, a little bit faster than Bodvar is going to be able to. He can really focus on the positioning, he can focus on dynamic positioning, so that Backy has to constantly readjust and hopefully not throw out hitboxes where Ishet was 5 seconds ago, 3 seconds ago, 2 seconds ago, because he's already in a new spot.
Exactly. And we're seeing just a lot of this movement coming out. Twilight Grove, one of the more, I don't know, mobile maps that we have. just because it's got great diversity on pretty much both sides and the center, so you can play a whole bunch of different ways around this map. But you've got to be careful. I'm very glad to see Izhet kind of coming back towards the center of that stage, because playing on that right-hand island with only 3 armor can be extremely dangerous.
I mean, I yelled at you right before the tournament started because I died to a Taros signature in pretty much yellow because I got neutral sigged with the hammer on that island. And stage control, middle stage control can be so important, especially on a lower defense character. By staying in the middle, you can extend those stocks and make that 3 defense feel like 4, sometimes feel like 5.
Yeah, and you know what, I gotta say, as we're shifting over to the left-hand side of this map, you know, Baki was doing a pretty good job controlling the center, so he's got a little bit of the damage lead, but Izhet's not far behind at all. Even taking the lead now, this is crazy.
And you see him with that movement speed, he's chasing Baki. He's not just focusing on this center stage, letting Baki get back for free. You saw him chase Baki around the island. You're seeing him edgeguard a little bit. You're seeing him a little bit trepidatious to go down onto the offstage ledge game against Baki, but that's not surprising because by having that control, Baki has to come back to the stage sometime.
Yeah, and I thought that was a really great just sequence of the chase when he finally did come back to that stage. You know, Baki was looking to go get that weapon on the far right-hand side, and Izhet just chased him on down, killed him with the side air, and that kind of put Baki on the back foot. But he responded very quickly. Dead even stocks, white each.
And they're still pretty much even so far. We're seeing a little bit of a lead coming in on the side of Baki. He's gotten a couple hammer hits in there. He's now switching back to the sword. And we're seeing some aggression here from Baki. We're seeing those popcorn towards the end of the cycle where it's just little bits of pop here and there, explosions of aggression, and then kind of slowing things down, backing it off, not letting Izhet really adapt to anything that Baki has going.
Yeah, and I think that's the key thing that we're seeing here. Whoa! Just avoided a massive gimp that could have happened up at the top screen. Guns are absolutely amazing for that if you can land it. But, you know, Baki, the adaptation that we've been seeing, I mean, he's got a significant damage lead. That first stock was just about even, but now this is looking like clearly his game to lose.
And as Izhet is getting closer and closer into the orange, into the red, you're going to see that defense differential coming between Bodvar and Ada. Ada with the 3 defense, Bodvar with the 5 defense. As Ada is getting closer and closer, that Sair is going to kill. He didn't have to chase it. It was just that offstage Sair was able to kill. And he's in the orange. That's a solid spot to be in right now.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, if Izhet's going to keep playing with these guns, they do kind of have a little tougher time killing if you're not using signatures. As we saw, you know, Baki being pretty deep in the red, but these side airs are not yet killing. There it is. He's got to chase off the side. That's where you really get to make great use of Ada's a little bit of extra strength, but mostly that move speed, chase people down.
And that's where you really need to be able to do that as a gun player. You have to be able to kill with Sair. Maybe not all the time killing with Sair. You do have, with Ada, a great signature kit, a very fast signature kit, and a very hard-hitting signature kit. Wow. But if you can't kill with Sair, you're taking a tool out of your toolkit that you could have as variation.
And it looks like Izhet's been opening up the toolkit significantly this stock. I mean, it's a complete turnaround.
We're actually seeing Izhet slowing things down on his end on this last stock. He's really focusing on the spacing. He's not trying to get too close onto Baki. He's not trying to fish for the dares, leave himself open to counter punish. He's keeping things spaced out with those Sairs and with those side lights, really making use of that gun kit. Okay, Baki is going to completely nullify all of that with a Russian Mafia right there. Okay.
I mean, he popped all the remaining kernels all at once. It was more of like a microwave explosion happening right there.
We don't see Russian Mafias in tournament a lot. You see them in GIFs on the Reddit. You see them in a handful of ranked games. You see people sometimes try to fish for them. Usually you don't just see one out of the blue without any warning. Usually you'll see some stomps, but he hit that first try.
Right, he wasn't even fishing for the stomps. It's just recognize the situation. Yep, this is the right choice. This is what I need to do, and there it was. Absolutely phenomenal.
That's how you need to use the stomp down line. That's how you have to use it. Because if you're fishing too much with it, your opponent learns how to space it out. They'll approach from the air. They'll punish you with weapon throws, things like that. But I mean, Stomp isn't even just used for the Russian Mafia. It's used for Stomp Sair. You see Stomp Side Sig specifically on Bodvar's Hammer, and that's just a explosion from Baki. We don't see a lot of explosions from Baki, but that one would that's great. Good, that was nice.
Yeah.
I can't even say anything, but that was nice.
It was very nice. So I'm excited to see what else he's going to be pulling out. He's sticking, with that Bodvar pick, but we're seeing Izhet shift over to Asuri. So what do you make of that one?
I'm not sure. This is a complete weapon change. There's no shared weapons between Ada and Asuri. Maybe it's the fantastic kit that Sword has. Maybe it's the dodge changes from, I think, a month or so ago, where you get a chase dodge after a hit that significantly changed Katar's standing in being seen as a very strong weapon. It allows fantastic tech chases, and Asuri, one of the best Katar sets in the game.
Oh, but wow, Baki with a great gravity cancel signature. That's going to do it for that first stock. I don't know, the Asuri pick isn't really showing more promise than the Ada did early on.
It's the first stock from Baki just was really strong. There was a lot of adaptation. There was a lot of on-the-fly kind of improvisation, especially with that turnaround gravity cancel down signature. You don't usually see a lot of down signatures on Bodvar, except maybe when they're like right on the edge, and they'll just throw out a down signature hoping to get that 45 angle down diagonal force vector if someone's riding a little bit high on that wall.
Yeah, it's so great for that situation. It really is. But, he's been fighting back a little bit. He's taken too much damage. And Baki, again, beautiful signature choice in the right situation. Gets a pretty early kill. He's working on a 3-stock right now. And Izhet just agrees.
I think Izhet didn't want to play that out anymore. He saw the writing on the wall, and he just wanted to get that game out of the way so that he could just wash his hands of it and move on to his next set. That was a tough set from Izhet. The first one was a little bit more even. The second game, though, was just a complete domination coming out from Baki. We've seen gifs on the Reddit specifically of Baki. I don't want to say camping the wall, but camping the wall when he starts to get behind. But we didn't see any of that from him.
No.
These 2 games.
Not at all. I'm very excited, to see him kind of switch his game up and just be a little more, as you've been saying, explosive. And I think there's something to be said about his great adaptation. He's able to identify what his opponents are doing and how to play against it, and that's oftentimes why we see him slowing down the match. That gives him the time to kind of analyze and pick apart and choose his spots. Now, that having been said, we see that adaptation manifested in that second game. It's that mental guard break, right? So pretty much after that first one, it was just working easy kill into that 3-stock. And I think that's kind of one of the hallmarks of Baki's game, is really just analyzing and picking apart if he's given the time to do so.
Did he miss a signature?
I
don't think he missed a
so.
signature. I think he threw out maybe just the 2. I think there was the gravity cancel turnaround down signature, and then there was the down signature with Hammer that game that got the kill as well on that soft platform on the left.
There was one missed signature in the first game. It was a Hammer side signature while he was edge guarding, but he didn't get punished because he had spaced it properly. It kind of just forced more of the edge game to continue.
And that shows the analysis that you were specifically talking about. Is he wasn't fishing for them. He wasn't just throwing them out like candy. He wasn't holding it, hoping his opponent's going to go into it. He is analyzing the moment, seeing that in this exact moment, at this exact time, this is the one I want to throw out. And I mean, a 60% or 66% success rate, that's not bad.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Especially if you're not getting punished on the one that you missed.
Oh,
and the 2 that you hit are killing.
Absolutely insane. So I love seeing that kind of shift of going for those earlier, more efficient kills, building up that damage and then shifting to your actual kill moves, just so that way you don't really prolong your opponent's stocks and give them a chance to get back. But speaking of that, we do have back to the matches. We've got our next one set up. What's going on here?
We have Spider Pig and Atroswin. Spider Pig representing the Blue Ice clan out here. Atroswin representing Brawl for Glory.
Ooh.
I think they're discussing banning a little bit right now. I'm not too familiar with these players. I'm more familiar with Spider Pig's name than anything, but I'm not quite sure what he has in terms of character pool.
Yeah, I'm going to be also interested to see what comes out here. I haven't really seen either of these players play before, and that's why I love watching, these tournaments, the BCS, because everything is just open entry. You just sign up, register on the website, and then you've got a shot at the prize pool. So we get to see all these players that maybe not have gotten as much screen time, maybe they don't stream as often or at all, and there's some killers out there. There definitely are. And we've seen that, over the course of the season throughout all these different series. It's absolutely amazing.
There are players that are just constantly lurking in the water. Everybody is extremely hungry. I mean, we saw it in the last EU 2v2 was Setoro came out of nowhere and got the double gimp on Dobrain and Daiku. I think it was Effie I was talking with earlier, or maybe it was it might have been Lance. I'm not sure who it was, but we were talking about I was asking him who he's most worried about, and it was everybody. To a degree, it's kind of everybody, because there are upset options all the time, and you never want to be the one on the receiving end of the upset.
I mean, that's the thing. You want that consistency. You want to win. Everybody wants to win, but everybody's gonna try really hard to win. So don't sleep on anybody. That's, the top tier advice right there.
And you were talking earlier about open entry right here. This is the perfect example of open entry. We have Atroswin coming in. My man is the gold loading frame, and Spider Pig is the diamond loading frame. This is going to be a very uphill battle for Atroswin.
Yeah, and, I mean, both of these legends, they've got sword, they've got bow and spear. Very easy to understand weapons, right? Some of the more, my attack, it's the side air, it hits over this way. It does what you expect it to do. So I'm really curious to see how this goes, because I feel like this is a pretty even matchup between these two.
Definitely, I can see character-wise somewhat even. I mean, you have two extremes here. You have the crazy extreme dexterity of Koji, and then you have the crazy extreme movement speed of Hattori. So you're gonna see Koji throwing out hitboxes constantly, and you're gonna see Hattori running everywhere, keeping the movement up.
And I mean, there's what we saw exactly. Spider Pig was able to move the game towards that edge, and then just kind of keep it there, just playing the footsies on the edge, and Atroswin wasn't able to get back. He's not too far behind, though, but this lead is just growing and growing for Spider Pig.
I think going into this game, Spider Pig, he has to feel very confident. I mean, definitely when he saw the loading frame, he had to feel very good going into this game. There's supposedly a very serious, significant skill gap between these two. There was the rank reset, so it could just be an issue of Atroswin has been busy for the past couple weeks, or he's been focusing on customs over ranked games, but being that alone has to just make Spider Pig feel good about what's about to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely showing in his game. He looks loose, he looks just comfortable, He's not overextending too much, but he's not playing it safe either. He's really just going for these kills. It shows in a very solid 2-stock for the first game here, but Atroswin not going down without a bit of resistance. That first stock was very even, and then he was able to clean up, I don't know, Spider Pig's first stock eventually, but I really want to see, there it is. I was hoping for a little bit of a legend change. It didn't seem like he was too comfortable in the matchup, so hopefully shifting over to these gauntlets and hammer are going to, I don't know, do a little bit better for him in this matchup.
I want to see Atroswin shift the extremes here. I want to see the constant hitbox throwing out the aggression when he has gauntlets in his hands. And then I want to see it slow down a little bit, and I want to see the punish game coming out when he has the hammer. I want to see him chunk away at Spider Pig's health.
Yeah, and that's going to be the long and short of it. Hammer, great combo damage available. Gauntlets, great combo and string damage available. And I'm really looking for that. So wow, I was really surprised to see not a lot of the flat stages being banned out from Spider Pig. He left a lot of them open for Atros Wind to pick, and that kind of gives him the area and ground he needs to land a lot of these more significant strings and combos.
But then even so, if you had the flatter ground, that's more ground for Spider Pig to run around on. That's more places for him to change up his positioning. And I mean, Spear has some significant range to it too, so he has somewhat of that game, especially against Gauntlets, where he can space everything out that Atroswin has, except for the hammer.
Yeah, and we see it with him just doing a lot of empty neutral lights with that spear just to space out, just to show it to Atroswin. Not necessarily intending to hit, but just to let him know that the threat is there and make him second guess his own approaches.
And he seems a little bit trepidatious in approaching right now. He has the downlight options, he has aerial options, but Spider Pig's doing a great job of throwing out Sares in the air to just kind of warn Atroswin that that's an option. He was throwing out spear neutral lights on the ground just to show Atroswin that that is an option that he has, and just keeping Atroswin on his toes and not feel confident about any of his approaches.
Yeah, and I think that is just shows so heavily in how that first stock went. Atroswin tried to go in different ways, and none of them were really working out. Spider Pig, with that movement from Hattori, was just all around, attacking from just about every angle into massive combos, massive strings, and that's why he's got over a full stock lead right now.
The stomp, he's not able to follow up with anything. He's fishing a little bit for dares right now. This is just so tough for Atroswin right now. You saw the gigantic sequence of events that just played out from Spider Pig. He hit, I can't remember if it was a single downlight or if it was a double downlight. He hit 2 recoveries. That's like 40 damage right there. Then there was another sequence where he hit another recovery, and he's driving Atroswin all over the stage right now.
Yeah, and I don't know, that's the difference between these two players. You know, you see this pretty much at every stage of the ELO brackets. One of the main things about learning this game and becoming proficient at it is hit confirming into your strings and combos, and it really just shows from Atroswin hitting that stomp and not following up with it. You know, he wasn't really expecting it to hit or wasn't able to react in time, whereas Spider Pig, off of everything, has been going into these massive strings. I don't think he's missed a single opening yet.
He's been absolutely spot on with his reaction times of everything, with the just follow-up options that he has in his brain. Finally, Atroswin's going to hit that dare and take away that stock, but even with the significant defense buff by picking core, so far it's just like he's delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's still fighting. He's, you know, really going for it, and he has been consistently taking a stock off of Spider Pig, so that definitely shows development in, you know, his play. But again, Spider Pig kind of closing it out with another pretty clean 2 stock. So Atroswin going down to the lower bracket. Hopefully we kind of see him push through that. I would really like to see more play from him. I would like to see him come out to more tournaments as well, because he's definitely showing promise, but Spider Pig, commanding performance moving on in the bracket.
It's absolutely a tough uphill battle for Atroswin. He doesn't necessarily have the highest ranking in the game, but I'm glad, just like you are, that he's coming out here, because this is as much of a proving ground as this is also a learning ground. So I want to see him kind of take the replay of what he just did and look at what Spider Pig did, because I'm sure he's able to use that for the rest of his matches today in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Spider Pig's Hattori was looking pretty good, so I really like that. But again, I liked seeing the different characters that Atroswin was able to pull out. You know, being able to go through that character shift and perform almost equally with either one.
And that's the thing that's very typical of EU over North America. You see some legend switching in North America. A lot of it's centered around sword. That's the most favored weapon in North America. But with EU, kind of all bets are off. everybody seems to play a lot of different characters. We see a lot of Lucians coming out. We see a handful of Sentinels. We see Dianas. I'm definitely sure we're going to see some Ragnars today. You have Vals. You have Wushangs. We have characters all across the board that so many people play.
Yeah, I love seeing character diversity in tournaments. It's just very exciting. You know, I just like it because all the signature kits look so good. All the weapon plays, combo strings that everyone's been creating look so good. And I just love seeing that come out in these tournaments. And right now we've got Goost versus Panda Barsh. Do you know anything about these guys and what they might be bringing to the table today?
I know more about Goost's clan than I know specifically about Goost.
Yeah.
He's in the Frost clan, which if you know their character choices, they tend to play Teroses a lot, they play Queen Nai's a lot, more than kind of any other clan. But we're seeing this Goost pick the Asuri. I'm sure we're gonna see some Qatar play here. I don't know. I'm sure he has swordplay in his belt. But I would not be surprised if there was a lot of focus on that Qatar play, especially because Asuri has incredible Qatars.
Yeah, that's mostly what we've been seeing. Anyone who's been picking Asuri lately, it's for those Qatars, because there are fantastic strings. Everyone's been getting better at edge guarding. We've got a little bit of a photo snapshot coming in, but Panda Barsh not letting him get away with it.
I'm hoping that Panda Barsh started with the taunt to kind of force Goost into doing his own taunt so he didn't look BM or anything. And with the late taunt, that allowed Panda Barsh to get the weapon for free.
The mind games, the levels of this.
That's why you just don't be a gentleman. Don't taunt. Get the weapon for free.
Yeah, clock starts. The match is on. It is fight time.
And even though we talked about the Qatar play coming out, we're seeing Goost. It looks like even though there are multiple weapons on the field, he could go for the Qatars. It looks like he's trying to stay on the sword. I mean, he's playing into unarmed right now, so either choice would be great. But sword into unarmed can be so devastating. And Panda Barsh couldn't even get near that weapon spawn.
Yeah, I think that was just an excellent choice from Goost. Doing that sword into the unarmed just because of the range advantage. You know, Qatars, you still have to be pretty close and get in, and that's where unarmed can really punish you for certain things, because it does have very fast startup moves, just very, very short range.
And now we're seeing the range game go the opposite direction. Panda Barsh is just completely zoning Goost out with these guns. He's doing these fall away, moving away Sares. He was throwing out some gravity cancel downlights, covers a huge amount of lateral territory, and he's somewhat bringing this back against Goost, and an on-stage Sare is gonna kill Goost. That is the 7 force of Thatch rearing its ugly, ugly head.
And I mean, that's the thing. He is a very fast and furious legend. He took all his points out of his defense and just said, yo-ho, let's go, get in there, fight them down. Massive speed, massive strength. I love seeing that. And I don't know, Panda Barsh has been doing a phenomenal job with it. Because if you have the speed with those guns, not working out so well as I say that, the commentators curse, but speed with the guns lets you use their spacing more appropriately.
When you play against guns, you see a lot of people tending to overspace everything and bait out a move and then get into that gun dead zone. But with that high movement speed, you're able to control that a little bit better. You're able to move in and out of range quicker, more efficiently, and you're not able... your opponent isn't able to get in as easily into that gun dead zone between the tip of the guns and the actual hitbox.
And, you know, Panda Barsh, he's been doing a great job just maintaining that control, as you're saying. And it's absolutely phenomenal to see both players just kind of trading stocks here. You know, Panda Barsh quickly cleaning that one up, and it's just been back and forth. No one having a massive, significant lead throughout this game yet.
But with that, I mean, there is no health lead that much on paper, but with Panda Barsh being in the orange right now, that 3 defense of Thatch, that's specifically why I say don't play him in 2v2. There's get potential there, but Goost isn't able to get it. Panda Barsh able to make it safely back.
Oof. Yeah, Goost had a chance with that edge guard there, but Panda Barsh knows the trick. If you get hit by that Qatar down air, you kind of fade towards the inside of the move. fade towards the back of them, and you will be able to either dodge out because there is a dodge window, or hopefully just fast fall and jump around because they'll be going for that side air, and then you've got the chance for the reverse edge guard. Panda Barsh not really able to capitalize on it as much as we would like, so he's going down 1-0 against Goose so far in this set.
That's what's so important when you're going up against Katars and they have you in an offstage moment, especially when they start with that dare. You have to not go into panic mode. You have to realize that there are options other than to burn your jump immediately, because a good player will punish you, and that is a jump down the toilet and possibly a very early stock that you're about to lose.
And that's another one of those things that we see as you go higher and higher in the elo, one of those key fundamentals that players learn. It's not to go into panic mode, not to panic jump. We see it a lot if you end up facing against Katars or against Gauntlets or a lot of times against Sword. Their gimp potential is absolutely phenomenal, but even more so if you go into panic and are immediately jumping. It's going to go into whatever they are looking for, whereas sometimes if you just let yourself fall naturally or even fast fall a little bit, they can't touch you.
And that's
Just
where
takes
we've
that
seen
patience.
a huge change in the offstage play with specifically Sword and specifically Katars. Like a long time ago, we would always talk about Magma Bob's insane sword gimps because people would panic jump. They didn't realize that there were other options than that. But we don't actually see the crazy Katar gimps and the crazy sword dare gimps as much as we used to. We actually see a neutral offstage play because players have since realized that they have other options in the air. Sometimes it's better to just wait for your opponent to go in to do that dare, to go for the double dare, to fish for that, because then you can turn around, hit them with a very, very low down dare, and all of a sudden if they were in yellow, they hit the kill box and they're dead.
Yeah, sometimes it can be that easy as long as you just play your opponent properly. And it looks like Panda Barsh is playing this one just right. He's made a couple of adjustments. He built that damage with those pistols and was able to get the recovery, which is a fantastic kill move pretty early on. So this is looking pretty good for Panda Barsh to bring it back and tie up the set.
I'm not sure why Goose changed to Bodvar here. It looks like, based on the last game, that I was incorrect in thinking that there was going to be a focus on Katar play. It looks like Goose is more comfortable on Sword. That's the weapon that Bodvar and Asuri share.
Yeah, I wonder if he's looking for maybe just a better signature kit. He kind of identified Thatch having that 3 armor, and he's looking for some stronger, more usable signatures to get some earlier kills.
With that signature kit, we just saw Panda Barsh doing up that down stick. He was holding that for a very long time, probably expecting Goose to go into it, but we didn't see Goose punish with a signature. He had a perfect option for a side signature there while Panda Barsh was charging, but he went and did a very, very late downlight.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that one, though. But Goose going for that downlight side air, the standard sword staple. Maybe if he's not as used to Bodvar as he is with Asuri, and he was just kind of trying to go for a little bit of a matchup pick. But even so, you've got to identify the new moves that you have available with your character, because if you don't, you're on the verge of getting 3-stocked in BCS right now.
Restocked in BCS, that is something we don't hear about a lot. You don't even see like one necessarily every week, especially as you get further and further into the bracket. And by changing up your character, yes, that forces your opponent to adapt to a new character, a new weapon set, a new signature set, slightly different frames, everything like that. But it also forces you yourself to adapt to that character and the changes that they have as well. And it looks like it's just an issue of Panda Barsh is adapting faster than Goose.
Yeah, Goose finally able to clear up that last stock, but I don't know if it's going to be too little too late at this point.
As Goose is getting closer and closer into this orange, he's going to have to put out significant damage while taking slim to none. And right now, I mean, we just saw him trade out that move right there. That's something that he just can't afford. He cannot afford trades right now.
Absolutely not, and that's why he's already pushed into the red. And Panda Barsh can kind of slow play this one if he wants, but he doesn't even need to. The shark uppercut.
Panda Barsh
Absolutely
was there to splash on him with the water. We saw that Nair on the bottom right of the stage, sending Goose completely high into the air and off the screen. He had a ton of damage on him. I don't even think that Panda Barsh necessarily needed the neutral sig right there, but that was a definitely amazing way to confirm that, tie up the set, and make sure it would kill.
Oh man, so going 1-1 into this set, we've got it all tied up. We see a bit of a change coming in from both players. Panda Barsh going from Undead Pirate to Shark Pirate. And Goose actually switching away from the sword. Now we've got Lance and Spear.
3, 2, 1.
What is going on?
You have to think that Goose maybe knows something that we don't, and he did the same thing again!
Gosh.
Panda Barsh!
The bait.
He didn't do that last game, did he?
He taunted last game, but Goose didn't bite. But this time, he did. Absolutely crazy.
And he's giving Panda Barsh the free weapon. Stop being a gentleman. Gentlemen don't win games. Nice guys finish
Gentlemen go
last.
to orange in the first 20 seconds. Oh
and
my gosh.
That's on Orion. Orion has so much defense, and he's going to have to use every single bit of it. That's 6 defense.
Oh, but he is just getting sniped out time and time again by Panda Barsh. This is just absolutely consistent. Panda Barsh has barely been touched.
Maybe Goose's lance will be something here. Maybe his spear will be something. Maybe it'll be the onslaught of hitboxes from the lance, or Panda Barsh will just recovery and send Goose off the top.
No, why would you go away? He was doing so well with Asuri. The Bodvar did not work out at all, and it seems like Orion is much the same.
It's just been a downhill decline so far for Goose, and an uphill incline for Panda Barsh. Uphill in the best way possible.
Yeah, Goose showing a bit of resistance, but I don't know. He still has that mountain to climb right now, and it just is growing with every hit that Panda Barsh is getting so much damage.
The down air into the stacked sword recovery. That's not a move that I'm used to seeing. Usually, if they hit the down air at that health point, you see them bounce off the floor, and then the opponent goes for the sword nair for the try to kill off the top. But I think Panda Barsh just wanted more damage on Goose so he could confirm the kill later on.
Yeah, and I think he's going to do it, because this is looking oddly reminiscent of the previous match. You know, he's working on the 3-stock. Goose finally gets that kill on Panda Barsh's first stock, but he's already in the orange. History is repeating itself right here.
And if you don't study your history, you're doomed to repeat it. Goose needs something. He needs to pull a rabbit out of his hat. He needs a miracle right now, because his lance hasn't been working. His spear hasn't been working. Panda Barsh has been playing so strong with both weapons. And the lance recovery, even that far off the stage, Panda Barsh was there to chase it down. He knew the flight trajectory, and he did the gravity cancel neutral sig. Wow.
That was absolutely amazing. Panda Barsh making fantastic use of Thatch's signatures. First, that turnaround sword side sig, because he knew the dodge through was coming. And then we've seen him use that sword neutral sig, the shark uppercut, before, to great effect, and just placing himself right along that flight path of the lance. Even if, you know, Goose cut the recovery charge short and was going for a little bit lower of an angle, he was going to be there, and just putting that shark right in the way secured the kill. I love it. I love it.
And we have another set where someone is extremely efficient with those signatures. I mean, I don't think we saw a single Orion signature that didn't hit. It was the neutral sig, and it was off the edge for the edge guard spike, but it didn't hit. But Panda Barsh, I think he maybe missed 1 or 2 signatures the entire time. The rest of the time they were fantastic. They were quick. He had great timing on them, and I don't think hardly any of them were punished.
Not at all. That's how he was working on those 3 stocks. Just phenomenal play. Absolutely. And, you know, we've got some great play going on right now. Mozzie doing really well with these Sentinel Katars against Katz's Koji.
Speaking of strong signature uses, I would not be surprised if the second Mazzy got that hammer, if we started seeing a ton of signatures from Sentinel. His kit is so strong in terms of signatures. They have pretty solid force. 5 force is nothing to just kind of take on the chin, And they cover so much territory. They have a lot of movement. He even has a retreat signature in there that pops him back into safety before throwing out hitboxes. It's he might not even need them though. We just saw a neutral sig, but he's doing so much work.
Absolutely insane. He's working on a full stock lead here, and Cats hasn't been able to find any solid openings yet.
Mazzy has just been darting around everything that Cats has been trying to throw out. He's been staying completely out of these bow hitboxes. He's been approaching very safely. Even though he's been completely aggressive, we've seen some neutral lights coming out from that bow, but Mazzy's been like just right above the neutral light hitbox or right below the neutral light hitbox.
Oh, no.
Cats is gonna fall just like that.
Spent his dodge on the gravity cancel, trying to fish for the kill instead of using it to save himself. Just unfortunate decision making right there.
He might have just been looking for the turnaround that would give him not only a shrinking of that lead that Mazzy has, but maybe a little bit of a morale boost. But by doing that, I mean, I don't know if that was worth it in the end, even if it did hit, because Mazzy still had a solid lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It was a very eggs in all that one basket play, because if it hit, then he would be able to do the follow-up chase dodge, speed dodge, to get back to the stage. But if he missed, that was his stock. And it looks like he might be getting closed out here. Mazzy just in an incredibly strong position. 2 stocks to 1, deep red. That signature's going to do it. Mazzy going up 1-0 in the set. You said you were looking for some of those Sentinel signatures, incredibly strong, and that was just the time to do it.
That signature, among many others, made that last stock from Cats just completely disappear. He was using signatures all over the place. They were hitting, he was not getting punished with them, and it was just... That's what you can do with Sentinel, is you have the stomp into the neutral sig, you have side sigs that you can throw. It moves your hitbox off of the ground, much like a Gauntlet side light, or even Scarlet's Lance side signature. It moves you off the ground, so if they try to hit you with a down light, you're in the air, it won't hit. It covers a gigantic amount of airspace. It covers area in that kind of like one jump magic height range where people tend to play.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal. One of the best approach tools in the game. And fantastic kill option.
And we even saw him use the down signature towards the end. You saw Cats going into initiate. You saw Mazzy, he wasn't going to spot dodge or anything like that. He was just going to pop his hurt box back and throw hitboxes forward with that down signature.
Ooh, looks like Cats is fighting back a little bit better here, though. He's got a bit of a damage lead, and he's really just pressuring Mazzy towards these edges.
You're seeing him sort of do the out of range, in range kind of playing here. A little bit of a footsie game back and forth with Mazzy. He's staying completely out of Mazzy's range. He's maybe waiting a little bit, maybe about half the time, waiting for Mazzy to throw out a signature. He knows that hammer is in Mazzy's hands. He knows how Mazzy plays with that hammer. He's waiting for those signatures to come out, and then he's punishing.
Ooh. And just talking about punishing, that was just such a great punish with the Qatar neutral air, and he confirmed into the ground pound off of that wall bounce. Very well played by Mazzy. Tying up the stocks, he's in a pretty good position.
It's still pretty much even in this game so far, and I love that Mazzy just did a stomp neutral sig when before he was doing a lot of stomp side signatures. He knew that Cats was pretty much stacked on him a little bit above his hurt box. A side signature would have missed, but he saw it in the moment, wasn't going on autopilot, and went for the neutral signature.
Yeah, that's that decision making that we're looking for. And Cats just not able to make it back. Those short sides on King's Pass here really playing into this match.
It's playing into it on both sides, because Mazzy is able to kind of extend his stocks a little bit more with that. He's trying to maintain stage control. He's staying in the middle. He's trying to maybe favor, if he's on the right soft platform, he's favoring the left a bit. So if Cats tries to hit him, he'll kind of bounce off the left main platform while staying safe by forcing Cats to stay on the right.
Yeah, and that's just smart play I'm not sure who it was who picked this stage, but Mazzy knows how to play it. I feel like a lot of Qatar players are really comfortable on this stage in particular.
They have a ton of great options in the offstage game, in the shenanigans area specifically. Hammer does as well too, though, because you can almost only aggress vertically onto a hammer.
Ooh, and there it is, vertically coming from above with that down air. Scoops Cats off the top, and he's going up 2-0 in the set. He's moving on in the bracket.
Specifically with that down air, we talk a lot about how completely devastating hammer recovery is in the offstage game, but you cannot forget down air, especially
It's so fast
on a lower defense character like Koji. I believe Koji has four defense. You have to be careful once you start getting into those latter defense area or health stages of the game, because if you're trying to kill off the top with a nair, with a recovery, things like that, you have to be so careful of that down air. I can't tell you how many times I've tried to kill with a gun recovery and I've just been dared because I didn't have my placing picture perfect.
Yeah, and you've got to be very careful just being slightly off from the bottom, because it does reach down a good bit, but not too far, and it does start up very fast, but it does take time to swoop down to that center. So you'll see a lot of hammer players kind of work their facing so that way the down air, since it starts from the back, they will have the opponent just below and behind them to get that scoop as early as possible. So just be wary of that positioning. You can kind of tell when they're going to be looking for it, and you usually want to pressure them into spending it before you actually get into range. So a lot of jump and fast fall can kind of force them to use that option to no effect.
You also see that a lot when people will X pivot the hammer dare. You'll see them trying to get that initial backwards hitbox. They'll try to get that right in your face, so that's the first thing that picks you up. But then coming into this next game, we're going to see some more hammer here, I'm sure, with 3DT Stimpy coming out on the Bodvar and Janice. We know that Lucian gets a lot of play in EU, but Janice specifically loves Lucian.
Oh, I love Lucian too. I was hoping to see the Plague Doctor skin, but I guess there's still time for that.
I think that's his favorite. I think it's a tie between just the straight default skin and the Plague Doctor Lucian skin. I want to see Napoleon Lucian get some love.
What a guy. You never stop talking about Napoleon Lucian.
It's because he's beautiful. And if you use the heat wave colors, it's summertime in France.
Oh, summertime in France on the chateau, you know.
It's such a beautiful skin. He's got a giant hat. Everybody knows I love hats. Just come on, just do it for me once. People will play Olgrim, and specifically to throw it in my face, just be nice to me one time and play Big Hat Lucian. That's my man right now. I'm just glad to see finally Lucian getting play. We see it a lot in EU, so it's like every 2 weeks I get to see Lucian.
That's the thing, like a long time ago when, you know, signatures were first added into the game, he saw a lot of play. He was a very popular pick, and ever since then he's just kind of been phasing out. But with this resurgence of Qatars, it seems like some people are starting to go with him a bit more because they want that high movement speed on the Qatars, and he's got a pretty good signature kit.
With Lucian, he does have that signature kit. You see a lot of, I mean, almost textbook Lucian play. You see a lot of the same stuff every time. You see the down signature that peaks just over the end of the stage. You'll see some turnaround gun neutral signatures. You'll see people dodge through Qatar side signature. And I think some of it is people just know that that's coming. And I think a lot of Lucian players have just been kind of sitting on their laurels with that. And I think that has discouraged Lucian play in North America rather than anything actually having to do with the character.
I feel like you're definitely on the right track there with that. And it's such a shame because I feel like he is such a good character.
He has so many great options. We really saw him in the past getting played for the gun side air game. That's how we
Yes.
saw Ender playing him. That's somewhat how we saw the Nexus. That's a name I've not heard in a while. Was the Nexus would play with that side air game, and even specifically in EU, Memoria is heavily influencing that side air game. And you don't need a ton of decks to make that work. It's going to start up no matter what, no matter how much decks you have. And he has a significant amount of decks, so you're not stuck in recovery frames for too long, but you're able to move around quickly is one of the biggest things.
Yeah, that's going to be key. As we were talking about before, when we saw, you know, Thatch and Ada using those guns with the high speed to be able to move around and use that spacing, Lucian is that to the nth degree. Fastest speed in the game. He's got really great armor, so you can afford to kind of make those mistakes. If someone does happen to get into you and get really great strings, that is kind of the bane and main counterplay against guns. You can afford that as Lucian. And since guns have fantastic damage and Katar's really great strings, the 3-force isn't as much of a detriment as you would normally expect.
You are going to struggle, though, somewhat, especially because a lot of Lucian gun players tend to kill with Sayers, and it's going to take you a significant amount of time to kill with a Sayer, unless you just get, like, the triple Sayer off stage, where you send them off stage, you chase, hit a Sayer, they're off the screen, you chase further, and it's just whether or not you can put yourself in danger for that long to reliably kill with a Sayer.
And that's why we saw Janus getting that first kill with the ground pound, but Stimpy is actually taking the lead with a fantastic hammer kill. That ground pound that Stimpy did just off stage, he followed Janus as low as he was going to go. Janus was out of options, nothing left to do, and then Stimpy just pulls out of the ground pound, lands the hammer recovery, fades under the stage to actually bounce him just off the ceiling, essentially, as he released him downwards, and Janus had no way to make it back. But it's still insanely close. Stimpy with a fantastic gravity cancel stomp. This is really picking up. I don't know. There's been some absolutely insane plays in the past while, and I just have to talk about them.
I love how Janus started that sequence that you were talking about, is when he was recovering back to the stage, he was staying completely stacked onto Stimpy because he knew Stimpy was going to go for a hammer recovery that probably would have killed. Such a strong starting, staying right on Stimpy, so he had no kill options there.
Yeah, but here we see Janus, I don't know, Stimpy might have every kill option right now, just because Janus is so deep in that red.
He's doing a great job juggling Stimpy in the air, though. The hammer recovery, it might have killed if it was an Ada. That's where the 3-force is really going to come into effect. With a stronger force like a Thatch or an Ada, those recoveries are going to kill faster. I don't know if he would have won that game if he had more force there, but the strong defense buff from Lucian is not going to be enough. Stimpy going to take it with that side air towards the right side of the stage. If he plays Lucian, and he's switching to Thatch.
Wow. Okay, so he's keeping the guns, he's keeping the high speed, but he wants that extra strength.
He's definitely a gun-focused player here.
Yeah, maybe he's more comfortable with sword than Katars, but who's to say? I guess we're going to find out in this match, but Stimpy is also changing completely away, going for Axe and Spear on Brynn. What do you make of this?
I love a Brynn pick. Every time somebody picks Brynn, an Angel gets its wings, and we actually don't see as many Brynns as I would think. She's one of those middle of the road characters in terms of stats, and that's incredibly strong every time we've seen it. Like, look at Bodvar. He's another middle of the road character, and everybody and their dad has a Bodvar in their character pool. You have Axe here, which has incredible hitboxes, has solid startup frames to where you can just keep swinging, and especially with Spear as well, you have such a utilitarian kit.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what Stimpy's going to be getting with the Spear, and particularly that Axe, given how he used that hammer side air at the end of last game. You know, he used the jump into a speed dodge, cancel into the hammer side air, as a bit of like a short hop approach, because you can do that. If you cancel it into the attack or you jump right into that dodge, it's going to be very low to the ground, so you essentially get short hop approaches. This is going to be very interesting because Axe Side Air is very good.
It's absolutely devastating, especially if you can get the proper spacing on it. It's such a good damage option. It's a good approach option. It's a good kill option. Axe Side Air is incredible. Not to mention every other move in Axe's kit. It has the fantastic sidelight on the ground, has a great amount of range. You have Axe Recovery, which has a 360-degree hitbox. As long as you account for the long startup, that can be a very, very safe recover option. Then you also have the Ground Pound, which is a 360-degree hitbox. It's just, if you can manage the startup times, if you can master the startup times, you can completely pick apart your opponent.
But it seems like Stimpy has been kind of favoring the spear, getting a lot more traction with it. I'm not sure how much experience he has with it, but it's looking like quite a bit because he's pulled off a phenomenal amount of strings, just great reads, great movement. I mean, Bryn's 7 movement speed allowing him to play that very flexible spear just everywhere he needs to.
I think Flexible Spear is the name of Stimpy's game so far. He's not necessarily fully committing to a certain move at any given moment before he realizes what's going to happen and what the best option is. If he's going for a down air, he's going to wait till the last possible second to decide on that down air because, oh, his opponent might jump. That's a nair option. That's going to be better. He's not doing these really, really high up ground pounds that are just going to be spot dodged and punished.
Yeah, and I mean, he's really just looking for any kind of significant punish that he can get on Janice. We've seen a lot of signature fishing going on lately, but Janice quick to adapt, and he takes the lead just like that with a gun recovery very low to the ground.
Stimpy's first stock was able to use those signatures, specifically those side signatures. He hit 2 just completely by overspacing Janice for free because the side signature covers so much ground. But Janice has since figured that out and punished in great style.
And he's just continuing to do so. I mean, most every dodge that Stimpy has thrown out, Janice has been able to just capitalize and get some really significant combo damage.
That's not to completely ignore Stimpy's damage with the spear. He's done a great job poking with the Sair, poking with the Nair, poking with the occasional recovery and ground pound, and poking with the neutralizer.
Now here's the thing though, poking doesn't really get you kills. I don't think you ever want to see a 3 armor legend that deep in the red. He should have been gone long before now.
That does kind of show a disconnect between just game knowledge of what moves you need to be using when your opponent is in kill range. You could have killed with a Axe Sair, a Spear Sair, probably a Spear Recovery if they were anywhere in the air. But, I mean, Janice wasn't really going in the air probably specifically for that reason. But we also have ground pounds. That is what Crocky kills with so reliably on stage because it has that just almost completely lateral force vector.
Since a lot of players, they still tend to dodge purely left and right. We don't see a lot of diagonal dodging coming in from players. It'll catch both the left and the right dodge if you're doing it straight on them. We've seen some players kind of start adapting. They do end up spot dodging the attack, and which you can cancel into pretty much any punish in the game. But it's tough to break habits. It really is.
And that's what you're really going to have to do in these next few weeks going into BCX, because you're going to really see people start reviewing VODs, start reviewing replays, and it's going to come down to the specific matchup game. It's not just going to be, how do I play my character the best that I can? It's going to be, how do I play against Bodvar? How do I play against Sword? And then once we get closer to BCX, it'll be, how do I play against Daiku? How do I specifically play against Dobrain? How do I play against Dobrain's bow, Dobrain's sword, those things? And it's just these little errors are just going to be completely exploited.
And you know, those are all extremely good questions, and I think Stimpy is looking to answer that by going back to Bodvar. I definitely agree with this. He seemed much stronger with Bodvar. The Bryn pick did not really work out quite so well.
And he's staying almost exclusively in the air, and Janice he still hasn't nared yet! Does he know how extremely good Nair is? It's solid damage, fantastic startup frames, great hitboxes on it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Now Stimpy is done a complete 180, and he's staying completely on the ground or just one jump height up.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. Stimpy, whenever he gets in on Janice, using those spaces, he stays in for quite a while. He gets quite a few hits, and with the hammer, I mean, that's significant. That's why Janice is already pretty deep into the orange.
And Stimpy has remained largely untouched. He was hardly touched in the air, and then he was hardly touched on the ground. And then we saw him just kind of dip in and out of that shenanigan zone, looking for nairs, looking for recoveries, coming up above, looking for a down air. And we're just seeing him completely stay out of danger.
Yeah, he's just been absolutely on point with everything. Just punishing that slow dodge in with that neutral light. It's absolutely a complete turnaround from the last game.
And he still hasn't killed Janice yet. Janice making a little bit of a comeback here with those side airs. He's doing the overspacing, underspacing game where you stay out of the range, you get just close to the range, wait for the hammer side air, and then you go for the punish on the large recovery frames that Hammer has.
And, that's the thing. I've been saying that it's a complete turnaround, but we're seeing a lot of elements from that first game, and I don't want to see Stimpy kind of backslide into them. He started fishing for that hammer side signature a lot, and he took a lot of damage that he just did not need to. So I really hope he can just compound this lead and not fall into the same things that gave him so many problems last game.
It looks like he did recognize it a little bit because he eventually killed with the stomp side air. That's the bread and butter just kill combo with Hammer if you can't go for the offstage hammer recovery or if you're not comfortable getting a signature.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just that Hammer has so many other great kill options aside from, the spear. It has a lot of damage building. It doesn't have as many kill options as the Hammer. It's pretty much just about any aerial move from the Hammer is going to kill you.
But then on the ground, you have to build damage by other means unless you're just going to kind of chunk back and forth and hopefully put out consistent hitboxes. We're not seeing him do any neutral lights on the ground, but we're seeing Janice spot dodge so many of Stimpy's moves so far. Maybe if he was going for that neutral light, if his hitboxes would be put out. Cast the dodge iframes, and Janice is just going to follow him under the stage that time. We saw, I think on the last stock, when Janice was getting close to kill, Stimpy went under the stage, and Janice wasn't able to do anything.
I mean, this is a game of inches right now. Just Janice went for that one sword signature. Stimpy tried to punish it just out of range with his own heavy on the unarmed kit, but just out of range, and Janice punished that one. And this time, Janice just out of range to land his attack, Stimpy knocking him into that mine. I mean, this has been so close, not only in damage, but in distance.
And we're seeing sort of both players kind of do what the other one was doing. We saw Stimpy start to spot dodge a handful of things, and Janice is the one been getting punished. But they are staying so even right now, but Janice does have these guns again.
Yeah, and he's looking to pour on a lot of damage. He's found a lot of success. The down airs into side airs, just raw side airs. And we've seen him land more than a few recoveries very low to the ground.
And that's kind of what you have to do with that gun recovery. That's a great mix-up option, is approaching your opponent with that when they're in kill range on the ground with it, because the hitbox was changed, but it was changed some time ago, so people have somewhat forgot about it. And if you don't, a lot of people just don't approach with the gun recovery when their opponent's on the ground.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool things you can do with that. As we saw Stimpy use the hammer side air with that immediate jump into a dodge, you can do the same thing with the gun recovery, and it comes out really fast. It'll get those 10 frames of startup invulnerability, which I think covers just about all of it, and it's such a great kill option. So I want to see more gun users kind of shift over to using that in their approaches, and I think they'll find a lot of success with it. But Stimpy, just finding the success, shifting over back to those bread and butters, that hammer stomp into side air, securing the kill, so he's moving on in the upper bracket. Looks like we've got up next coming, Ice Pingu against Rain. Oh my gosh, this is a good one.
We're starting to get into big boy territory here. We're seeing Rain, one of the reason boys, coming through with this Ember. Love the skin, by the way. It's cute. It's a fantastic skin. I love the war paint on the face. But Ember, we've seen people have varying levels of success with Ember. Like, most notably, Zaloxery was one of the highest level Ember players who has just kind of fallen off with Ember recently. And I think, like, specifically today, if we see Zaloxery, I think he's only playing Roland.
Oh, wow. Okay, so going back to his roots, huh? The Kingly Knight.
I think
Wonderful.
it's that I love defense. Defense is one of my favorite stats in the game. It's we're gonna see that here. We're gonna see 6 defense on Ice Pingu's Orion against the 3 defense of Ember. That is roughly translates to he's gonna have to work twice as hard to kill Orion as Ice Pingu will to kill his Ember.
That is quite a bit of a difference. You know, but before we stray too far, I was very curious when you mentioned Zaloxery and that he would be playing only Roland, so I had to look through the bracket real quick to see what was going on there. It looks like Baki just took him down 2-0. So, Zaloxery going down to the lower bracket, I don't know. I'm interested to see him play. We saw Baki play earlier, so very strong showing from him, you know, with that very explosive play that we aren't used to seeing from Baki. And I don't know, it was just such a treat. So he's moving on through that bracket, and I don't know, that's got to be so exciting. But this one is going to be just as, if not more, because I love watching Rain play. I love watching Ice Pingu play. They just always have something special.
I specifically love it when people play Orion. I love
So
the
good.
Orion
So
spear
good.
down signature, because you get to these games that are starting to get towards the end, and when both players are in red, one approaches on the other, and then Orion just pops that spear down sig, and it's over. Those
So
moments,
much damage.
I love those moments. That spear down signature is so strong.
Yeah, it is one of the most damaging signatures in the game if you can get it to hit every single hit, because as he spins, it'll actually alternate the hits left and right for that spinning effect. And if you get all of them, it is a ton of damage. So I would not be surprised if we see Ice Pingu pull that out quite a bit to really rack up the damage on that 3 armor Ember. It could make for some very quick stocks.
And because it alternates between those sides, it's one of those special signatures that covers both sides. You have it with the Cassidy gun down signature. So, I mean, with the Cassidy gun down signature, there's a dead zone right in the middle of it, but punishing the Orion down signature if you're not already in the air is very, very, very tough.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen other players shift over to Orion almost exclusively for that move. Most notably Crocky, you know, over in the NA region. He was playing Ada and using Ada's down spear signature much to the same effect, but he found that Orion's a little more rewarding, so we've seen him playing a lot of Orion in the past however many months.
I mean, with Orion, you sacrifice a little bit of force. He does come out with 4 force, but you have a solid dex of 6. You have a very solid defense of 6, and you have a very solid movement speed of 6. Those are just all very slightly above middle of the road stats, and that just lets him be very utilitarian. You don't feel any punishment with those. You don't necessarily reap complete rewards, but it's just a solid feeling character.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why he's going to perform so well on this open ground on Shipwreck. But I think this match is going to heavily depend... Oh no, Rain, not able to catch that bomb, goes flying off the side. This is where it's really going to depend where they keep the fight in this match. I feel like Orion will do very well center stage when he's got that space to use the spear and the lance, their range, their string and combo capability that they need that ground for. But if Rain can push it kind of towards the edge of these maps, Katars and Bow are some of the best edge guard weapons in the game, and Lance recovery can be a little unfortunate at times.
It's great sometimes because it covers so much area. You can charge up the little first blast of it to bait movement and then punish with the second blast, but it's also extremely readable. You know exactly where they're going to go. You know the exact force trajectory, and you can be ready for it because you see them start charging it up. And if they don't charge it up to where you can't respond to it, then they just don't go anywhere.
But I mean, Ice is going everywhere he needs to be right now, and he's been charging up that down signature with the spear that we were talking about. He's landed quite a few of those now, and that's why he's working on a 3-stock against Rain right now.
He's just been playing this horizontal game really, really strong so far, and that's what you have to do when you're on Shipwreck. You're seeing the side signature there. You're not seeing a lot of...
Oh my gosh.
Did he just hit the Orion neutral signature? Every Orion player, that is one of the things that they dream for. That is one of the things that they fish so incredibly hard for. And Ice Pingu is just hitting it just like that. And he was playing the horizontal game so well. Specifically on Shipwreck, it has a very, very high kill box on the top. The side kill boxes are kind of far as well, but if you can force them onto the side, those small walls give them limited recovery options.
Oh yeah, and it just knowing those limited recovery options is what let Ice Pingu just gravity cancel that neutral signature from the spear. He even turned it around because he expected the dodge through. It was just absolutely phenomenal. I love seeing it. It's very flashy. I'm excited to see what we've got in the rest of this set. It looks like Rain is taking a moment to figure things out.
If Rain can reliably play around the spear recovery, I want to see him spend so much time in the air. EU does tend to play a little bit more floaty. I know with the jump changes in experimental queue, if a lot of EU players right now are very much anticipating that to come into the main live patch. So I know a lot of EU players have been playing less floaty. A lot of the top EU players have been playing less floaty just to get ready for that, because that would be a huge change to specifically their play style. But for right now, I want to see him play in the air.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of spear and lances, strings, and main damage options will come from those grounded starters. So playing in the air is just a solid choice just in the weapon matchups. And it also will let him avoid that spear down signature that he took so much damage from. And I don't know, he's got to identify better kill options, because Ice Pingu went very deep into the red. I don't know if you saw the total damage done, but since Ice Pingu did not lose a single stock, that was the actual damage he was sitting at. 243 damage.
Was he really?
Yes. Absolutely insane. He did not go down. He was sitting at 243 damage, and Rain could not find a kill. Looks like Rain is having some connection issues. I think he's going to be restarting this match.
That's incredible, though. 243 damage. That means basically any move is going to send Ice Pingu off stage. Off the screen, I would think most times. But that gives Bo and Qatar's offstage aerial options. Bo has incredible offstage airplay. Qatar's have incredible offstage aerial play. You have down air. I mean, at that point, side air might even kill in the middle of the stage.
Yeah. I think it was really just the question of pressure. You know, Ice Pingu had put so much pressure onto Rain that Rain was more focused on surviving than actually evening up the stocks or being able to fight back. Ice Pingu did not leave Rain any breathing room.
And it was with that Orion, with that 243 damage. Oh, that almost makes me sick to my stomach.
Right?
That is so much, even with 6 defense. Like, 6 defense is a significant amount of defense. Don't get me wrong, but anything should have been able to kill Ice Pingu at that point. That shows just a kind of misunderstanding on Rain's part, but also on Ice Pingu's part. That shows a stock extension unparalleled.
Absolutely massive.
But but I believe we were coming into the next game. It looks like Rain was having connection issues. Even with the reconnect, we saw him SD his stocks immediately within 5 seconds. So I think his internet is going to be ripping hard right now, and we're just going to have to move on to the next. I think we have Daiku and Logic coming up. All I know is that's who's in the lobby right now.
It's looking like it. Daiku leaving out. Let's see.
It looks like
I just want to take a look at the bracket here. Dobrain moving on over Flamethrower. Ice Pingu. So Ice Pingu, having beaten Rain now in this set, is going to move against Dobrain in the next round coming up.
That is
but as far as
be,
our next match,
a huge dynamic change for,
yeah.
for him coming off of the last game where the disconnect was an issue. Even though he played a very, very strong first game.
Oh, insane. Absolutely insane.
Dobrain is a brick wall. You need to be very careful. And that's kind of the upper bracket now. If you look at everybody in the upper bracket, I mean, we have Setero, who was the one who got the insane gimp on Dobrain and Daiku in the 2v2. We have Maltimum, the regional qualifier winner for EU. We have TB, who is feared far and wide in EU. Of course, we have Dobrain, who is insane. We have Aram soon to play. We have Effie and Memoria. Memoria coming back. I haven't seen Memoria play, I think, specifically since we saw the Memoria versus Aram set that took 10,000 years because both players slowed the game down so much because that is how they play.
Yep. You know, when the unstoppable shield meets another one, that's what happens.
But
and then it was really interesting because, you know, the match right after that, when Iram went on, he was very quick, in their face, explosive play. So I think it was very much so just a matchup thing against Memoria. And it's very interesting to just see how you have to play against certain players. You know, at that point, you're not so much playing the character matchup, you're playing the player matchup, which is really prevalent when you get to the upper echelon of any competitive game.
And you're definitely going to see that coming up next with a player like Daiku. He's definitely one of those people who wants the bracket out as fast as possible because he wants to trace who he will be going through in the next round, the round after that, who will be playing 10 rounds from now, so he can already mentally prepare specifically for his specific opponents.
Yeah, and I know Daiku has been watching so much footage and working so much training room. I don't know if there's any man who has been putting as much work into figuring out specific opponents. Maybe Dobrain. I don't know. Dobrain, I feel like he just practices the game as a whole. Daiku, he wants to pick you apart.
And we're seeing him attempt to do that so far with this Ragnar. It's a little bit of a deviation for him. I know he's been working on the Ragnar. I think we talked about experimentation this week a little bit earlier, and this is experimentation incarnate. We know he's been working on Katars recently. One of the previous times we saw him play Katars, he played a Suri and got completely demolished. So I know since then, he's been putting a lot of time in the Katars, and since Ragnar came out, Ragnar has an axe. That is what Daiku was sort of originally known for, was his just ridiculous axe Taros play.
And that's really what he's been looking for. He likes the axe, he likes the Katars, he absolutely loves dragons. He's been asking for a dragon character for over a year. Finally gets it, and he couldn't be happier. And I caught up with him a little bit earlier this weekend. He's been talking about his Qatar play and just all the work he's been putting into it, the success he's been finding. He wants to go for a very read-heavy, in-your-face, just constant attacking style. And it seems to be working out here. He's pushing Logic into the orange, on Roland even, and he's up a stock.
And if anybody can play that way, it's gonna be Daiku. He is the type of person who wants to play reactive rather than proactive. He's not going to initiate with, okay, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z in my combo. He's going to do his first hit, stop, analyze the situation, read his opponent, go to the next move based on what they did. And he's going to be able to read people, and especially with Katars, he's going to be able to do insane follow-up combos and strings.
Oh yeah, and it's been showing, oh, he just missed the edge there. Faded over. He was really expecting Logic to do that ground pound. Logic actually misplaced it, ground pounded onto the stage, but I don't know, Daiku was already looking for the proper one and just wasn't able to make it back. But he still has a significant damage lead, so he's in a pretty good spot.
I do love this pick that Logic has on Roland, though. Defense, when you're playing against somebody like Daiku, you have to go in with the strong style mentality. You are going to take punishment. You have to realize that that is a part of this game very much.
Oh, yeah.
Daiku is not going to let you string him across the stage. We've seen Logic get no more than 2 hits at a time on Daiku without taking something back. So with this defense on Roland, he's going to be able to outlast some of that punishment. And, I mean, he'll be able to still put out a pretty good amount of damage, and he'll be able to move around the map, slow movement speed, but he does have the lance, so he's able to metro zoom everywhere.
Just metro zoom back and forth. But he's going back and forth with that sword. He takes down Daiku with a great down air just in the center, evens up the stocks. And, you know, that's the thing about Roland that you've been talking about. Since he has that armor, if you keep trading, you're going to win out. That's all you're really looking for. You know, we see it with characters like Roland, characters like Queen Nai, that if you can just evenly trade with your opponent, you will win in the long haul.
But he's not trading right now. That's the thing,
No.
is we've seen him. I think he hit a neutral light, and we just saw him hit, I think it was a dare. That is it. Meanwhile, Daiku has brought him from white to red in no time flat, but he still wants this lance, and I'm not sure why he's trying this lance.
It really hasn't been working out this stock. It looks like Daiku's just found everything he needed with that axe on the final stock. So much damage, just incredible reads, and that's the thing, you know, Roland, he's got that armor to make the match last longer, but that's more time for Daiku to download you and your playstyle. And I don't think you can afford that. We've seen Daiku go down to a little bit more aggressive play in past games and past tournaments, and I think that's really one of the only chances you have against a player like Daiku.
And I hate to interrupt what you're saying.
Yeah.
He killed with the axe down sig. He killed with the axe down sig. That's like killing with Ulgrim's chainsaw on the lance. Daiku,
They weren't even near the edge.
the hitbox on that move is so very small, and the recovery frames on that move are so very long. But how no one but Daiku.
That's the
No
thing.
one
No
but
one, no
Daiku.
one really expects you to hold it for the full duration, and he had it so well placed, just peeking around that corner. Oh.
Incredible play coming out of Daiku. I don't know specifically how many hours he's spent with Ragnir. If he's been playing Katars, it would surprise me if he was only practicing with Ragnir. So his Ragnir's looking really, really strong so far. His axe is looking, of course, strong as ever, as always. His Ragnir's looking real good. I would dare to say probably one of the best Ragnirs.
Yeah, it didn't start off that way in the beginning of the match, but you know, just as time went on, he was doing better and better, and it's really showing rolling into this second match. He's got quite a bit of a lead, and it seems like he's got a really good read on most of Logic's movements.
Doing a great job here of kind of doing binary explosiveness. He's staying very, very, very far away from Logic, and then he'll go in and just completely put out a demolishing string and stay completely stacked on the Logic, keeping the pressure on, keeping the tenacity on, and not letting Logic breathe. But then he'll completely overspace everything in there, playing with this bomb right now.
Yeah, I really like that play by Logic, just because, you know, Daiku, with those Katars, he wants to use a lot of odd aerial movement angles. And if you can have that bomb, that's why I love Twilight Grove, just bouncing between the ground and that right side island, you can control a lot of space, set up a lot of really interesting plays. And that's what kind of kept Daiku at bay, but once it was gone, the Katars came in. Daiku now working on a 3-stock.
He's been very strong with every single one of Ragnar's signatures. You see a lot of people talk about how insane the Katar side signature is, but Daiku's been able to use so many of them in... Oh no, and he's getting caught!
Oh no!
Daiku getting stuck under the stage right in that just like perfect area where you think you can get back, but then you bump your head again, and that's when panic mode starts to set in, and that's when you saw him burn those jumps immediately. He hit panic mode.
Yeah, that panic mode, you know, it's the constant input that he wants to do with those Katars for that aggressive read-based style. But you've got to be careful. You've got to be very mindful that you're not pressing them where you shouldn't be. And he, you know, paid the price for it there a little bit. And then we had a bit of a gentleman's flag coming out. Daiku showing that Emacs flag and, you know, Logic bringing out a flag of his own.
But this game, we're not seeing Logic really bring out that lance very much. We've seen it a little bit, but he's mostly been focusing on sword. You saw him get the lance for a second, but then he immediately went to that weapon spawn and went for the sword. And that's one of the things that you're able to do with this 50-50 spawn rate of the weapons. If you have a lance and the last weapon you picked up was a lance, the next thing you're going to pick up is a sword. So you're able to alternate between the two more reliably.
Ooh. Wow, just look at this movement coming out from Daiku. He went in with the down air, doubled back with a dodge, and then fade towards with the side air to punish Logic's attempted punish on Daiku's fake approach. It was just absolutely phenomenal. And then again, the quick turnaround into the Katar side air on the edge. Just phenomenal play. Daiku's moving on. We're gonna see Logic moving down to the lower bracket. I expect him to do very well down there.
We talk about approach mix-ups a lot, specifically with LDZ, as he is one of the approach lords. But here, you just outlined an approach mix-up from Daiku. We were talking earlier about this kind of binary aggression where he's completely overspacing everything, or all of a sudden he's on top of you doing a insane string with so many reads. But that time he hit him once and then he waited. That's completely different than anything we've seen from Daiku that entire match so far.
I think that change of pace is going to be extremely crucial when we start seeing a lot of these matchups going into, especially during BCX. It's going to be a lot of set something up, find out how your opponent responds. So I really enjoy seeing that fast-paced Katar play from Daiku for most of the match, and then when he needs to close it out, the sudden shift. That way there's no time for the opponent to react to it or adjust.
But now we're going to be moving on straight into our next game, and we have Addy Mestic against Cake. We are having Addy on Wushang. No surprises there. Addy was one of probably the earliest adopters of the gauntlets when they came out. They were originally kind of valued very, very low. Everybody loved them and loved playing them, but in terms of competitive viability, they were valued somewhat low. They've started to come into favor recently, but Addy was the first person to kind of really start playing them, and he saw so much success with those early gimps, and that's how we saw him already take out a stock from Cake.
Oh yeah, he had phenomenal strings, getting a ton of damage. I mean, Cake not far behind. I mean, in that first stock, Cake had put Addy Mestic into the orange before Addy Mestic started all those gauntlet strings, and only tied up the damage after doing so many attacks. But just the reads are absolutely phenomenal. Addy Mestic is a joy to watch.
He just continues his onslaught so much, and that's really where gauntlets excel, is just continuing your movement. A lot of the moves have movement in them. You see side airs being used not only to cover ground and attack, but also like to get back to the stage. I mean, you see that more than you see it with Lance now, and you're seeing nairs, you're seeing ground pounds that have movement. The only ground pound weapon with movement in the game that can be steered left and right. You see that for great chase options, but Cake's been holding his own so far, using that huge Queen Nai defense, using that huge Queen Nai force to stay in this game.
Oh my gosh, what a dodge read and punish. Cake just getting so much damage, even on this final stock here. He finally goes down, but Addy Mestic into the orange already. And I think that's a testament, you know, to just Queen Nai's strength. So much damage coming from everything.
She's lacking in the movement speed, but everything else is so incredibly strong. Her 7 force means that Addy is hitting Cake so many times in a row. He's getting these huge strings, these huge follow-ups. But all Cake has to do is turn around and hit him a handful of times, and he's already in the orange, already in the red, and he's very close to dying now.
You know, I was going to criticize Cake for his overuse of the ground pound a little bit, but he just hit 2 in a row that gave him quite a bit of a damage lead. So I'm going to hold off on that for right now. It's pretty great. Oh, there's a nice punish. Cake spending that gravity cancel on a neutral sig. That was a bit too much of a read.
And just now that Cake is getting into the red,
Oh,
there's another ground pound from him. We don't see that many ground pounds except from somebody like Crocky, and now from Cake. It's such a reliable kill move once they get later into the health stages because of that sideways force vector. It's going to send them straight to the side. It's great edge guarding tool. It's great on stage. It's great off stage. It's such a strong kill move if your opponent doesn't spot dodge and punish.
now here's the thing. I think there was a little bit of a mental battle that went on in there, even if both players didn't consciously recognize it. Cake used that ground pound, started going for it a lot, then Addy Mestic was consistently punishing it with the gauntlets for a little while. So you would kind of expect Cake, because he was very quick to adjust for other punishes that he was receiving, to not go for it. But he stuck with it, so I feel like Addy Mestic was just thinking, surely he's not going to ground pound anymore, because I've already shown him that I can consistently punish it. And he was just not expecting it to happen again.
Or it could be an aspect of that's maybe Cake's favorite kill option because of the low decks that Queen Nai has.
Yeah.
Her signatures are sort of designed that way, so they come out pretty slowly and they have high recovery times. So maybe he doesn't want to let that punish window open, so he's going to look at his defense, he's going to look at that 8 defense and say, okay, he can punish me, but he has to punish me every single time. If I get lucky once, he's dead.
That is very true, and that's exactly what we were talking about with these high defense picks like Roland and Nai. You can afford to make some mistakes. You can afford to take chances. You can afford to just trade with your opponent constantly. But I feel like Cake, he's got to find something significant here to even out this stock. Oh no, not like this!
That is not significant at all, except for anybody but Addy Mestic.
Oh my god.
He's just gonna completely fall. Was he trying to force some offstage play and just lost count of his jumps? I mean, he's gonna get that turnaround side signature right there, but he's a full stock behind.
This is such a mountain to climb. I really don't know if Cake's gonna be able to do this just with how close that first match was. Especially since Addy Mestic seems to really have his number. You know, the first stock was incredibly dominant for Addy Mestic, and then Cake just gave away the second for free. This does not bode well.
There's the ground pound. That might seal it. Oh, and Addy ground pounding very close to the wall when Cake was pretty deep in the push-off column. I'm not sure what Addy was reading for there. He's looking to keep Cake off that ledge.
Ooh.
We didn't see a ground pound there.
Oh, Cake getting punished for use of that neutral signature. I know he's really looking for some early kills, but he'll just get punished every time, or too often to afford when you're behind by that much. So Addy Mestic putting the set at 1-1. I don't know. What do you make of this? What are you expecting to see come out from Cake after that?
I want to see less neutral sigs coming out from Cake. He hasn't had a ton of success with them. The thing with Queen Nai's neutral sig is it either hits and is fantastic, or you are going to get punished. That is one of those moves that is either a huge surprise if you get hit by it, or it's the most telegraphed thing in the world, and it is so incredibly easy to punish. I want to see him going back to the ground pound kill options. Maybe some down signatures, because that's one of those special signatures on the Katars that comes out both sides, covers your left, covers your right, even has somewhat of an air hitbox. I don't want to see neutral signature.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
You pretty much said it, and here we are going to Blackguard Keep. I don't know, I'm expecting a few more side signatures as well, just because this is such a, to me, it feels very horizontally oriented. You know, you've got that extra platform on the left-hand side. A lot of people tend to play out there. The right-hand side, the kill box is pretty far out from the stage, even if not in comparison to some other stages.
I'd like to see those side signatures as well. Back when STTP Wilson used to play Queen Nai, we saw him have so much success with just the side signature off the edge as his edge guard when people were starting to peek over the edge. There's a side signature right there. Pretty much everything but the neutral signature, and he almost got punished right there.
And now he is weaponless. He's got the spike ball, trying to rearm here. Nice punish on Addy Mestic's ground pound this time. Gets one of his own. Is that enough to clean out the stock? Can he finish this edge guard?
It looks like he's not even going to attempt the edge guard. He was just going to stay on the middle of the stage, but it doesn't matter, because there you go. Wow. There's that ground pound, the high force, the fantastic vector from that ground pound. That needs to be his kill option. He has not been finding success with signatures. Definitely not in the kill department. Stick with the ground pound.
All right, so now Cake, he just needs to build this damage here. Just anything at all. He's doing a great job avoiding these ground pounds from Addy Mestic. I feel like Addy Mestic just switched to the gauntlets because he realized Cake's pretty familiar with the spear matchup, and I don't know if I'm going to get any kills with it.
Oh, and look at this string, the neutral light, neutral light.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh! The just and fantastic startup frames that Spear Neutral Light has. The nice poke, poke, poke. And Addy's into orange, getting closer to red, and he's still unable to kill Cake.
This is exactly what we were saying Cake needed to find. Just all this extra damage on this first stock, just kind of set that dominance, erase the memory of the last match and what happened there. He's in a great position.
Just please don't signature, Cake. You went such a long time without signaturing there, and it was great. Thank you so much for doing that. His signature game was just rough. It was either not hitting or it was getting punished. He was rarely doing anything with a signature game, and there is an unarmed recovery. That's going to take away the stock from Addy Mestic. Cake in a pretty solid spot. If he can extend the second stock as much as he did the last stock, then he's in a fantastic spot.
And he's finding significant damage. You know, he's landed that spear down signature a couple times now, and I feel like it's just really great because he kind of conditions Addy Mestic to kind of stay in that spot because it's just outside the range of all the other spear attacks, but that down signature can still reach. So he's gotten a significant amount of damage just from that attack at choice times.
Now we have Cake's spear again against Addy. I was just about to talk about downlighting on the gauntlets. It has a tremendous amount of space coverage there. I want to see him using that more to try to combat the neutral light coming out from Cake.
Yeah, that's the thing about gauntlets. That down light is actually your longest ranged option. I know it looks like the side light, the side airs, they do move you quite a bit. But that gauntlet down light, that ground splash goes so far. So that is one of your main initiation tools.
Now we're seeing Addy learn how to initiate onto this ground pound that Cake was sending out. We're seeing Addy initiate in the air.
Ooh.
Oh, but it's just, that's the thing from Cake. Addy has to get lucky every time. Cake has to get lucky once.
That was great. I mean, I loved watching Addy Mestic use that gauntlet side light, particularly spacing it so that way that upward rising angle would just hit the dead center of the spear ground pound. Because if you can hit it with pretty much anything, you will win. It doesn't have a lot of great coverage or priority below. It's mostly just wide, left and right. But again, I don't know how many times you could do that. He did it twice in a row, and then he found himself just out of position. And as he said, Cake only needs the one.
And I specifically love how much Cake wasn't trying to play on the edge game. He was just completely staying away from that because that's what we saw in game 1, and that's the game that Adimestic took. That's how he was able to win that game. It was the offstage gimps, the offstage gauntlet play, and with Cake staying high in the air, staying in that airspace the entire time, high on the right, high on the left, high in the middle, and then just the regular neutral game, Adimestic just had no answer for it.
I mean, that really showed, and I don't know, the one thing that I liked the best out of that set is the mental fortitude that Cake showed in being able to wash clean that second game where he had that disastrous accident just falling off the side. And he was able to come back and win that third game very convincingly, right on the heels. He didn't even take time to, take a breather. He just set it clear in his mind. He knew what he had to do and started executing.
But moving on to our next game, we're going to have Sidero versus Eram. Sidero, of course, I've said it multiple times. I'm sure you've seen the GIMP. I've tweeted it out probably like 16 times because I love it.
Oh, yeah.
The double GIMP on Dobrain and Daiku, and he is already locking in the core. One of the few people who plays core. We're seeing him get a little bit more play now recently, but Sidero is definitely was the early core adopter.
Yeah, man, just absolutely phenomenal. I love that new core skin coming out from the chest. It's one of my personal favorites. Just that like samurai spirit, the warrior spirit core. He's got the arrows sticking out. And he's battle worn. Sidero is very battle worn. You keep talking about, his breakout performance, that double GIMP against Daiku and Dobrain. I'm very excited to see what he's got in the 1v1 space, but Eram, no stranger to 1v1. We've seen him take down a few Titans himself, so this is going to be a very interesting match.
Yeah, Eram was, of course, the second place finisher in the regional qualifier, taking out Dobrain in the lower finals to move himself back up to take on Nalakat. I'm excited to see how Eram has progressed since then. I messaged him earlier asking him who he was going to play, and he told me Azoth, Asuri, Ember, or Ragnir. But he's just going to completely throw all of that out of the window and go for a Queen Nai.
I'm curious as to whether this is a matchup pick. Sidero, it's no mystery that he was going to play core. That's what we've seen, that's what he's known for. So I wonder if Eram was kind of going, all right, maybe I don't need the speed, because core doesn't really have it. Maybe I just need my standard Katars, and then a lot of strength and defense to combat against core's defense.
You see people always talking about gauntlets or Katars, which one is better, and you see a lot of players saying, well, it's Katars, but it's Katars because people have just had more time with Katars. They're both somewhat similar weapons, similar spacing, similar aggressive follow-up, chase dodge, stay on your opponent style. But people just have such a strong understanding of Katars at this point in the game. They've had them for coming on, I think, 100 years now. And
yeah, that sounds about right. Turn of the century is when the first Katars were put into Brawlhalla.
And I think that's going to really play for Eram here. He's going to have the huge defense. He's going to counter core's defense with more defense. He's going to counter the core strength with just more. He's just going to have more. Everything that Sidero's core has, he just wants more.
And this is the interesting part. As you've been talking about, there are a lot of similarities between gauntlets and Katars. Close range, edge guard, all this kind of stuff. But the main difference that you see coming out, gauntlets very, very much so fight on cardinal directions. They've got quick moving left and right, long range left and right, just approach options, sending, things like that. And maybe a little bit of vertical with that ground pound and the recovery being pretty strong option nowadays. Katars, very much so diagonals.
And with these diagonals, that just gives you approach options that, I mean, unless Sidero does a side light, it has to be at the exact perfect range, it has to be at the perfect angle. he's just not going to have anything to answer back to that dare.
Yeah, that's going to be a very rough time for him, because dare being one of Qatar's best tools. It's just a great approach. It's a great offstage move, but Setero not even going to need it. If you can read their jumps, that side air will close it out pretty easily.
Offstage play that is off the screen is one of the most interesting and mind-boggling things to me. The fact that these players are able to get the most insane reads when they basically have no idea what's going on except like their mental picture of the game, that's absolutely insane. And that Setero was able to just completely aggress onto ERAM, feel comfortable off stage, off the screen with only those little bubbles helping him, that's insane.
Yeah, it really is just, you need to know, how far did I send him? How far can he move within that time? How far can I move within that time? It's really just that spatial reasoning. It really is just knowing where they're going to be, where you're going to be in relation to one another, because you can't exactly tell when you go just off the side. It's a very dangerous place to be.
Because in that exact moment, even though your opponent may be in worse health position than you, anything can happen over there. If you aren't 100% on at all times, you make a single misstep, you're taking your opponent with you, and that could essentially, that's your lead gone.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Setero's going to be able to get any sort of lead with this change to Val.
It does have the gauntlets that Core has. Maybe he's looking very solid with the sword so far. I don't think he's in dire need of gauntlets right now. A weapon has spawned on the field. There was already a horn on the field. He could have called it another weapon that would have given him gauntlets. I mean, he's looking very confident on the sword. He's zoning ERAM out, not letting him in, using the range of that sword, and he's looking solid with it right now.
Yeah, I know a lot of players, they talk about, what matchups certain weapons are good in, and it kind of rolls through this circuit, almost like some standard rock, scissors, paper, and it really is like the short-range weapons don't do so well against the mid-range weapons, but they do very well against the extremely long-range weapons that have the dead zones inside, because it's once they get inside, they can't really be contested. And pretty much, round and round we go. So I feel like the swords against Qatar, Sword does really well in that matchup. The neutral light is a fantastic option against a lot of Qatar down airs, and you do have some longer range combo starters, so you get pretty significant damage in the areas that Qatars actually have to trek through in order to get towards you.
I mean, neutral light on sword on its own is just a great emergency panic tool.
Oh yeah.
Just to, you're in my face, here, get away from me. Get away from me right now. Follow that up with a side light. I mean, if there's a spot dodge, you can follow it up with a down light. Sword just has so much utility in its kit, a lot like Spear does as well. And we've actually seen, I think, more work coming out from Setero's sword than we really have the gauntlets.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be just the tail of the matchup. ERAM is going to be playing Qatars most of the time, and Setero's, I don't know if his gauntlets, as fantastic as they are, can kind of make up for the difference. And that's why we see the sword mostly.
His offstage play with the gauntlets has been pretty solid. His air has been somewhat solid. But, I mean, just the regular neutral game that you have to step through before you can get to any of those points has been just so much better with sword.
Yeah, I mean, as we say that, he's getting some fantastic play with gauntlets. There was a nice combo just ending into that neutral signature. I really like that move. It's a little difficult to hit just because it hits a little more far forward than you would expect on the initial rise. But it's so good, and he was able to convert that into a very quick ground pound after, but ERAM not letting him get any significant lead off of it. This is an insanely close match.
Now we have that sword, so Setero's going to want to push that on-game, that on-stage presence, and he's going to want to keep the range, but also some force and aggression onto ERAM. And you're
Yeah, I
seeing
don't
him
know
just
if
stay
he's-
middle stage right there. You're just throwing out hitboxes. He's not aggressing onto that offstage play. He's staying in that middle territory. Now he's going into the offstage play. And that's the binary of Setero right now. Force the neutral game with that sword. Force the ledge guard game with the gauntlets.
Yeah, it seems like he's playing that just as he needs to. But even with that, man, ERAM is just punishing exactly where he needs to be. Don't get greedy with those neutral sigs. Please don't do it.
Setero's he's been a little weak in the signature punish game so far. Like, he's it coming and he dodges in an attempt to hope to punish. He hasn't been getting hit by them, though, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, that's the thing, as you can have the best signature kit in the world, but if none of them ever land, it does not matter.
Setero himself has been throwing out a ton of signatures. Oh, and there he just gets unlucky. The top right corner of that hitbox is going to hit him, send him off the top.
Just the wingtip.
And Setero is going to lose that 2-0 to ERAM.
Absolutely crazy. For as good of a job as Setero was doing avoiding signatures, that one caught just the wingtip. Absolutely dangerous.
I'm shaking right now.
Yeah.
Baltimore is doing it.
Oh, this is your favorite. This is what you were asking for.
That's my good friend Maltimum right there. I love that guy.
Gosh.
And he's playing against Dobre. Now these two have been scrimming a lot against people recently. Or sorry, against each other recently. And I know that because Dobrain has posted screenshots of every single one. He's 3-stocked Maltimum multiple times. I don't know if Maltimum is just kind of playing it close to the chest. Maybe in a tournament setting, he really brings on the fire. I mean, Maltimum he was your EU regional qualifier winner. But we're seeing Dobrain with Hattori.
Ooh, fancy. This is very interesting because Dobrain, we've seen him play a lot of Koji. He bounced around to Barraza before that. He's been playing a number of Legends. He's been shifting quite a bit, almost like clockwork, like every month or couple of months. So I'm wondering if this is a bit of a shift. Maybe he feels secure enough in his other Legends and he's looking to expand his stable of character picks in preparation for BCX.
That would be my guess for him. He has a handful of characters that he's looking at right now. Of course, his Koji has been playing very strong for quite a while. I think he's stuck with Koji a little bit longer than he's stuck with anybody else, even after the down signature nerf that he we saw him just dismantle everybody and just constantly spam it and somehow not get punished. But
absolutely
I think
crazy.
This is just opening up his pool because every single second that we get closer to BCX, the top players are going to be learning everything about you, and forcing them to learn a completely new character. That's one more thing. I think Maltimum might be having some connection issues so far, though. That was within the
time limit for a match
seconds.
reset. If you're having any, controller issues, whatever else you need to get set up. So I think we might see that coming out here. Yep, there we go. So they're going to reset. And then we should just be going back to the same stage. Dobrain will be playing Hattori Maltimum with that Lucian. I know he's using the sunset colors, but I think you were asking for those summer colors.
I was.
I wonder if he has them on Lucian.
If he doesn't, then he's not as smart as I thought he was.
Oh my gosh.
Heatwave colors are gorgeous, especially on that Lucian skin. I don't actually know that much about his specific Lucian period. I don't know whether he's gun focused, whether he's Qatar focused, whether he's one of those gun players that's gonna just kind of jump and Slayer space you.
Well, I mean, we saw Maltimum playing Sentinel, right? So I would assume Qatar's, given that's the common weapon between the two, but who knows?
That would be my guess too, but I don't know what would cause him to play Lucian over the Sentinel. I think Sentinel is such a very strong character. I mean, he won the regional qualifier with Sentinel. I don't think Lucian's Qatars are necessarily that strong compared to Sentinels. We don't see a lot of Lucian Qatar players. It's usually gun focused.
Yeah, and I feel like that's because, you know, Hammer being such a consistent weapon that it is, and Sentinel has a very similar stat feel to Lucian. It's above average armor, above average defense, and those Katars with a phenomenal signature kit. So I feel like a lot of people tend to want to pick the Hammer over the guns, and that's what leads them to Sentinel.
That could be the case, but I mean, whatever he's doing, it's working for him right now. Is he took out Dobrain's first stock while he's in orange, and we have game potential here. He missed the side air follow-up after the dare. Dobrain, I would not be surprised if we saw a legend switch to Koji immediately after this game. Maltimum looking very strong. Great punish from Maltimum there.
That
might have been able to do a
fade
signature.
Back, punish the signature. Just so good. So good.
Fantastic, just spatial reasoning, spatial awareness from Maltimum there.
Ooh.
A signature, it might have been a better option. It wouldn't have killed though with the low force on Lucian.
Oh no!
And, I mean, Dobrain wasn't in.
Maltimum. I had seen that he spent his jumps, his recovery. He got hit by the ground pound, knocked him over to the side. I knew all he had was his jump and his dodge left. I was so sad to see him fade away with the dodge.
Now we're seeing those signatures come out. The dodge through turnaround side signature. That is just Lucian 101.
You know, that's something that we've been seeing. These players, they're very good at knowing their ranges, spacing out these signatures, not really putting themselves into too dangerous of a position. But back-to-back games, we saw just the upper limit of these attacks clipping players. It's just absolutely crazy to me, just because they want to start playing a little bit closer, and just how precise that needs to be for the attack to clip just the top corner if the opponent's been consistently outspacing it.
And that's really where you want to play, because by forcing your opponent to be at the maximum of your range, that keeps you safer.
That is footsies in a nutshell.
Now we're seeing some more signatures come out from Ultimum. He still hasn't lost his second stock. Dobrain getting very red. We are really seeing those signatures come out. All Ultimum has to do is clip Dobrain just a little bit, which is usually what gets you with those Lucian signatures.
Yeah, he's going to need some of those signatures, because that unarmed uppercut, even though it was pretty high up in the air and Dobrain is pretty damaged, Lucian was not able to kill her just off that. So Dobrain still has a chance here, but it is quite the uphill battle.
Getting little bits of damage on Maltimum here and there. It's mostly signature punishes. The Sair bounce off the main stage is going to kill from the far left. Lucian has 3 force. Hattori has 4 armor, but Lucian has 3 force. And a Katar side air killed from the left side of the stage, sending him off the right.
So he was finally taken out by that Katar side air. So Dobrain's choice is to go for less armor. I wonder if he's feeling the spear and guns? I don't know. Guns, a lot of people say, don't do particularly well against Katars. And he had the spear before. So I'm not really sure what he's searching for here.
Those Katars against guns is an interesting matchup right now, because with the getting a chase dodge after you hit, that allows Katars to really stay into that dead zone, stay completely stacked on your opponent. Also, with the chase dodge in and the iframes covering your attacks, that allows you to get past the gun hitboxes into the gun dead zone. That really allows you to engage safely with Katars on the guns. I'm not sure where this pick is coming from Dobrain.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what he goes for. He found a lot of purchase with the spear, but now that he's got the guns, I haven't seen him land an attack in quite some time.
I mean, he's been fishing for dares like no other.
Ooh, there it is. Very nice dodge punish tool. That Ada just down spear signature covers both sides pretty strong. Becomes a decent kill option at higher damage. So maybe that's what he's looking for. Sending him off to the side. Can he clean up this kill? Oh, Maltimum, please.
And with a simple side air, Multimum was behind in terms of health. All he had to do was turn around, hit that side air, and Dobrain's dead. That's the low defense rearing its ugly head. That's the force that Qatar side air has at that point. And it's just, that's Dobrain committing very, very hard onto a kill.
Yeah, and finally, he does find securing his own kill with that down signature. We were talking about that's a really great dodge punish tool. Maybe that's a little bit of a read that he got onto Multimum's playstyle. Multimum liking to dodge in, and Dobrain looking to just kind of cover that option really well with that down signature.
Yeah, he's been aggressing a lot with those dodge-ins, with those dodge-throughs. Definitely dodging through turnaround side signature, dodging through turnaround side light, things like that. And by covering both sides, if he just kind of dodges in and doesn't go through, that covers the side in front of him. If he dodges through, that covers the side behind him. So that signature is still throwing out hitboxes when the iframes have finished.
Yeah, I don't know how much that's actually working out for him here, though, because he hasn't been able to seem to win the neutral at all. Just touches the side, resets his jumps. He's got to be able to slow play this a little bit, but Multimum is just waiting with those side airs. He's so good. Surgical precision.
And that's where the Qatar offstage play, just the strength really comes into its own. I think Guns have an interesting offstage play. They require a ton of space to really do everything, except for, I mean, if you're hitting dares, that's a ton of damage, but hitting dares regularly in offstage play, you're just putting yourself in a strange position. You're getting a lot of damage, but it's not doing any force, it's not creating any space or anything like that. If you need a ton of room to do side airs, and if they're not in high damage, doing ground pounds not really going to accomplish anything. So I love that Multimum is really stressing this offstage play.
Yeah, it's worked out really well for him. I was kind of sad to see him go down. Gravity canceling a neutral light, spending his dodge, not able to get back. But he's got a big enough damage lead that I think he didn't give up too much for it.
More spear coming out from Dobrain here. He was keeping Multimum a little bit at bay. He's looking to Sair and he's looking to dare a lot. Create as much space as he possibly can. Spear is so strong at spacing. It has incredible range on all of its moves. And then if Multimum's going to come in close, you throw out that Nair, it's a 360-degree hitbox. But it still looks like Multimum's able to get in.
He's got to be careful, though. Dobrain has put on a significant amount of damage. He's got him in the kill range. So this is still anybody's game. Dobrain knocking him away with that down signature. This is very dangerous. Side air going to do it. Dobrain taking the game.
There's Dobrain waiting. Like, we saw Multimum wait earlier until Dobrain blew everything that he had. His recovery, his jumps, his dodge. And we saw him kill Dobrain with it. We also saw Dobrain commit very, very hard earlier, and Multimum turned around and turned that into a kill as well. This time we saw Dobrain wait. He knew it was going to take everything for Multimum to get back. His dodge, his recovery, his jumps. And he waited for it and then punished with that side air.
Man, this has just been such a volatile set. Just back and forth. Both of these players just pulling out kills that you would not expect at times that they were certainly not expecting. But it looks like we are going into Mammoth Fortress for the final game of this set here. Dobrain, the first one to pick up a weapon, grabs the swords. Multimum's got the guns. I feel like Sword does pretty well against guns.
I think guns have been a little bit unfavorable lately. They have some attacks that just last so long, even though they come out very quick. You're stuck in active frames. You're stuck in animation frames for a long time with like the neutral light, and it's just that thing. Those make guns easier to punish. And Multimum, I'm very surprised that he is playing this strongly against Dobrain's Koji.
Monster stock. I mean, that was the first kill in 30 seconds, and he only went to yellow, and now he's got Dobrain in the yellow, full stock lead. Like, what is going on?
We haven't seen a lot of bow play coming out from Dobrain just yet. Maybe that'll be what he needs, but his sword play was just getting completely beat by the Qatars when we saw Sword dominating Qatars earlier.
Wow, Dobrain really trying to find some purchase here, but it's just, he gets punished every single time. I mean, Multimum, he's got a good read on Dobrain intentions, what he wants to do. He's baited out that down signature from the bow pretty consistently. Finally gets hit by one of them, but not before sending Dobrain into the red.
And it's going to be an issue of whether Multimum can hold this lead. Now we're seeing the guns coming out. I think Multimum he's weaker with guns than he is with Katars. How weak he is, that's what we're going to see here. This is Dobrain's kind of true main as of late. Now we're going to see if Multimum's guns are truly weak.
Well, it looks like he's not really feeling it against the bow in the matchup, so he's shifting over to the Katars. Let's see if he can find this kill, or if Dobrain's going to actually even it up here.
Dobrain's movement has been really, really strong so far. He was able to take Multimum into the orange. He's shrinking that lead bit by bit. Now we have Multimum with the guns again. It's an issue of whether Dobrain's sword can get in. If Multimum can keep him out, the guns will win. If Dobrain can get in, he stays in, and the guns are going to have so much trouble.
Looks like he might not be as familiar with the guns as he needs to be, but these Katars are doing tons of work. And that's all he needs, is just keep pressing this advantage. Just keep it even, and he's going to win out in the end. I mean, Dobrain going deep orange, almost red. This is not looking good for Dobrain.
We saw Dobrain queue up a down signature. Oh, what is... He has enough to make it back. That was a very strange recovery. We saw Dobrain with... Was that 3 dares left?
Yup. I think Dobrain actually just wanted to create a little bit of space, get some breathing room, because Multimum's pressure and momentum with those Katars was just too much. I don't blame him. I think that was a very smart decision to just take a breath. And it seems to be working out. He evened up the stocks. He's evening up the damage here. He's got a chance.
This sequence has just been completely momentum in favor of Dobrain. He's juggling Multimum now. Dobrain is in kill percent. Multimum getting somewhat close. I don't think signatures are going to kill Multimum just yet. Dobrain wants him on the wall right now. He wants those dare gimps. He wants maybe a ground pound. He wants a side air.
Wow, this is incredibly dangerous for both players. We know Dobrain wants that down signature, but Multimum has done such a great job of baiting it out. I think he's only been hit by 1, and Dobrain's gone for like 6 or 7 on it at this point.
Multimum hasn't really been able to punish Dobrain, though. That's where the 8 decks of Koji is going to come into play. He was throwing out those signatures, and by the time Multimum recognized it and was able to punish, Dobrain was already out of recovery frames. He finally gets the side air there. The hitbox beating the down signature of Dobrain's hitbox. Maybe he wasn't even throwing hitboxes yet. I saw the plank come up. I'm not sure if he was still stuck in the starting animation.
It was still during startup. Lucian's down signature just leapt in there, caught him during the startup. Clean kill.
And that's Multimum taking it.
Yeah.
That's Multimum taking it. I could, if you give me 5 minutes, I could probably pull up multiple screenshots of Dobrain 3-stocking Multimum. But in tournaments, that's big match Multimum coming out and winning when it counts, sending Dobrain to lower bracket.
I mean, this is what we're talking about leading up to BCX. We see everybody training up and just improving, and you can't sleep on anybody. I mean, Multimum has consistently been improving for I don't know how many months at this point. Just absolutely phenomenal to watch him play. He's always got something new coming out, always shifting his play style. So he's one of the strongest competitors in the scene right now, and he's showing that by taking down one of the Titans.
I mean, he's your regional qualifier winner for a reason, 100%, looking so strong.
Oh my gosh. I don't know what his teammate's going to have to say about this. The 2v2 team of Dobrain and Daiku. Dobrain falling to Multimum, but now Daiku having to go up against Memoria.
I'm interested in this Diana pick from Memoria. We see a lot of players saying that Diana's really, really strong, that her guns are solid, and of course, everybody thinks Bo is really, really strong right now. North America thinking it's a little bit stronger than EU. But we haven't seen a lot of people have a ton of success specifically with Diana. There are kind of two schools of thought going right now, that either only 8 dex guns are viable, or that pretty much anybody's guns are viable right now as long as they aren't 3 decks, which is no characters.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it's because of Dare and Sayer. It's because of the startup of Dare and Sayer. That's what you really need to build up the damage. And the recovery on the lower decks isn't significant enough to require 8 decks. And the startup's going to be the same regardless of decks.
Exactly.
So I'm not sure about these Diana guns. I know that Memoria has been specifically training guns lately. He's a huge proponent of gun Sayer and gun Sayer spacing as well as sidelight.
Yeah, I have to assume you're exactly right on the point. He's looking for guns and then back it up with the bow. I feel like that's got to be the pick. I don't know if there's really anything specific about Diana's signatures that he would be looking for as opposed to the characters that he's played previously, like Lucian. So I feel like it has to be about the base kit with the bow.
I'm hoping he's going to be able to kill with Sayers much earlier than he was, and that will that'll sort of make up for the lack of defense. With the 3-force on Lucian, it takes more time, and that's where the defense comes in because you're able to take more punishment. I'm hoping here he'll be able to kill earlier, possibly with the recoveries, possibly earlier with side airs and things like that, so that the lack of defense that Diana has compared to Lucian isn't quite as crippling.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these ranged weapons, they don't do so well once you get in and stay stacked with them, and Daiku is showing that with these Katars. You know, Memoria, he's slowly been building the damage up. He kept it pretty even in the first stock there, but if you're not really able to secure into any significant kill moves, you're going to get torn apart.
And I don't think Memoria's put out a single hit on Daiku since he spawned. Maybe one Sayer, but I think that's maybe it, if he's even hit him a single time, and Memoria's already starting to proc into orange.
Yeah, this is not looking too good. Daiku looking very strong with this Ragnir pick. We know he's been training it. We were talking about it before. We saw him play a little bit before. It's just looking very great, particularly in this kind of matchup.
I mean, he took apart Memoria's guns with his axe. He took apart Memoria's guns with his Katars. I'm not going to say he's taking apart Memoria's bow, but, I mean, Memoria isn't answering with anything on that bow, and he's going to go back to the guns. I think that's the wise choice right now.
Yeah, that is definitely more so his wheelhouse. That's what he's used to. And I think he's really just got to button that up if he's got a hope in this matchup.
And with Memoria so far, I talked about the guns. Sometimes you're stuck in animations, and that's punish time for your opponent. We haven't really seen Memoria throw any of those moves that get regularly punished. We haven't seen any neutral lights. We haven't seen any down lights. We've seen maybe one recovery that wasn't used to specifically recover back on the stage. It's been mostly Sayers, mostly side lights, and those are those quick moves to build up a little bit of damage, but if you don't hit, then you're not stuck in recovery frames.
That is exactly true, and that is pretty much what Memoria really does and what he's built his game around, are just these safe spacing attacks, build up the damage, and just win that way. But I don't know, every time that Daiku gets in, he's been able to build pretty significant damage, getting multiple hits within that time, and Memoria just can't afford to trade at that rate.
And Daiku is he's taking him all over the map. Memoria just seems to be on the defensive. Daiku's not getting any gigantic strings, but he's getting enough here and there.
Oh.
And Daiku's going to end up falling because he overcommitted on his own accord. He is on his last stock, but, I mean, Memoria's in the red, and if the match so far is any indication, I don't see Memoria doing enough damage to kill Daiku before the opposite happens.
Yeah, he's definitely got a chance, but it is a very slim one at this point.
Now we're seeing a handful of dares coming out. Memoria knows that he needs to build up damage faster. The damage is coming out, but the rate at which it's coming out so far this match, it's not sufficient to kill in time.
And there's the side air off the stage, going to do it. Daiku taking the first round. Are you expecting a legend pick coming out from Memoria? Oh, really? Sticking with Diana.
I didn't get to see it. Oh yes. So Memoria is sticking with Diana. He was talking earlier about that he was gonna play Vrax this weekend. I'm not
Oh.
sure if that was just he was giving me a little bit of the business,
3, 2,
working me a little bit.
1, brawl.
Well,
I'm not sure.
you are a Vrax favorite there.
Yeah, I'm not the best Vrax, but I'm one of the loudest Vraxes. He also mentioned he has a Cassidy in the tank, as well as an Ada.
Oh.
So all of those seem to be focused around guns. I don't think we're going to see any departures there, but it's just Daiku's been able to stay on him the entire time.
Yeah, I was surprised that, he stayed with the Diana pick just for how most of that match went. I would have expected him to go for something a little bit different. It wasn't like he was really, I don't know, dominating the matchup with the bow, and the guns were not really working it against the Katars. So I would have liked to see a legend change.
Daiku taking, I think, an earlier stock than he did last game. He's only in the orange now. He's been able to stick to Memoria at the points when he needed to. He's been able to overspace Memoria at the points when he needed to. He's had time to breathe. He's not given Memoria time to breathe. And it's just been, it's been binary with Daiku so far. It's been damage, no damage, damage, no damage. And the rate's just been faster than Memoria's.
Yeah, Memoria definitely can't afford to trade at that rate. I know I've said it before, but it is just showing its ugly head here. Daiku just going into the red and still not dying. Memoria almost approaching the same, except Daiku converts those into kills more regularly.
And Memoria he hasn't been stripping the field very much, so every time that Daiku's been disarmed or he dies, now we're seeing him strip the field.
All right.
Aside from that, we haven't seen Daiku ever really struggle to get a weapon. We haven't seen Daiku unarmed at all. He's just been able to get a weapon whenever he needed it, and Memoria hasn't been using it as a trap or forcing the unarmed.
Yeah, and you would expect that to show up a little bit more, to Memoria to kind of recognize that he's losing a lot of these weapon matchups and try and force more of that unarmed time to build the damage that he's been needing to get these kills. Looks like he might be going down here soon, though. Daiku got a pretty good lead. Memoria in the red, and he has never lasted there for all that long in this set.
Memoria picking up 2 nice saves there. Finally, we see a recovery. We didn't see a recovery earlier when they were just completely stacked above and to the right of that soft platform. That could have been a quick turnaround kill for Memoria. I think he's really worried about being punished against Daiku, and at this point, I don't blame him, because Daiku he's been strong on the punishes so far. And punishing a Sayer is not the easiest. Punishing a Sidelight is definitely not easiest. But I mean, Daiku's been doing a great job of punishing these low active frame hits. So I mean, if he had a longer active frame hit, of course Daiku's going to punish it.
I have to say, Memoria did a great job extending that stock. He built up a lot of damage that Daiku really wasn't expecting to have happen before securing the kill. Daiku was, light orange, almost kind of yellow, and Memoria actually extended that stock, pushed him into the red. So that's exactly what he was looking for. I would have liked to see him actually get the kill, but converting into the actual kill options has not been quite so easy for him.
And I'm not sure if Memoria is trying to kind of favor being on the right side of the stage so that he has the island on his back. It doesn't seem like Daiku's trying to favor any certain side of the stage, period, other than just kind of being in the middle, just kind of generally controlling the stage no matter what stage it would be, because he does have the chase option to send Memoria down through the island in the main platform, and if he's on the left, he has chase options there as well. And
Yep.
in a very commanding 2-0, a long 2-0, but a very commanding 2-0 from Daiku, showing that he can play Memoria's game. We've seen him earlier play the aggressive game. Daiku can play fast, Daiku can play slow, Daiku can play at any speed right now.
Yeah, and that's really key if you want to be breaking into the upper tier of these tournaments, of this ranked play, anything that you see. It's being able to change up your style, adapt to your opponent, and be able to throw them off with changes in pace. We spoke about it before, but it is very important.
You're not playing your your character. You're not playing against your opponent's character. You're playing against your opponent.
Yes, exactly. And that's, I mean, that is the crux of competition, and we've seen it come out in spades here. Just absolutely phenomenal. But it looks like we're going to have the next match coming up. Ooh, Cake we saw earlier. But it looks like we have your buddy Lanz. You were talking about him earlier.
Yeah, I was actually wrong. That was not who I was talking about, and I can't even remember what we were talking about. But yes, we are having Lance coming through, of course. Lance, very much like his name, plays Lance. Specifically Scarlet, who has a terrific Lance, one of the strongest hammers in the game. She has so much force. It is actually ridiculous. Most force in the game, 8 force. That's gonna make the Queen Nai 7 force. It's gonna make it look a little bit piddly in comparison.
Yeah, I'm expecting some huge signature hits. You know, she's got a lot of almost combos that go into the signatures. The hammer stomp into neutral sig. She actually does have a combo, the Lance sidelight into the neutral sig. Incredibly strong kill option, and just very strong signature kit all around, as you were saying. This is going to be a heavy hitter brawling action.
And with, I mean, people used to call Scarlet a glass cannon, but she has 5 defense. I'm not saying she can trade blow for blow with Queen Nai because of Queen Nai's 8 defense, but she's one of those characters that if you let her hit you, she is going to take every bit of it. She's going to take every bit of your health, and before you know it, you're in orange, you're between orange and red, and you're in red.
Yeah, it happens very quickly. You blink and you miss it, and then you're gone. So this is going to be very interesting. You know, it's funny, you were saying Lance, true to his name, playing the Lance. His name actually came first. He didn't actually pick the weapon because of his name, or vice versa, but it really feels like it with how proficient he is with that weapon.
It's just, it's one of those things that you're destined. It's completely fate. I haven't seen much of him play, though, too much after the recent throw changes. I know he tends to throw a little bit more at range. He doesn't usually do completely stacked throws as much as some other players do, so I don't think it hurt him as much there, but I am really curious to see how the chain dodge game has changed his playstyle, if we'll see any of that. We haven't actually seen a lot of chain dodging today. We actually saw it just there to create space between him and Cake so that he had the room to do that down signature without getting hit.
Yeah, that was just absolutely great. He must use that setup pretty frequently because he didn't even miss a beat. He was just like, yep, this is exactly what I'm looking for, just what I want to do. So that is probably just a nice practice setup.
I'm sure he's specifically practiced it with that down signature. It has so much range on it that pretty much the entire smoke cloud is a gigantic hitbox. It's not very up in the air. There's no anti-air. It's completely a grounded signature and meant to be used on the ground on a grounded opponent. And that's why the range is so gigantic.
Well, he's unarmed right now, so he doesn't have quite so much range. But he is still looking for any kind of kill hit that he can get. Queen Nai not making it easy to even up the stocks.
And she's just trying to keep Lance at range right now. Lance getting kind of in, though. Cake was just kind of throwing out some nairs to stop the in-air aggression. Oh, and there was the ground pound follow-up. Cake had nothing to answer for it. And Lance, I mean, he's getting close to the orange. Getting deeper into that yellow, but Cake coming in with those Katars.
Ooh, and there it is again. You said that signature, just great range. He loves using it. It's pretty good.
Every time that I play against Duke and he plays Scarlet, he pretty much exclusively uses the down signature because I run into it every time. Every time I try to punish it, it's a bad punish because that signature is so good.
Oh my gosh, look at this command of range that he's been using with it, with his throws, the down signature, and then a few other of the Lance moves. And he's just built up so much damage on Cake. I mean, he brought back almost exclusively what he needed to do. Cake's still with the stock lead, though.
And I don't blame Cake for not trying to punish that down signature because he was having trouble with it. So maybe there's the option of throwing your weapon at it, but throwing a weapon horizontally, like that's really, really risky because if it doesn't hit, you've completely disarmed yourself and put you at a worse position.
Lance switching back to the Lance. He's taken a lot of damage here, though. He's got to find some significant hit very soon, and then, even then, it's going to be a tough match. No, Cake! Catching him with the bottom snake, sending him straight along, not even clipping the bottom of the island there.
And Cake coming through 530 damage. I'm trying to do the math there. That's like, that's roughly, that's not 140 damage per stock, is it?
No. 150 damage per stock would be 450, so he's pretty close to being right on a nice efficient pace.
And I mean, with Queen Nai, that's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. You're gonna put out so much damage. You're gonna bring your opponent into the red very, very quickly, and then you need to go for those kill moves. Don't worry about doing recoveries if they're not high in the air. Don't worry about doing spear neutralize or side lights or nairs. You go for those kill moves, and that's what Cake was very efficient at doing. But we're seeing Lands is gonna jump on the Vrax train here.
So what do you make of this pick? You know, we've been talking about how guns and Katars, guns might not do so well. We've seen them have a little bit of trouble in previous matches. So why the shift to Lance and guns?
I think this could be Effie's voice of reason at work here. Voice of reason, that's a very great joke that I did not intend.
You're the best.
I know he thinks that Vrax is specifically a Queen Nai counter pick.
Oh,
I think,
okay.
And that Chain Dodge specifically buffed guns and Lance because they're able to put on a lot of pressure with it. And there we see the pressure right there.
Oh my gosh.
It didn't take him hardly any time at all to traverse that stage, the chain dodge across, and then the jump ground pound. And Effie might be onto something here. I typically don't like playing Vrax into Queen Nai just because her high force with the 4 defense means you cannot trade whatsoever.
Yeah, but I mean, Lance seems to be doing quite well with it. And, you know, Vrax does have such a great signature kit, and we've seen him be using that Lance side signature to great effect. Ooh, he should be able to make it back here. Oh, no.
He didn't have the second pop because he didn't have any more jumps left. And he does have that strong signature kit, and it looks like Cake hasn't found a way to necessarily punish it too much yet, like he did with the Scarlet down signature last game.
Yeah, nice keeping it fresh. He's landed a lot of them, but as you said, he's not over-abusing it. Looks like he's looking for any kind of kill because Queen Nai is so dark in the red. Just about anything should kill at this point.
Here's the ground pound. Lands wisely using that gun there to beat it out.
Ooh.
And there's a go-through side signature. Lands still holding on to this game. I haven't seen Lands play anybody but Scarlet. I think maybe the entire BCS. In 1v1, in 2v2, he's on Scarlet.
Yeah, I know. I haven't seen him play anyone but Scarlet for the longest time, so I was very surprised by this Vrax pick. But it's serving him really well.
I mean, who knew Lands had guns?
Right?
Who knew Lands actually had a gun game? I mean, his Lance game is far and above just the better weapon for him, but yeah. I mean, his gun game's solid too.
I really like how he was using those Vrax signatures. You know, he was showing that down signature, not really intending to hit with it too much, but just kind of showing it to Cake, being like, all right, this is my range, you better respect it. And then after he showed it to him, that's when you get those dodge in side signatures, maybe some dodge in down lights, things like that. It's just really nice conditioning.
With that down signature, I mean, you have the regular range of the gun light attack moves. Okay, try and overspace that, Cake. All right, here's a down signature for you that reaches even beyond that. So if you play even beyond the down signature, you're literally doing nothing to me. But if you come into my range, I am going to punish your approach with side signature, with neutral signature, with the Lance side signature, and with the amazing kit that Guns has. And Lance taking it. It was close, but Lance took that game.
So the Vrax pick definitely working out there. That was really some impressive play. I was very excited to see that.
Now, Lands was in the red, so that was an incredibly close game.
Yeah.
But it only took Lands, I think it was like 50 more damage. It was 590 something to 540 something. So it only took him 50 more damage to kill a character that has twice the defense that he has.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Very good usage of the signatures. Great usage of the gun recoveries. You know, you've got to identify what your main kill options are and when to shift into them. And it seems like he knows how to use Vrax.
I mean, I'm definitely going to be reviewing this footage after. His usage of Lance Downlight has been very, very solid. We don't see him use that much of Downlight on his Scarlet.
3, 2, 1,
No, not at all.
brawl.
I wonder if he feels that that dex difference really does make the change, whether you can go for the risk of the downlight or not. But it's been working out really well.
And it's been his aggression. If Cake dodges through, he then just turnarounds and downlights his safety. That's his safety move here. That's sword players use the neutral light. You see guitar players will neutral light or side light as their emergency panic move if they don't have a dodge. Downlight is the one for Lance.
Yeah, and it can go into so many great options. It has one frame dodge window into side light, pretty much not even a dodge window into neutral light if you can get it at the right distance. And then, you know, from the side light, that's where you get all your lance pressure and your strings. So you can pour on a ton of damage very quickly. But it looks like Cake is the one pouring on the damage. He secures that first kill with that side signature. Now, he sent him down that chute on the right-hand side of Twilight Grove. You play a lot of Vrax. How do you feel about this map?
I don't like it. I don't like this map. I know a lot of gun players somewhat favor this map because you can sair them into the island and then go for the recovery kill off the top. I have trouble landing the recovery hit. I can side air them into the island all day, but I have trouble following up with the recovery. Also, whenever I do a side signature, a lot of times it'll send them high and they'll bounce off that island. Me and that island have a very troubled history.
Yeah, it looks like Lands is having much the same. It is rough when you get sent over there and you need to recover to the island or that right-hand side. The Lance's recovery, it can be very difficult. It's a little bit slower, it's a little more telegraphed, and if you're over there, all it takes is just a little bit of a tap to send you off the side to your duty.
And look at all these signatures from Cake.
Oh,
He is using these Queen Knife signatures like she doesn't have 4 dexterity.
wow, I'm very surprised that that down sig did not kill. Lance still trying to find the first kill onto Cake, but Cake's done so much damage. You're right, those signatures just coming out all the time.
I mean, Cake is using them to just flat out hit Lance. Then he's also using them as a baiting tool where he's doing a neutral signature really, really far away. Then when Lance comes in to punish, he'll attack with it. And finally, was that a mine?
Yes.
That was a mine that killed, just barely killed Queen Nai. They have less force when you get hit with them in the air than if you like go into it on the stage.
Yup.
But this is just, Lance is so incredibly far behind right now, and I think he's looking to do damage with that downlight. That is, I think, Lance's most damaging move.
Oh, Lance, please be able to get back. Here we go. And the uppercut just on that top platform. Cake able to send him off. And he's going to take that set 2-1? Oh my gosh.
Last game was very, very close. Cake just completely downloading Lance, learning everything that his Vrax is capable of. And I don't know how much time Lance has specifically spent on Vrax, but maybe that could just be the Queen Nai Lord Vrax matchup talking.
Yeah, and as you said, you're not sure if you really enjoy Twilight Grove as much for a map for Vrax. So that could have played a part in it. It definitely seemed like he was having some trouble when they were fighting off on the right-hand side of that map. Can be a little tricky.
The island just plays all kind of heck with everything. Sometimes it's your best friend, sometimes it's your absolute worst enemy. I'd like to see more of the guns from Lance. His gunplay was stronger in game 2 than it was in game 3 for sure. His lance was just completely downloaded. We didn't see him throwing it at all. That could be just because of the throw changes or just fear of disarming yourself, but he's going to lose that match. Cake is going to be moving on, and we will be moving on ourselves into this next game of Multimum versus ERAM.
And Multimum picking the big hat Lucian that you like so much again.
My boy right here. This is my best friend Multimum, my very
this
good
is like
friend.
your favorite day, huh?
And Daiku was picking Mecha Ragnar, Pacific Rim Ragnar. That's my favorite Ragnar skin.
Oh my gosh.
In here coming with the Unicorn Ragnar. Still a dope skin. But I'm excited to see what ERAM has with this Ragnar. We're gonna have Qatar heavy games right here.
Oh yeah, and you know we've seen a lot of these players in the past several EU tournaments. You know, ERAM having breakout performances, and then Multimum, as you said, the regional qualifier. So they've had very good showings in the past 1v1 tournaments. So watching these two go at it is going to be quite a treat.
I think this is going to come down to who plays Qatar's better, and then also, I mean, this sounds very obvious, who plays the secondary weapon better. I think they're going to be two completely different tiers of play here. That second weapon is probably going to be at a much lower tier than the Qatar's for sure, and it's going to be Multimum's guns against ERAM's axe.
Yeah, how do you feel? Because you play quite a bit of guns. How do you feel about guns versus axe?
I personally, I'm somewhat 50-50 on the match, and I'm still a little bit furious because of my match with Duke earlier today. I queued into him in ranked. It's a range game. That is very much a range game, and the generous high range hitboxes of axe against the smaller but more higher range hitboxes of the guns. It's going to be a spacing game.
Yeah, and Multimum really spacing ERAM off the side here. I don't know. All right, so Lucian, I absolutely love that Qatar down sig. Just popping it right over the edge. You catch so many people just because it goes a little bit farther. And there it is again to secure the kill. I absolutely love it. Multimum, thank you very much for that. He's got a significant lead.
That is Lucian play 101. You see a lot of players when they get on that side edge, they don't want to play low because the lower you are on that ledge, the closer you are to that kill box. So people tend to play high, and that your hurt box will peek over the edge a little bit. So with that Lucian down signature, it just goes over. It's a very safe way to edge guard.
And Multimum, you know, he's just been finding so much purchase with these Qatars on Lucian. Nice dodge bait into the side signature. Oh my gosh.
Multimum coming through in insane fashion right now. We're in semifinals here, and Multimum is up 2 stocks on ERAM. This is big.
This is big is quite a bit of an understatement. This is absolutely massive. I don't know if anyone expected either of these players to be working on a 3 stock against each other. This is crazy.
A lot can happen in the next 4 or 5 weeks until BCX, but this is the last EU 1v1. This is one of our last chances to really see the EU players 1v1 each other in a true tournament setting.
Yeah, it looks like ERAM trying to work out this dragon, but it is not finding any ground.
That's a 3 stock right there. Multimum is just going to take a 3 stock, and ERAM only did 156 damage. That's like barely red.
Oh my gosh. And you know, you're talking about going barely red. Look at the damage done that Multimum did. 482. 150 is red. So if you kill your opponent as soon as they go red every time, that's 150. Plus whatever attack that you hit. So we're looking at 450. He's only 30 damage above that. Extremely efficient kills. He shifted over to his signatures exactly when he needed to every single time.
And ERAM is immediately going to character swap. That is, oh my gosh, that was a very, very commanding performance from Multimum, just dominating on stage, dominating off stage, edge guarding extremely safe with those down signatures without putting himself into any danger whatsoever. And ERAM is just going to have to do a complete 180.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like he's trying to go for that. He is playing one of the highest armor in the game into the lowest force in the game. So he should be surviving quite a bit longer than he did last match. But I don't know. Maltimum just looked so strong there.
And now we're gonna end up going to Shipwreck Falls, which has a gigantic airspace before you hit that kill box off the top. But I mean, Multimum wasn't killing off the top, so
No.
that's even though you have 10,000 defense and the kill box is 100 miles away, if you're not killing in that direction, it won't even matter. And now Multimum's guns are coming out. Irem's already orange.
I mean, that's the thing. If you're playing against high armor, guns have really high damage.
The DPS from Multimum so far has just been absurd. Irem's in the red.
Ooh, Irem getting nice dodge reads. Let's see if he can convert this into anything a bit more meaningful. Multimum not too damaged. He's in the orange.
There's a nice recovery, and that's going to kill. You saw Multimum somewhat fishing for those recoveries, but he was also poking on the ground with the side lights. He was trying to force Irem into the air for an air approach that he could counter with the gun recovery.
Ooh. I love these approaches with the guitars. Just using those speed dodges to get in, get through any kind of spacing that Irem was trying to do with the spear there, and really just get it going, start the aggression.
Yeah, that was a great approach from Ultima. He was able to 100% get through that side signature from Irem and then hit the side light.
Irem keeping him off stage, forcing him to go high. Multimum finally getting through though.
Irem not putting a ton of pressure on him though. He was really favoring just that right edge of the stage. He wasn't really committing to a complete full edge guard because he's in orange right now, and he knows that Multimum could turn it around and make that lead even bigger.
Yeah, and especially since he's down a game in the set, I do not blame him. You want to not take risks that you do not have to.
Now keep in mind, going into this, I think Multimum only has like 600 hours in Brawlhalla.
Wow.
Like that's ridiculous. I mean, even I have, it's like 973 or something like that. You see players like Daiku and Dobrain who have 1200, 1500, stuff like that. But Multimum he was very efficient in damage, and apparently he's very efficient in his time in this game. The regional qualifier winner with 600 hours in this game, and look at that onslaught from Multimum!
Absolutely insane. Just such great pressure, great dodge reads. We see it whenever he hits that side light. He chases forward into more because he knows that the opponent's going to be spamming that dodge. They're going to want to get out of those guitar strings as soon as possible. And if you expect the dodge, well, just follow them for it, and then you get more guaranteed because now their dodge is on cooldown.
There's the dodge is on cooldown again from Multimum. He's been winning with every single weapon. Every single weapon trade he has been winning with the guns, with the guitars, with everything. The air gameplay, the offstage gameplay, the ledge guard gameplay. He's just been completely dominating Irem.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Irem. I mean, last stock deep in the red, getting knocked off to the side, hit by some guitars. Can he make it back? Wow. Actually gets through the gravity cancel. What a beautiful spot dodge. Avoids the neutral sig and gets a nair punish of his own.
The neutral sig is great if it can hit, but it's one of those signatures that you can punish very easily, and Multimum is going to turn around, hit that neutral signature, and just take it like it was nothing.
What a monster. What an absolute monster.
Multimum died once in that entire set. He died one time that entire set against the second place EU regional qualifier. No, that was EU 1v1. Sorry.
Yep.
The second place EU 1v1 player. That's huge.
I don't know what to say to that other than it was an extremely commanding performance, and that puts him into winners finals.
That's gotta be a great feeling for Multimum. Making it this far, getting to that point, that's a morale boost, that's a momentum, just complete gain in his favor. That's insane coming out from Multimum. Especially, like I said it before, I've been seeing screenshots of Dobrain legitimately 3-stocking Multimum. And That's
Yeah.
huge.
And I mean, we're gonna see who Multimum has to take on next. It will be the winner of this next match, Daiku versus Cake. Daiku coming from Enix, Cake coming from the Frost Clan.
And this is going to be a little bit tough for Cake here. I mean, any match against Daiku. Daiku has been a name that's been in our mouths for a very, very long time.
Yep.
Since Brawlhalla ever had anything that was competitive, even tournaments that were like once every 3 or 4 months, Daiku has always been a name that we've been talking about. And I mean, so far, his Ragnar today has been very strong. I know he has more in the tank. I'm sure he's playing some of it close to himself. But this is going to be tough for Cake. It's still going to be very tough for Cake.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we're going to Great Hall. I don't know. I feel like I give Great Hall a little bit better use for the axe than for the spear.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Just because the axe, a lot of those neutral airs, side airs, down airs, they're going to be hitting nicely through those platforms. Whereas the spear, a lot of lateral hitboxes, doesn't give them as much play on the verticality of the stage.
Tend to be pretty much in the 4 cardinal directions. So if you're directly above, if you're directly stacked, if you're directly to the left or the right, that's when you'll hit. But this is very much like those platforms are as much a hindrance as they are a stepping stone. And if you can play around them very well, then you can use your environment to your advantage. Daiku going very low. Cake with that ground pound. Daiku had no other option there. You see him jumping around and naring a lot. So far, that's just, I don't know if that's to interrupt the aggression from Cake, because it's a 360-degree hitbox.
He uses it a lot because its knockback isn't that high, so he can use it to set up into certain things. And I've been watching him. He's been putting a lot of practice into Katars, and he has a lot of setups that actually use the neutral air at different locations to set up for different strings. You'll see it a lot. He'll do a lot of the a very horizontal side air into the neutral air at low damage, which sets them up perfectly for the down air side air attempt. So you'll be seeing a lot of those, using it almost like some other attacks in other games that knock out perfectly straight away from whatever side you hit from. I don't want to see Daiku get too greedy though. That's kind of where his first stock went. You know, he had some success hitting that gravity cancel neutral sig with the Katars and got almost a nice little gimp on Cake, but he was clearly fishing for it, and that's why he was going so low on the left-hand side. But Cake just forced him out of all of his options and killed there. And Cake again, wow.
Okay! That ground pound bounced him off the top soft platform and into the kill box, and it's just like Daiku's just behind here. I said it was going to be a tough fight for Cake, but I mean Cake has had some serious control this game so far.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, you know, we saw that happening off of a trade, and Queen Nai, she loves trades because you're gonna always take more damage than she does.
And that's going to be the thing with Katars, is, yeah, you might hit your opponent 3 times in a row, but you might have to hit them 5 times to do as much damage as they'll put out to you in 2 moves. So you have to work so much harder, and if it's Katars versus Katars, Queen Nai's just going to do more damage, and she's just going to have higher force. That's just pure numbers.
Oh, yeah. Now, we do see a lot of this coming out, you know. Everyone's talking about Katars, they have really great strings, but these players who are doing exceedingly well with Katars, there is one continuous thread between them. They will initiate these strings, they'll start, and then they will actually stop. They will stop almost as soon as possible and bait that dodge, because once that dodge is gone, they can go ham on their opponent.
It's all about knowing when to press that gas pedal down, go 0 to 100, and it's also knowing about when to press on the brakes so that the potential damage is even greater. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, but if you can get 5 in the bush...
Oh my gosh. The whole coop, the whole chicken coop, all the birds.
That's a lot of chickens. You got eggs for at least 3 months. but Cake is very low. Daiku's very low. Daiku wants to play on the ledge. Cake does not want to play on the ledge.
Can't count your chickens before they hatch. Everyone is in such deep red. Anyone could kill. Cake finds it with the ground pound. He had a commanding lead for most of that match, and he was the one to close it out. So he's up 1-0 in the set against Daiku.
I would not have specifically expected that, but you saw Cake waiting on that platform. That's 100% the smartest option there. If he would have gone for maybe a ground pound on the ledge, Daiku would have dodged through, hit him with a Sair, he would have bounced off that platform, and he would have died for sure. By forcing Daiku to come up to the platform and aggress onto him, he could punish with that ground pound.
Daiku just finding a lot of dive kicks for not a lot of damage, but it's keeping Cake on his toes, interrupting anything that Cake wants to get going, and that's really what you need to do to get that mental guard break on your opponent if you want to get through their game plan, interrupt theirs, and instill your own.
And he's just forcing Daiku to come back onto the stage. Even at lower healths, when Cake isn't necessarily at real danger of losing his stock or losing any sort of lead, he's still just staying on the platform because he knows that Daiku has the ledge game. If you're not confident in the ledge game, don't play ledge game against Daiku. Just don't do it. That's a mistake.
I mean, it looks like Cake isn't really that afraid of it. He's winning out pretty severely here. He's almost gotten killed quite a few times off of spear ground pounds that he's baited Daiku into. Finds it with the uppercut. Not too bad. He's got quite a bit of a lead, especially given Queen Nai's defense.
Solid damage lead here for Cake. He's kind of manhandling Daiku right now. Now, I specifically speaking with Daiku, this Ragnar is somewhat of an experiment. I don't know if he's going to experiment the entire time with it, or if he's entertaining a legend switch in mind.
Ooh. Barky, tell me what just happened.
That it was a dream. There's no way that was real. I'm hallucinating right now. That was that side signature, and Daiku just had nothing. That slide charge side signature as the follow-up, and Daiku just had nothing.
That was absolutely crazy. Nice string coming out from Cake. He's looking incredibly strong throughout this set.
He's looking strong against Daiku's axe. He's looking strong against Daiku's katars, which Daiku is specifically, I mean, you've probably seen what he's been saying about his katars on Twitter. Yep. So you know he is very confident in his katar play right now. And Cake is taking it apart. He's taking apart the axe play.
Looks very confident with his spear play. I mean, Cake has been doing work with this spear. Absolutely great.
Nice
great strings, great damage,
there.
Great signatures.
That was a fantastic weapon throw from Cake. He knew that Daiku was going to aggress on him. He didn't want to worry about the startup frames for the spear recovery, so he just threw his weapon and followed up with unarmed.
Oh wow, but for as far behind as Daiku was, he has evened up the stocks, but anything could kill. I'm surprised that uppercut didn't.
I was going to say one more should definitely do it.
Are we feeling a ground pound? No, the side air.
Cake mixing and matching it up, getting that kill with a side air. We saw a ground pound kill, we saw a slide charge side sig kill, and we saw a side air kill. Oh boy. That is looking very, very strong for Cake. He just 2-0'd Daiku. This is Cake from the team Cake and Setero, where Setero got the gimp on Dobrain and Daiku. Now the other teammate wants to style on Daiku with a 2-0.
Oh my
BCX
gosh.
is in 4 weeks!
And Dobrain and Daiku are now both in the lower bracket.
This is insane. Where's Setero right now? How's he doing?
I don't know. Let's take a look. But
that
is meaning that Cake is going on to fight Multimum in winners finals. Let's see. Dobrain went down 2-1 against Baki.
Baki beat Dobrain?
Baki is doing amazingly this tournament. He knocked out Setero, then he knocked out Dobrain. He knocked out Addy Mestic before that. This is amazing. Baki, where are you? Where have you been all my life?
I can't even fathom this right now. I think it might have been Spirit Wolf who I was talking to. I think that's who it was who was talking about, like, I'm afraid of a handful of players, but a handful of players should also be afraid of me because there have been so many upsets lately. Dobrain losing to Baki. That's insane.
BCX is in 4 weeks.
4 weeks. That's basically a month. I can't even believe the upsets that are happening in EU right now. The EU 1v1 scene is insanely volatile. I thought that the 2v2 scene was ridiculous. Not even close to how the 1v1 scene is in EU right now. Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh man, this is amazing. This is absolutely amazing.
Nobody could have predicted this. I know Daiku thinks he can predict these things. Nobody could have predicted this.
Well, we'll find out how good he is at predicting because he's the next one on Baki's list.
And will Baki take down both of them? That would be absolutely insane.
Oh my
Baki
gosh.
has not been top 8 in any of the 1v1 tournaments or top 6 in any of the 2v2 tournaments. But he took out the first seed. Dobrain was first seed. And he took him out 2-1. What's next for Daiku?
Crazy.
Who is second seed.
Absolutely crazy. And then down there we also have Memoria versus Stimpy. Winner of that will go on to fight Eram. But it looks like we've got Daiku versus Baki.
Baki coming in with the Bodvar pick. Playing Bodvar against Daiku, that's a little bit risky. Daiku is one of the OG Bodvars out here. He's playing Ragnar today, though. It looks like he's really sticking with this Ragnar. Not going to try and switch it up. Not going to hit try-hard mode. He really wants to focus on these Ragnar Katars.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But Baki, we saw him earlier. Just explosive play with that Bodvar. So I'm very interested to see how this is going to go.
Coming through, we are back on
3,
Twilight Grove.
2,
It seems like
1,
Daiku
brawl.
doesn't even really worry about that island being there because, I mean, most of his kills have been down and to the right or down and to the left, right at that 45-degree angle. He's been hitting side airs, he's been hitting down airs, he's been hitting a couple of signatures that have been just completely straight right and left, but it's mostly been straight down, like right where the island and the main platform meet, just at that perfect 45-degree angle.
Oh, yeah. Well, Daiku seems to be doing pretty well against Baki here, but it is very close. Baki's had a couple of really great reads with some chases in there, but Daiku with these Katars, tons of damage pouring out.
Anybody who underestimated Baki at this point, be very careful. I would not be surprised personally if Daiku was underestimating Baki. After he took out Dobrain, he should take notice. And if Daiku thinks he can run over Baki, I think he's going to be, he might sorely be mistaken.
Yeah, this first stock is way too even. Bouncing off. If that island was not there, had they been on the other side. But Daiku taking advantage of the fact that it was there. Takes out Baki. He's got a stock lead. Let's see what he can turn it into.
Baki looking to zone with those side airs. Coming in the side air from the on stage, sending him off screen. Looking to follow up with that ground pound.
Ooh! They trade, and he gets the side air after recovering.
Did they clash?
Yup.
On the stomp?
Oh, yeah.
That's it. That's the low hit stun from Katars coming into play there. He was able to get out of hit stun and still hit Daiku. That's insane.
That was pretty crazy. I don't think Daiku was ready for it. There might have been a dodge window, but no one was expecting. Who expects to clash with a stomp?
That's a very interesting interaction. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in terms of clashes.
I'm going to be watching the replay on that one.
Baki is coming forward. There's another clash from Baki and Daiku. Side sig. Baki able to get back.
Daiku, gotta watch out.
He was looking for that down signature again. He was facing the correct direction to where that island wouldn't be in the way. Daiku coming in with reasonably hefty lead right now, though only in the orange. Baki able to immediately get a weapon.
He's grown it a little bit from that first stock. So we'll see what he's got going on. These Katars seem to be doing pretty well. He's got some good reads on Baki's movement now. He's able to turn that into some really nice damage. Good punish on the signatures as well.
Daiku looking to be very, very careful on his recovery back onto the stage. He doesn't want to fall into a stomp side sig or a neutral sig or a jump side air or anything like that. He's very careful about getting back onto the stage. He's respecting Baki, I think, right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you have to. Just the record that we've been talking about for this tournament, and then how well he is fighting off Daiku's advances here.
Nice weapon throw there. Did you see that neutral light? Almost killed Daiku and sent him off screen. Oh, back-to-back side signatures! One to the right, then a gravity cancel, one to the left. Who would have seen two side signatures coming through that quickly?
Oh my gosh. And again, that's what we were talking about. You hit with just the very edge of it. He clipped him with just the nose.
And that's those follow-ups. Is sometimes Baki will want the game to slow down. When you miss a move, you kind of want breathing room, so you don't necessarily expect an immediate retaliation. Maybe you just do a preemptive dodge. Maybe you do a jump to just kind of move yourself out of where you were immediately. But Daiku turned around, gravity cancel, side signature. Just immediately ready to go back in.
Yeah, and since we are going right back in, it looks like Baki is going back to Scarlet. Interesting. What do you make of this?
Oof. I didn't see a lot of the hammer from Bodvar. I mean, we saw the down signature that hit. We also saw one that missed. Other than that, we didn't really see much hammer. We saw the stomp side air. It was mostly there to kill.
Yeah.
We didn't really see any huge damage coming out of the hammer. Maybe he just feels more comfortable with Scarlet's hammer. Maybe it's the signature kit he prefers over Bodvar's. I think Scarlet has one of the best, if not the best hammer in the game because of that signature kit. If it was just light attacks, I would say casting because of the high dex.
Oh, but he's finding so much damage with this lance, though.
That might actually be, the secret weapon, which is very strange. I don't think I've ever said lance is the secret weapon at any point in my life.
I mean, he hit 2 or 3 downlights in a row, which was enough to push Daiku like into the orange, and then he's got a couple extra strings on the end there.
I think some of it was though that Daiku is not even afraid of Baki right now.
Oh my gosh. Baki able to turn that around, but he took a little bit of chunk of damage, not too much, but that was incredibly scary. He could have lost his stock at any point.
I don't think Daiku is afraid at all. He's showing just complete unrivaled aggression onto both of these weapons. Just no breathing room.
Oh my
not
gosh.
afraid to aggress off stage, and Baki's taking advantage of it. That's how Baki immediately got Daiku to orange. Just like that. It was punishes with downlights and just huge damage coming out because Daiku is just completely aggressive right now.
Waiting for the dodge. Very nice. That's the thing, Daiku, he's been talking about playing this read-heavy style, and that's why you didn't see him go for the ground pound or the immediate neutral air. He actually waited for Baki's dodge and then did a jump neutral air.
Baki has lead shrinking chances here, but Daiku's not going to let him have it. Back to orange. Here's the edge guard, still aggressing.
Wow.
Baki there with a ground pounded to confirm the kill if Daiku had anything left in the tank. I mean, it's been this white to orange.
I believe Baki can do it. Scarlet's got a lot of strength. It's not going to take too many hits to get Daiku in the kill range. He's just got to be so careful.
Daiku has controlled this match so much. He's been controlling it off stage incredibly. He's been getting these huge almost gimps that have just... Yeah, they haven't resulted in a kill, but they put out so much damage. Baki getting very red right now. He needs to be careful of those hammer recoveries.
Oh, this is so scary. Baki getting around the bottom of the stage to the corner. Can he do it? There's a ground pound. Oh no, don't overextend. Did he go too far?
Daiku waited for the hammer recovery to be burned by Baki. I was clenching every single muscle in my body, wondering if Daiku was going to get hit by that recovery. But he waited it out until Baki burned it before following up with that ground pound.
That was absolutely crazy. So nervous whenever you are hanging around near the bottom of the stage, and Daiku's got those katars, even if he's unarmed. Just incredibly scary.
Daiku, I don't want to say making it look easy against Baki, but I mean Baki 2-1 Dobrain. We saw Baki earlier. It was Baki 2.0. It was Baki from the block, the aggressive Baki coming out, but Daiku just completely out aggroed him. I don't know if Baki was trying to slow it down, but there was no slowing down Daiku. He was an unstoppable force.
Yeah, that makes me very curious to see how the other matches went, because again, we were talking about this before, right? Baki having kind of that previous style, and it really showed in the latter matches of this set that he likes to slow things down, kind of adjust to his opponent, and one of the best ways to combat against that is to not give them time to adjust. Don't let them see anything except for whirling attacks right in their face. And that's specifically what Daiku has been practicing.
And Daiku didn't necessarily need defense to do it. He was putting out so much damage, sometimes 2 times, sometimes 3 times the rate that he was taking it. Yes, he was taking damage. Yes, he was going from white to orange, but he was taking his opponent from yellow to red and then the kill by the time he went to orange. And he was getting that lead, and then that's all it took. Once he got that lead, he held the lead because of the rate that he was outputting damage compared to the rate that he was taking damage.
Yeah, and I mean that's been the tail of the tape for quite a few matches here, particularly with Queen Nai, and we saw a little bit of Sir Roland. I kind of want to take a look at the bracket, see where we stand right now, because up in the winners bracket, we've got Multimum versus Cake, right? That's going to be absolutely insane match. Cake was playing the Queen Nai, right? And Multimum has been playing your favorite, Big Hat Lucian. So what are you going to make of this matchup?
It's a ton of defense. I don't think anybody's ever going to die. This is
no
is
one's
gonna go
die ever.
This is gonna go to infinite sudden death. Nobody will ever die. My beard will be gray by the end of this. My hair won't have grown back because of genetics, but my beard will be gray. I don't know. This is a very defense heavy game. It is a very Qatar heavy set between Multimum and Cake. I still wonder if Multimum is gonna pull out the Sentinel, or if he's gonna really stick to this Lucian. I think we saw Cake. Did we see Cake play Sentinel earlier, or am I thinking of? I'm thinking of Mazzy.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of Mazzy. Cake's Queen Nai is fearsome.
All right, so if you're saying this is going to take about 50 years for that match to end because no one's ever going to die, when we check in next century, down at the lower bracket, who do you think they're actually going to end up fighting in the lower finals there? Because let's take a look. What do we have left in there? We have Daiku just took out Baki, so he's going into lower semis, right?
Yes.
But then waiting on there, I think, what do we have? Memoria and Stimpy? Do we have the result of that match in, or are we waiting on that one?
I think we're still waiting on Memoria and Stimpy.
Okay.
I mean, Memoria, his games are long. It is, I mean, he's Russian. So he is going to, it's going to be war of attrition. He's going to try to wait you out. It is getting a little bit cold outside.
He's going to draw
don't
you
fight
into
the Russians
winter,
in
right?
Yeah, don't fight the Russians in winter. Just don't do it. I think Finland won maybe once, but that doesn't count. Yeah, so Aram is going to fight the winner of Memoria and Stimpy.
All right,
I think
what's your pick? What's your pick for that? Memoria and Stimpy. If you had to go fantasy bracket right now.
Memoria.
Memoria? Okay.
I think it's I'm gonna personally root for my good friend Slava, my good friend Memoria. It's awesome that Stimpy made it this far. I mean,
yeah.
he took out Lands. That's pretty intense. I don't know specifically what Lands was playing, but I mean, we saw his Vrax. His Vrax was pretty strong. So good for Stimpy. I think he's gonna have some trouble with Memoria. Memoria really likes to control the pace of the game himself, basically like Baki, but to the extreme.
Okay,
it's going to be an issue of if Stimpy can take out Memoria before the game reaches 1,000,000 years long and Stimpy starts to make errors.
All right, so that's what we're going to be seeing in a little bit. Just filling out the rest of your fantasy bracket here, and everyone at home, you can play along with us. So you've got Memoria going on over Stimpy, and then he's going to be fighting Eram. How do you feel, who are you going to see moving on into Daiku from that match?
I think that's a 50-50.
Oh, okay.
I think that is a 50-50. Both of these players know how to play slow.
We've seen them play before, right?
Yes, and it was a very long set. It was an extremely long set, and Eram was a person who can adapt to that. And
Yeah.
at that point, once the game gets very, very long, and the mental strain, the emotional strain, being in that one game and on your guard for that long at one period of time without a break, that's intense. And that's when the cracks start to form, and that's what Memoria goes for.
Okay, so that one's a little bit of a 50-50. Which one of them do you think would end up having a better chance against Daiku in lower semis?
I don't think... Maybe Aram.
Maybe Aram?
But honestly, I don't think anybody...
Well, because we already saw Daiku versus Memoria this tournament, right?
Yes.
So Daiku was the one who put Memoria into the lower bracket. So we saw how that matchup played. Whether Memoria's been able to kind of think about it and figure it out, maybe find something that might work a little bit better. I think Eram has a little bit better of a record against Daiku. I think you're right there.
I think Daiku is going to be the one coming out of lower semifinals victorious.
Oh, okay.
Between Cake and Maltimum, I honestly have no clue. But I don't think Cake and Maltimum are going to be the final two in grand finals. I think Daiku's going to beat Cake. I think Maltimum is going to take out Cake, send Cake into the lower bracket. Daiku's going to beat Cake, and it's going to be Maltimum and Daiku. Grand finals.
So you're saying you think Daiku's going to beat Cake?
Yes.
But let's not forget that Cake was the one who sent him down there 2-0.
If anybody has the option for a salty run back, I think it's Daiku. He is one of those
That's
people
fair.
who, when you fire up, he's like a caged animal. Like he is a wounded animal, and that's the most dangerous kind of animal. They will behave sporadically. They are scary, and they have nothing to lose. I think at this point, that is Daiku. And I think he's going to come back. He's going to hit 10 times harder. He's going to hit 10 times faster. And I think he's going to be able to take down Cake.
Well, your fantasy bracket's a little bit broken on the outset, at least, because
Already?
it looks like Stimpy took down Memoria 2-1.
Stimpy beat Memoria!
Yeah!
Oh!
So,
Good for Stimpy, though.
very nicely done. So, you were saying you felt like Stimpy might have a better time in some of these matchups than Memoria, just because of past history and things like that. But I don't think we even talked about what a Stimpy versus Eram matchup could look like.
It's got to be Eram.
Gotta be Eram?
I haven't seen a lot of Stimpy play. Just to be quite honest, the fact that I don't know about that much about Stimpy leads me to believe that Aram will take it. Aram is a very, very strong player. He was second in the regional qualifier, second in the EU 1v1. Eram works in the fast game. He definitely works in the slow game.
Yep.
Both of them are in 3DT Comet, so they have played against each other. It could be one of those matchups where against everybody else, Eram is better, except against Stimpy.
That's true. I mean, if they have a lot of sparring matches together, you pick up on each other's habits and you kind of pick each other apart a little bit better. So we could definitely see a fairly even matchup, or, maybe even Stimpy edging it out, even though we've seen more consistent results from Eram.
And in terms of just pure character experience, I mean, Stimpy has a level 38 Hattori, Eram has a level 45 Ember, so Eram has a little bit more time with Ember, but, I mean, that it could be an issue of Stimpy just has more time on other characters with Spear, or other characters with Sword, and that may not be the issue at play here.
Yeah, well, Eram is the first one to find a weapon, Stimpy then getting a sword, so we're going to find out how his sword game is pretty quickly.
I know that Stimpy is mostly worried about Katar's Spear and Gauntlets, so maybe Eram's Katars are going to come into play. It looks like he's favoring the bow right now. There is the Katar option on the field. Maybe he's just more comfortable with the bow. likes the matchup more in comparison to the Qatar matchup, but he does have the Qatars now.
Yeah, I liked seeing that shift, you know, using the weapon throw, getting a little bit of unarmed damage before shifting over to the Qatars, because you can't really just go right for the weapon change that you want. You've got to find a nice way to flow into it. And Iram finding a nice way to flow into some edge guards, that was pretty quick.
Taking a reasonably early stock from Stimpy. We're less than a minute into the game. I'm sure this is a much different change of pace for Iram compared to the game with Memoria. I'm sorry, Stimpy compared to the game with Memoria, and that may take some time to adjust.
Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna see any kind of odd adjustments. Iram really going for some of these Qatar resets, but Stimpy, I guess he's played against him a ton because he's always dodging up, not left or right, which doesn't leave him open for a lot of Iram and even Multimum's usual setups.
Yeah, he's building the space between those two, so the Qatar moves don't hit. And
That
I mean,
was pretty.
Stimpy showing a little bit of a comeback here. Iram coming in fresh off his stock though. That mine hit him before it touched the ground, right?
I think so.
It was close. I think otherwise it probably would have killed. But Iram is pushing Stimpy deeper and deeper. He's got a bomb in the hand. Bounce pass. Stimpy dodges right through it.
Wow, still surviving. Stimpy, he's got to extend this stock like no other right now. Iram not giving him the chance, though.
You just see that side sig bait for Stimpy to come in, and then Iram turned around and immediately hit that down line.
Ooh, Iram approaching in with those speed dodges, getting the side light from the Qatar.
Now Stimpy looking pretty strong with the spear against Iram.
All right, we see
Disarm,
Iram,
though.
you know, after he hit that side light, Stimpy has always been dodging up. So now Iram went into a chase dodge diagonally up forward because he's got to try and find out what kind of setup or reset may work in that situation, and it doesn't seem like he's found the answer yet.
He's still going for these neutralite Qatar recoveries, though, which, yes, it's a strong move, but, I mean, if... you were actually, I believe, the one that told me, if you dodge backwards, your movement starts immediately before the iframes come out. So you'll be able to get out of that every time, even though you're not necessarily in iframes right at the beginning.
Every single time. And if they did the recovery, you actually get to punish them while they're still in their recovery frames.
That is my favorite thing.
So it's a guaranteed escape into a guaranteed punish.
That is my favorite thing as a gun player, is when they go for that, you dodge back, hit them with the gun recovery.
So strong.
Nice neutral, and you see how far that sent him!
What damage is Stimpy at?
All of the damage!
All of it. There's no more available. We have maxed out that value.
The game's about to have a memory leak. It's about to crash because we need a long integer for how much damage there is right now. Iram was looking for the edge guard. Stimpy still bringing on the aggression with those sword hits. Tossing his weapon, getting his weapon back. Gosh, that sidelight sending him so far.
Oh my gosh, Stimpy, how are you still alive?
Gravity cancel side signature. Now we're seeing
So
Aram slow it
dangerous.
down a little bit.
So dangerous.
saw
Ember,
him do
only
those
3
chain
armor.
dodges?
Stimpy has a chance. Stimpy has a legitimate chance right now.
Done a great job being very safe so far. Even on the edge guards, the bow neutral light is gonna kill Stimpy. Game 1 going to Aram, but he had to put out 700 damage. That is an average of 233 damage per stock of Stimpy. That's absolutely insane stock extension.
My gosh.
Stimpy putting out like a roughly 150, 160 less to do pretty
Crazy.
much the same thing.
So Stimpy going for Ada here. This is very interesting. Very similar stats coming out from the two, but we've got spear and guns now.
He's still going to have the high movement speed. Not quite as high as Hattori, but he still has pretty high movement speed. Maybe the spacing from the guns is going to be what he's really looking for. He's really looking for space with the spear, and he's really looking for space with the guns.
Maybe he's listening to the commentary and he's going to go for that dodge back gun recovery on the neutral light Qatar recovery.
He might be. I mean, Irem hasn't really been doing it that much though. He's done it a couple times, but he hasn't done it as much as he's done really anything else. I wouldn't say it's a regular trend for Irem. So if that's the counter pick, I think that's sort of a mistake unless he's just very confident about his guns.
Yeah, and it seems like Stimpy definitely favoring the spear here. Keeping damage pretty even. Oh, gets punished on that ground pound, but not too badly. Finding some really nice damage with these guns. I mean, that's the thing. Guns have very high damage. If ERAM is just playing this...
What was that punish?
I know. You have to assume that he wanted jump into recovery, and he just hit the heavy button a little too soon, right?
Or maybe... Right? I mean, Ada's one of those characters with like an interesting neutral signature on guns. It's not really an anti-air or anything like that. It doesn't move you up. The hitboxes are down below. So maybe he was still in that Hattori mindset, so he was looking for the Hattori sword neutral sig or spear neutral sig punish. Or maybe he was just really trying to read that dodge down hard.
Maybe. I would hope it's got to be something like that and not that he was still in the mindset and expecting it to hit above, because this is lower quarterfinals. Like, this is not an early stage in the tournament. You've got to know all these moves.
I mean, this Ada shift has been working really well for him, so even if he didn't necessarily know the moves,
gosh.
he knows every other move, because last game he was not ahead of Aram ever. He started to shrink the lead towards the end, but he was still behind at every point in last game. And now he's somewhat significantly ahead.
Oh, yeah.
The defense decrease isn't really doing anything terrible for him. I mean, he's matching Ember in terms of defense, and he has higher dex, he has higher force, and that's just, he's able to move around, he's able to do more damage, his DPS is high, and he's able to kill earlier.
Yeah, and he's been killing really well with that spear side signature. I mean, using it to great effect. Chase dodge off of a neutral light, just using it in the raw neutral footsies game. It's absolutely great.
I think the spear side sig is one of the strongest signatures in the game. In just pure numbers form. Ada has great force. It comes out so incredibly fast that even if you don't hit, there's not a huge punish window. It may not have the best hitbox in the world, but it's one of those that you can just throw out like it's a light attack.
Oh my gosh, and just chasing Eram down. Eram always dodging away after getting hit by that spear neutral light, and Stimpy is just always right there to follow. Oh no. That's what happens. You start charging a heavy too early, they can start charging their own signature for the punish.
I really like the downlight work that we've seen from Aram so far today, is because Stimpy's been favoring the air a little bit, probably looking for those dare approaches. And when Aram's been throwing out an attack and he notices that Stimpy is staying in the air, he'll then throw out a downlight as his anti-air. He's been doing such great work with the downlight.
Yeah, and I mean, Aram's been tons of damage on this stock. I don't think he's really gotten touched too much. But is that enough? Just not enough to clean it up. But this
Unfortunate
is so
for Stimpy
close.
that he was in the middle of the stage there. If he'd have been a little bit more to the left, that might have killed.
Ooh!
There's the go-through. Side signature comes out so incredibly fast. And Stimpy out here.
Wow.
Stimpy really out here tying up this set. I underestimated Stimpy. I'm sorry. I should have put some respect on it. That is my bad, Stimpy. I will remember the name for sure.
Gotta remember that. I'm sure Eram's gonna be remembering those side signatures. Every single kill that match happened with a spear side signature.
I wouldn't be surprised if Stimpy stuck with Ada. We saw a couple of the other signatures too. We saw the down signature come out. We didn't see any of the gun side signature, which that was Kongoose's calling card back in the day when Kongoose still played this game. He would do the dodge through side signature all the time and get kills. But we didn't really see that very much. A Wushang!
What? What?
All right. Keeping his opponents on his toes.
Is he going to get up off of his own toes? Is he expecting more Qatar sidelights and he's just going to hop over them by climbing up the spear for that down sig?
I mean, he might. Wu Shang has a very strong signature kit. We saw Crocky do work in the US 1v1 last week with a signature heavy Wu Shang.
Oh. Oh man, this is going to be some crazy stuff here. So Eram playing the Queen Nai, Stimpy with Wu Shang. I'm ready. My body is ready.
We saw a strong spear game from his Hattori. We saw a strong spear game from his Ada. I'm sure he has a strong spear game with Wu Shang. The gauntlets are in question here. Maybe he's just gonna throw some signatures out with him. I'm not sure, but I mean, Stimpy today has been the man of many weapons, so I wouldn't be surprised if he also plays gauntlets very well.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
I'm very curious to see what he's got. Starting off with some nice chain dodges, just feeling the movement. First weapon he picks up is the gauntlets, so we're going to find out very quickly what he's got.
I think he's going to just look to run all over Eram. Eram is just, with that low movement speed, if you get in on Queen Nai, chances are you're going to stay in.
Yeah, he's found a nice bit of damage already, and he's always trying to follow up into something else. I mean, I know that's gauntlet hallmark, left and right, but he just has such a good read on Eram's dodge movement. We saw it with the Ada Spear, and he's pretty much replicating the same with the gauntlets.
And so far, this game, with those gauntlet follow-ups, he's been pretty much 0 to 100. We saw him sitting on the wall. He wasn't even doing like the jump, fast fall, touch the wall, jump, fast fall, touch the wall. He was just kind of sitting there for like 1 or 2 seconds.
Oh!
To just mess up Eram's pace, and then he went in immediately.
Oh wow, that was really nice. Just that spear throw, immediate pickup into the down air. Eram was good enough to just kind of remain patient, remain calm. I feel like most other players would have jumped and gotten caught right by that down air, because it reaches so far below.
And he's been remaining calm, but I mean, he's also been putting out damage.
He's
almost completely even this game up so far. He's done a great job of, I mean, he's been taking his hits, but he's also been giving them somewhat regularly. Not maybe as many in a row as Stimpy is doing, but it's been more than a couple hits here and there to where it's been a trade.
Yeah, everybody's in the deep red, so anyone could be taken out right now. Eram finding that first kill. I don't know, let's see if he can extend this stock. Give himself a little bit of a lead over this very interesting Wu Shang pick.
Eram hasn't really been hit by any kill moves so far. There's the side air. I was wondering if it was going to be that, or if he was going to just go for a weapon and try to do Wu Shang's like crazy dynamic signatures.
Oh, that was very interesting. Stimpy, he hit that neutral air, and rather than going for any guaranteed combo follow-ups, he just read for a dodge down. He did find the payoff for it, but I'm not really sure how well developed his gauntlets are just yet.
I mean, he's been going for those kind of wait a minute to bait out the dodge multiple times in a row, so I think that's 100% on purpose. That is his playstyle with gauntlets so far, and that's the Qatar mindset coming out in him. That's waiting for them to use their dodge, waste their dodge, so that you can follow up and just completely decimate them.
That is the thing. He's playing them very similar to how you would play Qatars.
Nice jump ground pound there. Coming in with another ground pound, pulls out of it.
Whoa.
Nice weapon toss from Stimpy. Good, just complete mix-up of moves, no overcommitting, but throwing out enough to keep Eram on his toes the entire time, not really letting him adjust or feel comfortable in any single spot.
And that's the thing. If you make them nervous enough to spend their air dodge, you can catch them with those low-down weapon throws when they would kind of think, oh wait, surely I can dodge that. Oh wait, I just spent it 2 seconds ago.
What's the in-air dodge cooldown? Is it?
Oh, it's like 3 seconds.
3? Okay. I couldn't remember if it was like 3.5 or 4. It feels like 10.
It feels like an eternity.
Stimpy, do we need to have a talk? Because your gauntlets were doing work. You had a significant lead on Eram. You were playing very, very well. And then I mean, that's not the first kind of silly bomb interaction that we've seen so far today.
I know. He was the chosen one. There it is. There it is. Throw into spear down air.
Success with it right there. And that was a huge spike. Irem had to go under the stage.
Oh my gosh, Irem just reading dodges all the time, getting all this damage.
That was a really great neutral light, and then he did the turnaround recovery.
Stimpy!
Stimpy is going to
Stimpy?
take it.
Stimpy!
It wasn't a signature heavy Wushang. It was just a straightforward Wushang with a little bit of a Qatar mindset. But Stimpy is going to take it 2-1 over Irem.
Stimpy.
Okay. I am terrible at predictions.
I mean, I don't know if anyone would have predicted Baki running through the players that he did. And then now Stimpy running through the players that he has. This is, I love this. I absolutely love this.
This is why whenever I watch a movie, I never try to predict the ending. Or if I'm watching a magic trick, I never try to predict how they're going to do it. I just enjoy it because I am always wrong.
Just enjoy the show. Oh my gosh. So Stimpy staying with the Gauntlets pick. He's staying with Wushang.
I mean, I like this so far. I mean,
it was looking
Daiku's
really
a little
strong.
bit new to Qatars, so maybe Daiku's not having enough time with Qatars is going to be outmatched by Stimpy's gauntlets. And I mean, he's doing so much work with the spear. Maybe it's going to be the range game here, but I mean, Daiku was able to get in unarmed on spear.
Yeah, and now he's got the Qatars. So if he was able to get in unarmed, Qatars are going to be absolutely terrifying. Stimpy getting back. Oh no, he didn't touch the wall yet. Finally, there it is.
Side air, looking for that ledge game. I'm sure both players are going to try to force the ledge game here. There's that max range side sig. Stimpy able to get back without burning too many things. There's a nice signature from Daiku. We don't actually see that a lot with the handful of Ragnar players that we've seen recently. It's mostly been the side signature, but Daiku's done a great job of using everything in the kit.
Yeah, ooh, Stimpy almost chasing him down with that ground pound. Just dodging Daiku's own ground pound. Stimpy's got to be careful. I know he's playing very low on the stage, but I would hate for him to give up a stock at white when he's so close to just tying it up here.
Yeah, if there's somebody who's just gonna catch him in the wrong place at the wrong time and hit like that perfect side air when almost all of his jumps are gone, it's gonna be Daiku. If there's someone who's gonna force him to hit his head, it's gonna be Daiku. And that would be just so unfortunate for Stimpy to lose game one at this point.
Ooh,
nice
okay,
nair
is that
there.
gonna do it? Yes.
That's gonna take away Daiku's first stock. He is in the orange, not a terrible spot to be in. He's electing for those gauntlets over spear though.
Wow, that was a really nice setup. So that neutral air into a jump ground pound kind of also puts you in a really good setup to follow up most of the usual escapes. Oh, Stimpy, please.
And he didn't touch the wall. Stimpy's gonna fall in his second stock just to that. And that's unfortunate. He brought Daiku to the same level that he was at. That was such a great comeback from Stimpy.
I know. I hate to feel like that was a little bit of commentator's curse. Maybe some foreshadowing we threw in there. Talking about Daiku maybe taking him out at white, but he just took himself out at white. But he's still fighting. He's still doing extremely well. I don't know. I believe. We've seen crazier things come out from Stimpy.
What we haven't seen, though, is just the standard...
Oh!
what?!
Whoa!
I can tell you we haven't seen any crazier things come out from Stimpy than that! On Daiku?!
The setup. Absolutely love it. Let me turn around side air you right into this.
That was so crazy bananas!
Oh my gosh.
I still think Daiku's gonna win, but I personally want Stimpy to win now, because that was insane! I mean, he's deep in the red, but Daiku's orange!
Oh man, Daiku really just putting the pressure on here. Stimpy trying to find a way back. He's got to return over to a different side. His dodge is on cooldown. He's got to be very careful.
It's interesting, Daiku is looking almost exclusively for the ground pound here. He's not trying to go for a Sair or a Dare or anything like that. He's going...
Oh! the chase.
Player 1 wins.
Down to the depths. He followed him and just gave him the hands.
That's a rookie mistake.
Oh my gosh.
That is such a rookie mistake there against gauntlets. That's like you can steer it and it's the perfect angle, perfect speed, perfect direction that they can just chase you forever at that.
Oh
I can't believe
gosh.
Daiku made that mistake.
Stimpy, everybody. This is, oh my god, this guy.
Is this jellyfish?
Right?
That was
you have to think that, like, Daiku must have assumed, surely he's not going to dive all the way into the little magnifying glass bubble. Surely.
Don't ever assume anything about Stimpy ever again. Don't ever assume he's gonna lose. Assume nothing about Stimpy.
Oh my gosh. Absolutely crazy. I can't wait to see how the rest of this set goes. Looks like we might be on the wrong stage, so they're quickly resetting it. But I don't know what to expect in this next one.
I honestly don't either. It looks Stimpy's sticking with this Wushong. I think that's 100% smart.
So Stimpy's up 1-0 right now in lower semifinals
Against Daiku. I mentioned it earlier about don't put baby Daiku in a corner. Like, don't do it. But I mean, that's Stimpy put him in the corner. It's gonna be up to Daiku to how he responds to this, whether he comes out with that unbridled Daiku aggression.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my gosh. It's interesting. We're going straight back to Thunder Guard. I mean, it was an insanely close match. It was really Daiku had the lead most of the time. I mean, but that was mostly just due to Stimpy's accidental fall there.
It's Stimpy's little issue that we saw. And this offstage play from Stimpy!
Oh my gosh. From the top ropes every time.
Showing that he doesn't have to be very, very low to kill you. It doesn't have to be a fluke. Daiku doesn't have to make the mistake to try and run away from a gauntlet ground pound for that to kill. Stimpy's just gonna beat him in offstage play, pure and simple.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Stimpy, please, still alive.
Daiku's really been favoring these ground pounds. It looks like he pulled that one out at the last minute. I'm not sure if he's just doing the ground pound to bait a reaction from Stimpy, and then he's going to go for that read based off of that. That wouldn't surprise me. I feel like
that's exactly it. That's got to be exactly it.
Because if it's not that, it just seems really silly for Daiku to keep going for it every time, especially with this read-heavy playstyle that he's been going for.
I mean, Stimpy's had a pretty good read on how Daiku's going to move off stage. He's been winning those offstage engagements almost every time. Let's see what he can do here. Just disengage to the center. I do not blame him. Daiku's guitars have been pretty scary all tournament.
I love the variation from Stimpy, though, here is sometimes he'll just completely ignore Daiku and go under the stage, make sure he gets back up top. But then there are other times where he just 100% commits. So Daiku really never knows how he needs to recover back to stage. Can I just safely burn everything just to get back? Or is he going to come after me? And Daiku's now pulling ahead a little bit, very small amount. Stimpy's looking for a signature, immediately trying to kill.
Oh, wow. Really low to the ground, that neutral signature. I mean, Daiku is so deep in the red. I feel like anything's got to do it, but Daiku pulling it out with the guitar play down the center.
Some great nair play coming out from Daiku in that shenanigans area. That's never going in shenanigans area against Katars. Daiku was able to nair Stimpy down. He was able to use that move that comes out so quickly and has a 360-degree hitbox with those small angles of force, so he's able to follow up.
Yep, a lot of that had to do with, I feel like Stimpy got a little too eager to search for that kill, so he really wanted to hit that recovery. So he went into it almost immediately, but it has a fair amount of startup. So Daiku was able to beat it out just with that Katar neutral air, and that was it. Now he's got no more options to make it back up to a wall, whereas if he had been a little more patient and less hungry for the kill, I feel like he might have been able to get out of that situation just fine.
And we saw Daiku dip out of the lobby. I don't know if he needs a breather, if he needs a moment to collect himself. I'm sure he's reasonably happy after that edge guard. He didn't win the set yet, but you know he has to be feeling good, especially because Stimpy was winning in the offstage play for the first 2 stocks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We'll see. We've got Ragnar coming in for Daiku, as expected. Is Stimpy going to stay with the Wushang?
He has options now.
He definitely does. We saw him play a lot of characters in the previous sets. Staying with the Wushang, he's feeling those gauntlets. He recognizes I've been winning the offstage engagements. Feels good. I'm going to keep going for that.
His onstage spear play looks like it needed a little bit of work, though. It could just be tunnel vision towards the end, where he really wanted to take the stock from Daiku after Daiku got the lead on the second stock, and Stimpy was on his final one. It could have just been he's tunnel visioning, wants to get the kill, and so he's just fishing for signatures, but that's mostly what we saw from the spear.
Yeah, his spear is built a lot of damage in previous sets. Hasn't found as much success against Daiku. We'll see what it can do here on Mammoth Fortress now. I don't know, Stimpy made really great use of that center channel on Thunder Guard, so this being a bit more stable of a pick, I don't know if this is going to go more in Daiku's favor.
You're still going to have the option for offstage play here. You have those gigantic side walls from Mammoth Fortress. So we're definitely going to see a lot of offstage play as well. We won't see that shenanigans play. And it's just, I think the neutral game will just be, it'll be more textbook neutral play.
Yeah, well, Daiku is definitely winning out in the neutral here. Oh, Spitfire down sig from the Katars.
And
that is enough to find a
very
kill.
strong showing. Just everything that Daiku had on stage was beating out Stimpy. This is a completely different set than we've seen before.
Look at how patient Daiku was there. He kind of stayed stacked with Stimpy, but he didn't start attacking. He just stayed there for that mental pressure and waited for Stimpy to dodge before going into his Katar strings.
And he's still alive! The harpoon misses, the gauntlet misses, the bomb misses, and Daiku's back on stage. Stimpy is getting into the orange.
Ooh, finds the kill with the side air, though.
Good side air. That is an unarmed kill move for sure. Now Daiku has that axe. We're going to see some chunks coming out of Stimpy right now. The double down air in the offstage game is one of the most fearsome things that Brawlhalla has to offer.
Oh, Stimpy with this gauntlet play, though. Alright, so this is looking a little reminiscent of the previous match. You know, Daiku up ahead by just about a full stock here. But we saw Stimpy come back. I don't know if he's going to come back from this, though. Oh, no. Daiku, Katar's off stage. He says, no, this is my area. I'm taking it back.
Daiku is using a VPN. He just said in in-game chat, sorry for using VPN. He needed that ping advantage on Stimpy to take him out. He was having trouble seeing everything earlier, coming all the way from, I always forget where is he from Norway?
Yeah. And I'm not sure where Stimpy is coming from.
But that's insane. Great play from both players. Yeah. Some amazing stuff coming out of Stimpy, even though he did lose this set. I did predict this one right. Daiku is moving on into the lower finals. Yep.
But I think we've got to give it up to Stimpy for being the fantasy bracket breaker of the day.
And some of the coolest plays that we've seen so far today.
Amazing.
With the bomb, with his offstage play, with that deep chase for that ground pound onto Daiku. Oh,
Some great highlights from those. Oh,
I
my
love seeing
gosh.
all of that as long as it isn't happening to me. That is some really cool stuff coming out of Stimpy. Some great stuff today coming out of everybody in the EU. But we're gonna be taking a trip back to the upper bracket
Ooh.
because we have Multimum against Cake.
All right. Some
Now,
Queen
TWK
Nai against Lucian.
You didn't tell me your predictions for all of this. That could have been just saving yourself in case you were wrong. But
Oh, I see.
What do you think between Multimum and Cake?
Okay, I'm expecting Multimum to take this one. All right. Probably give it a 3-2. It's going to be close.
Okay. Oh,
All right.
you're gonna predict number of games
Yeah,
won
yeah.
too.
We'll
Okay.
throw those out here. All right?
Okay.
It's going to be 3-2. It's going to be close. Okay. And then it's going to be Daiku versus Cake. All right. Daiku's getting this run back. That one is also best of 5. I'll give it 3-1 Daiku.
Okay.
Right. And then he's going to go up against Multimum. Okay.
Okay.
gonna
So
have-
we're gonna have the same predictions here in terms of players.
Yeah, it's going to be Multimum Daiku Grand Finals.
Okay. Do you think Daiku can get the bracket reset?
Let's talk about that after Losers Finals.
That's
the
true.
Lower Finals. All
That's
right.
true. We're gonna be moving into this next game. Multimum sticking with this Lucian. Cake sticking with the Queen Nai. I love both of these picks. I love a ton of defense. At one point I was thinking about switching to Lucian. When Big Hat Lucian came out, I was significantly thinking about changing to Lucian because that skin is ridiculous. It's the best one.
The best, your favorite.
I don't like Katars. Multimum has done so much work with these Katars today. Cake's done great job with Katars today as well, but I mean specifically with Cake, it's been the spear play. It's been
Yep.
you can throw out as many ground pounds as you possibly can, and nobody can punish them all.
Yeah, so Multimum, I mean, that's the thing. So Cake, he's got those spear ground pounds, but he's got the Katars right now. Multimum did a little bit of damage with the guns, but we know he wants those Katars. And immediately, the rotation. Cake saying, okay, you want to play those Katars? I'm going to outrange you. Here's the spear. Get ready.
Yeah, he's really playing that weapon matchup here. Even if Multimum gets in on spear, I mean, Cake has options with the Nair. He has options with the sidelight. He has multiple options at range and at close.
Whoa.
Nice gravity cancel down signature from Cake. Looking very strong in the first stock against the EU regional qualifying winner, Multimum.
Here we go. Let's see if Cake can get any kind of significant lead here. Oh, that neutral save from Lucian almost closing it out for the stock. There's a second one. Beautiful.
And this is the winners finals. You are going to see leads happen. And I wouldn't be surprised if we also saw significant leads fall. Multimum turning around, getting that very, very quick stock on Cake. And this is a dead even game so far. Both Qatar players going at it neck and neck.
Oh man, Cake knows that Multimum loves to use that Qatar down signature. He hasn't been caught by it yet. He's usually been consistently punishing it. So Multimum now switching over to the neutral sig.
There to mix it up. If Cake's going to recover high, he has the neutral sig. If Cake's going to want to camp the wall and stay high on the wall, he has the down signature. And of course, there's always the offstage play option. Or you could just run up and hit him with a neutral signature on those guns. It does hit stacked.
So good. He does a little flourish, you know, a nice shot in front of him, pick him up into the big blast. So nice.
And look at Multimum's movement here. He's using fast fall so well. He's using his jumps so well. I don't want to say he's floating. He's gliding. Multimum is gliding right now with the greatest of ease.
Ooh, trying to get a nice reset on Cake. Cake not having any of it into the spear combo. Again, the same exact situation. Cake tying up the stocks. Orange,
Down
but on
signature.
Queen Nai, that doesn't really mean too much.
Another down signature from Cake, covering both sides of the approach. The last one we saw kill was a gravity cancel. There's another neutral sig from Multimum. every time Multimum has neutral lighted, he hasn't followed up with a recovery. That is fantastic. I am so glad that he's been doing that. See, we saw it again right there. He hasn't been following it up with a recovery because that's punish territory. Good players know that. They will dodge the correct way and they will punish you.
Yeah. Oh, finds the kill with the bomb toss.
Player
Just
one
at the
wins.
right range.
Nice, simple bomb toss. There was no reading necessary there. He didn't throw it up at a 45-degree angle. He didn't try to go in and take both of them out. He just threw the bomb straight in front of him, and that was enough to take out Cake in game 1.
Whew. All right, so Multimum up 1-0 in the set. Here we go. Where are we going next? Let's see what stage he picks.
Blackguard still on the board. Are we going to see a Qatar battle in King's Pass? No, we are not. We're going
Ooh.
straight back to Blackguard. With the way
Interesting.
Multimum was moving, I really like this Blackguard pick. Because
Oh, yeah.
where some players might feel a little bit claustrophobic by that small platform above the middle, Multimum was just able to move in and around it, kind of use it not only as a wall for Cake, but as a bridge for himself. So if Cake feels safe above it, Multimum's able to go through it. He's able to use his movement with that Lucian so very well.
Yeah, and I don't know, with his movement, you know, we're not really seeing the same out of Cake. He's playing more of like a standard Queen Nai style, you know, nice strong tank, hold your ground. That's why it's been very interesting seeing Cake land the spear neutral light, and then he'll back off. He'll wait to see how you react. It's not like a lot of other spear players that we've been seeing throughout this tournament and even previously, where you hit that spear neutral light and then you chase into something. Cake definitely wants to hold his ground.
And it's also been an issue of playing safe, which Cake needs to do right now. His aggression last game onto Multimum was just, it was answered with punishment. Even on the edge guard, Multimum been winning out, so Cake hasn't even been trying to edge guard him. If Multimum gets in, he's been throwing those neutral lights. That's his defense mechanism here. Or sorry, the neutral airs as his defense mechanism.
Oh yeah. Ooh, nice bait and punish by Multimum there. Knowing Cake loves those ground pounds. Just step in, step out, do the hokey pokey and side sig, right?
And you side sig them all about. That's,
oh my gosh.
That's what winning in upper finals is all about. Even though Multimum is a little bit behind here, it's been this safer playstyle from Cake that's been working.
Oh wow.
That lead is nullified immediately the second that there was a Multimum and Cake engagement off stage on that ledge game. Multimum won it. That's why Cake has not been going down.
Cake going for 3 unarmed ground pounds in a row. He hit 2 of them. So I don't know how bad of a call that really was. There it is again, that Qatar down signature. We've seen it gravity cancel it a few times. He's been using it consistently for kills. Such a strong move, especially if Multimum is hanging around near him for a lot of this Qatar play.
It covers both sides. And when
Oh my gosh.
nobody gravity cancels a Qatar down stick from Queen Nai. Nobody does that. So it's just something you don't expect coming.
Can we just talk about Cake's spear play at the beginning of this stock? And just how absolutely insane it was? How he pushed Multimum pretty much into the red without being touched?
And it's been this standing the ground game that's been so safe for him, and that pretty much allowed him to do that.
Ooh.
He was safely rooted in his spot, keeping Multimum at range the entire time. But then Multimum saw that, and he picked up the guns. That's where his range game started to come into play.
Well, looks like we've got Multimum up 2-0, right? Up 2-0 in this best of 5 set.
Are we going to see a 3-0? Are we going to see a 3-0
Oh, man.
against the dude who put Gaiku into the lower bracket?
2, 1, brawl.
Uh-oh. And we're going back to Blackguard again. It's just crazy because each of these matches have been so insanely close.
Last game, it seemed like it was a little bit one-sided for Cake. He took the early lead and held onto it for a bit, but then all of a sudden, Multimum got that one edge guard when he was behind and took Cake from being ahead with 2 stocks to behind with 1 stock.
Yeah, and his spear play is just absolutely phenomenal. it really just has to do with Multimum's guitar offstage play. You know, those beautiful gimps, tons of side airs, just slowly forcing Cake off stage. And honestly, that's one of the best ways to kill a high defense legend, is just constant gimps.
And with this spear play that he's been working so well, it hasn't been...
Oh my gosh.
Multimum, Cake even has the facepalm emote ready to go. Multimum running into the mine. But Cake's spear play, it hasn't been the ground pound that's been working so far. It's been pretty much everything but the ground pound. It's been these side lights and the down lights and the Sayers. And that pretty much wasn't the case for every other set that Cake played today. It was those ground pounds were what was working.
Yeah, I think I've got to chalk this up to, you know, Multimum's just been doing such a stellar job of baiting those ground pounds and significantly punishing them just about every single time. So I feel like Cake is being very careful to not overuse them.
And it's been the signatures as well on the spear kit. He's
Oh,
been
yeah.
throwing out so many neutral signatures, and so many of them have hit, and it's been so much damage onto Multimum. We've seen even a couple down signatures hit. We've seen side signatures hit.
Wow, Cake getting torn apart by Multimum's guitars right now. He did not do too much damage to him during that entire stock. Multimum was just about in the orange when Cake came alive last time, and now he's not far from that.
Even though Cake just did the neutral sig there on guitars, I love that he did the neutral light, waited for the dodge to come out, and then did the neutral sig. In case Multimum dodged up, then he could punish with that neutral sig and possibly get the kill. But Cake is very dangerous, even though he's so aggressive right now. Cake starting to get pretty low.
Oh, side light, just not enough to do it. He's got a good position. No, gets caught by the gun recovery. Side air, that should do it. Evens up the stocks, but he's got a hill to climb.
Great positioning on that gun recovery from Multimum. He was able to be right in the center of that ground pound with the final blast.
That's the thing, that final blast does have really great range. You can beat out a lot of things with it, but just working in that timing can be so difficult.
He went for a gravity cancel breakdance down signature. I would have gone for a neutral signature, but he's in the lead so far, and he's looking to try to get in on Cake.
Ooh.
Nice neutral light into the neutral signature. Multimum
no.
looking to
Oh,
get
no.
in. Cake's below him.
Oh, there it is.
Why is he still doing those ground pounds? Multimum has punished every single one of them. Either they haven't missed, or Multimum has spot dodge punish, or he's just been out of the range, follow up with a side sig to punish it, and Multimum 3-0s Cake.
Wow. Every single time he spot dodge punished into a signature. So you know that's a lot of force, a lot of damage coming out. And Multimum was just consistent with it.
And it just shows how much time that Multimum had. He was able to punish it with a signature. So he knew the timing of the ground pound. He knew when it was coming. And it was every time too.
Every time.
That's the thing, is before, when he was hitting those ground pounds onto other players, they were the ones who had to get lucky every time. And he was the one who had to get lucky once.
Yep.
But this... every time his opponent was punishing it, and it was very rare when he was hitting it. That's... oof!
It was spot dodges into neutral sig, or the forward back dodge into side sig, just consistent.
But as we predicted, we're going to be moving down into the lower finals. We have Cake and Daiku. This is the salty run back for Daiku. Cake was the one who put Daiku into the lower bracket, into where he is right now. And, I mean, Cake has a lot of experience on Blackguard right now. He just played 3 games in a row on it, so we'll see if that comes into play against Daiku here.
Oh man, let's hope that Daiku had some time. He thought about what happened in their last set, and what he can do to kind of just combat it a little bit better. Doesn't seem like there's anything just significant yet. I mean, he's losing out in just kind of the damage trade right now.
can bet that if he's not using his VPN right now, he's going to be using his VPN. Daiku is probably going to be trying absolutely as hard as he can from every single point here on out. Because, I mean, he's been set in a lower bracket. He knows how serious Cake is now. And he can't underestimate any of his opponents at this point.
Oh, absolutely not. He did manage to pretty much tie up the damage. But, you know, Cake is still surviving from these attacks.
Big side air, he tried to follow up with that weapon toss.
Oh no, Cake fast fell, and then he had spent his dodge, so it wasn't going to be up in time.
That's that air dodge cooldown. That's why you see players, when they get hit off screen, the first thing they recover with is that dodge. So that way they spin the dodge there, then jump, recovery, and then by the time they get back to the platform, they have dodge as a movement tool, or they have dodge as just a dodge tool.
Yep, you gotta play the timing, maximize that cooldown spend. Sometimes it can save your life. Sometimes it can make sure that all those weapon throws will hit you.
And that's one of the things you see, is once you see that dodge come out, that's when the aggression happens. Because you know they don't have that dodge anymore. They have to beat you with hitboxes, they have to beat you with better timing, or they just have to completely evade you. And Daiku getting a very hefty lead for himself.
Yeah, that was just amazing offstage play, constant pressure. Cake did manage to touch the wall like once or twice, but when you're hit with that many ground pounds and side airs, it doesn't even matter.
He's still having trouble with these ground pounds of his own. He's having better luck with the downlight Sayers, with the nairs, with the just Sayer spacing there. And the neutral lights. It's been the ground pounds that are one of the biggest punish
Oh my gosh, yeah, every time. That's where Cake is finding his success. Gets the Qatar side signature, very nice. You know, we haven't seen that come out for quite some time. We saw it when they first started bringing Queen Nai into this tournament. We were looking for it, especially on Blackguard, since it is more of a horizontally oriented map. But it's been a while since we saw the Qatar side sig come out now.
And we really haven't seen any signatures from the Spear as well. I mean, before he was throwing out neutral sigs like they were candy. And there were so many follow-ups that he was following up with the Spear neutral sig. And personally, I'd prefer to see those over the side sig and the down sig that he's throwing. Daiku wants to be in, and if you're stacked on Queen Eye, that side sig's not going to hit. That down sig's not going to hit.
Oh my gosh.
Player one wins.
Daiku taking game one. It was a very close game, though. Both players in red. Looking at, I didn't quite see the damage numbers. It looks like Daiku actually ended up outputting less damage than Cake had to put out.
Yeah, that's due to that, you know, that Qatar gimp on the side with all those ground pounds and side airs. And then that last one, he didn't get too damaged because he was able to just trade his ground pound with that spear recovery. And that clash was all it took.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
It looks like we're going to Thunderguard Stadium. A little more room to play around, weave in, and maybe be a little sneakier with your attacks.
I want to see Cake dip into that shenanigans area and then come out of it with nairs, with spear nairs, with Qatar nairs, with maybe some gravity cancel down lights, some spear recoveries as well. We haven't actually seen a lot of spear recoveries coming from Cake. And I'm not sure if that's just because of Daiku's positioning, that he's trying to stay below Cake for specifically that reason.
That's a good question. I can't really say. It's been a lot of, I don't know, just constant spear spacing that Cake's been going for. He gets really nice punishes with those side lights and down lights and things like that for really nice string damage. Finally finds one of those side signatures. I think that's the first one that he's hit on Daiku all set.
It was those like final active frames of that bottom snake that were peaking below like the main level of Thunderguard Stadium. So when Daiku jumped up, he was just right in that hitbox.
Ooh. And, you know, before we get too far away from it...
Oh!
Cake, why?
No, Cake!
Oh, no.
Daiku wasn't even there! What were you trying to do? That's tough for Cake. He's still in the lead. He still has the health lead, but the stock... Come on, Cake. That could have been the big comeback that Cake needed.
I know, now he's giving away damage. he had this massive lead and then just started giving it away.
There's the weapon
finds
toss.
the spear throw, forcing Daiku around to the other side. Can he find anything? No, just out of range for the down air.
Almost hit that dare. I'm glad we didn't see another ground pound.
Yeah.
It would have probably not been terrible there, but I want to see him really kind of get away from this ground pound centric playstyle. And we saw him jump after the Qatar neutral light.
Yeah, that's not going to get you out of the way.
Okay, be very careful, my friend. I thought he was going to try and catch that bomb. Which, the only other time we've seen someone try and catch a bomb today, they got hit with it, and I think they died.
Yeah, unfortunately. There it is now. Cake again going for that spear recovery on Daiku's ground pound, except this time he spaces it properly to the side.
And he made sure to dip outside and away from the platform instead of going back into the wall, because that's where Daiku was placed. And that's how you punish a spear recovery or a spear ground pound, is you get right in the middle of it where it doesn't have that hitbox.
Dead center. But Cake making sure not to be dead center of Daiku, just off to the side. It's all hitbox, no hurtbox there.
Now there is a mine on the field again, and I want Cake to be very careful. I want him to throw it away if absolutely possible.
Oh, doesn't even get the chance to worry about losing his lead due to it. Daiku taking him out with the axe side air.
That nice big side air
no.
peeking out of that shenanigan area. Daiku wants to take him down there, especially if he's unarmed.
Cars versus unarmed. Gotta be careful. Oh, now we got the Qatar mirror match going on. But Cake, I don't know. I feel like I don't want to see him down in that shenanigans area against Daiku. Daiku's Qatars have been so strong down there.
We just saw him take out Stimpy with that exact thing down there.
Oh no. Recovery, dodge.
Nice
Beautiful
weapon toss! All of his options were exhausted, so he really only had one trajectory to get back to the wall. Fantastic weapon throw.
Man, he has been clashing with Daiku on so many of these hits. Beautiful neutral air to just beat out that recovery. Is that going to do it?
Yeah. Oh, and the ground pound hitbox just barely clips. He was treading very, very close to danger with those really, really deep ground pounds. I think that's what he was going for, was to get deep down below Daiku, wait for Daiku to come through with the down air, and then try to nair him below. But that's very dangerous territory, especially against Daiku. He is one of those people who will wait for that, come off the wall, and immediately dare you to death.
Oh my gosh, that was absolutely amazing.
Now we have the set tied up 1-1. Each player with 1 point in the lower finals here. I believe you said it was going to be 3-1 in Daiku's favor.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the initial prediction. Cake's looking a bit strong in both of these games, though.
Starting to see some significant damage come out of Daiku. Oh,
my
very
gosh.
deep ground pound. That one just barely missing. Now Daiku's the one he overcommitted. He went under the stage, didn't touch the wall. Cake is going to take a bow, even though that stock was taken due to no work of his own. The Daiku's going to come through and immediately turn it around, throw out that Enix flag, hit the Sair, and even this game up. It's so interesting to see these two play each other, because after the EU 2v2, Federo was the name on everybody's mind from that huge gimp. And now, I mean, Cake's showing that he's definitely no slouch either.
Oh, not at all. I mean, he's the one who put Daiku down here into this match. Let's see if he's going to be the one to finish it out. Ooh, I really like Cake just kind of staying up on stage, just throwing weapons down into the pit, trying to arc them up over the side.
Nice
It's really just
toss.
forcing dodges and options out of Daiku.
Nice weapon tosses, nice dare mix-ups. putting serious damage out on Daiku. This ground pound going very low. Another weapon toss. Here's a bomb.
That's the thing. I love seeing Cake not go down into that shenanigans area. Because Daiku is an absolute monster down there. Bad things happen, and you never come out.
And Cake has the lead. If Daiku comes back on the stage, there's a very significant chance that Cake can hit a kill move, where it's going to take a lot more from Daiku to take off Cake's stock. So if you're in the lead, don't let your opponent get the lead back on you. Don't give them a simple opportunity.
Man, and simple opportunities is what Cake just gave up to Daiku. He's getting way too greedy with these ground pounds. Daiku just simply sniped it out with that axe down air. I mean, that's what did it in for Cake against Multimum, getting greedy with the ground pounds on Spear. Let's hope it's not going to be the same thing right here against Daiku.
Cake has a very good chance of going up 2-1 on Daiku. Daiku's in the red. Cake isn't even in the orange yet. Very close ground pound. Daiku was just out of range of it. Big dare.
These down airs.
Big dare!
Oh my gosh.
Cake going up 2-0, just dipping down enough in the shenanigans zone to give Daiku a taste of that dare. That's one of the reasons dare is such a strong move on Spear. Even when they're not in kill range, it's such a good spiking tool. If you can hit multiple dares, it's reasonable damage, the frames are pretty solid on it, and it puts so much space between you and your opponent.
Yeah, it's really good. It's very quick. It hits in just like this very small vertical space. So it can be a little difficult to hit in certain situations, but it's such a good tool. Such an amazing tool. That is 2-1 for Cake in the set now.
There's two more dares. There's two more dares just right off the bat into that shenanigans area. Daiku, who looks very comfortable down there, I would think he's rethinking that choice.
Yeah, I mean, each one of those is doing a fair amount of damage because of Queen Eye's strength.
And for Cake right now, orange is the new black, but dare is the new ground pound.
Dare is the new ground pound. You heard it here first. That's what he's going to be looking for. Maybe he won't get punished with signatures as much from this.
He was very close to running into that mine.
So Cake needs to stay away from ground pounds and mines, right? Is that what we've determined here?
Absolutely, 100%. And now we're starting to see kind of change of pace for Daiku. He's starting to slow the game down, whereas before he had explosions of unbridled aggression, and that's what we're gonna see in the shenanigan area right here. But as for the rest of the time, when it comes to just the standard neutral game, Daiku's slowing it down a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. It's been... Oh, he really didn't want to give up that stock. It's been really tough in the neutral against Cake's Spear. Just because he takes so much damage every time that he burns his dodge to try and get in. And if Cake lands anything from there, he can usually turn it into a really decent string.
Daiku's starting to get a lead, but Cake is bringing it back with this spear play. He had 2 back-to-back neutral lights, and he had a spear throw into some unarmed play. And now it's dead even. Just like that, Daiku was able to put out slim to no damage as Cake brought it back with just traditional spear play. Now as Daiku's in the shenanigan zone, Cake was looking for those dares again. Daiku might have been baiting that so he could come in and punish.
Yeah, and that was very well played. I mean, Daiku cleaned it up very quickly, and he's got a better lead now than he did off of the first stock. So let's see if he can actually turn it into something more before going down. I don't want to see him try and slow the game down because it seemed like Cake just really excels there.
Whereas before Daiku was living in the shenanigan zone, now he's dipping in and out. The second he goes down, he knows that Cake goes for a dare. So he baits out the dare and then comes back up and then punishes.
Daiku trying to get something started with these Katars here. He's got a fair amount of damage on Cake, but Cake just keeps on trading.
With the low damage that Katars put out, these 1 or 2 hits at a time from Daiku, he's really going to have to put the work in. He's going to have to get so many of them. Strings right now aren't really an option against the way Cake is playing. So he has to just really, really take the time and patience to get 1 or 2 hits, retreat, bide his time. 1 or 2 hits, relax, 1 or 2 hits, and not get greedy. It's like fighting a Dark Souls boss.
Well, it's been working out really well. Daiku's got his dodge rolls on point, and he's going for those big hits where he can get them. Still anybody's game. Queen Nai very deep, but very strong as well. So Daiku doesn't need to be that deep into the red in order to get knocked out.
Cake on the edge!
The ground pound.
A just completely point-blank ground pound. Daiku tying the game up. In a game that was very back and forth. Daiku did have some lead at multiple points in the game, but then Cake would, with that spear, turn it around, with the spear neutral lights, with the down lights, with just traditional spear play, simple spear combos, was able to bring it back before Daiku then pulled ahead again.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, that was exactly what Daiku needs to do in this matchup, is just the constant pressure. Even if he's just getting these single attacks, just build the damage up slowly. You don't always have to go for the big strings. You just need to deal a ton of damage to Queen Nai wherever you can get it.
Now we're seeing him slow the game down even more. There is no shenanigan area for him to retreat into to mix the game up. So he has to really deal with his spacing. He has to really play footsie back and forth. Is he going to initiate? Is he not going to initiate? Basically a slower version of the shadow step, since that is virtually mechanically impossible to do. And now we're seeing Cake start to bring it back again with that spear play. Just the standard spear combos with the neutral lights, low frames of the neutral light, with the nair. Oh, barely getting out of the way of that ground pound.
Yeah, it was very interesting that he stayed on the wall for so long. I don't know if he expected Daiku to pull out of that first ground pound on the island, but he stayed there for so long and got hit. He was very quick to get out of the way of the second one on the main stage.
Now Cake isn't even edge guarding. Stayed on the walls for so long before, but he's not even edge guarding now. He's waiting for Daiku to come back on the stage, because it looks like he wanted that ground pound kill, and ground pounding off stage is very risky, especially with both players at the health point that they were at.
Daiku making great use of these gadgets. You know, he was point blank with his throws, waited for those dodges, got a lot of damage off of the spike ball, a lot of great pressure. Now let's see if he can secure it into a kill.
He went for that side signature. I don't think we've seen him go for a signature, an axe signature specifically, in quite a long time. So that was an interesting choice right there.
Been a while. We saw him hit very earlier on in the tournament. Some of those nice down sigs from the axe, but that's pretty much it.
We also saw him throw out a couple side signatures on the guitars. He threw out those a little bit more regularly, and he threw out the neutral signature last game, but he missed and was punished. But I think that's one of the first axe signatures that we've seen in a very long time, and it's a little bit curious that he went for that. We've also seen the down signature on guitars. It's that edgeguard tool.
Yeah, the whole guitar kit is just very good, and he's been using it quite a bit. Oh! The straight down throw. Nobody ever really expects it. You just drop the bombs.
Just a very all of a sudden kill onto Cake, and Daiku has a little bit of a lead. Last time he had a lead, that was the game.
Well, he's got pretty significant lead now. He pushed Cake into the orange rather quickly. If he can prevent himself from going down here, I mean, it's game over.
And you see Daiku playing kind of reasonably high, about 2 jump heights, until he's ready to go in. He waits for Cake to throw out those neutral signatures on the spear, or he waits for him to do a downlight or a jump 1 height nair, and then he 100% commits, and he looks very confident in the offstage game, and that's 3-2.
That's 3-2.
That's the set. Daiku is moving back up, the saltiest of runbacks, through Cake, and now we are at Grand Finals.
Oh yeah.
Yes, EU 1v1, the last EU 1v1 until BCX. The road to BCX starts here. There are many side trips and landmarks to visit along the way, but it starts here in Grand Finals. Multimum versus Daiku. Multimum, your regional qualifier winner.
I'm very excited. You know, this is all right. So we said we were going to talk about this after lower finals, because this was both of our picks for what grand finals was going to look like. So what do you make of this going in?
Multimum, there's a reason that Multimum made it this far. There's a reason that Multimum was on the upper side of this bracket. Like, looking at who he went through, he 3-0'd Cake, he 2-0'd ERAM, he 2-1 Doughbrain, trying to find Multimum, he 2-0'd TB, 2-1 Spoon, 2-0, 2-0, just how many games has he lost? He has lost 2. He has lost 2 games.
Wow.
Not sets. 2 games.
2
this
games.
Entire day. And he's gone through people like ERAM, Doughbrain, and TB.
Monster. Absolute monster.
The proof is in the pudding right there. Even Daiku is going to have a hard time stopping Multimum at this point.
I mean, it's really been due to just his reads with his Qatar play, right? He does these kind of setups and will bait the dodge, and then once their dodge is on cooldown, well, Qatar's happy holidays, man.
It's going to be whether or not Daiku can adapt to a quicker game. We saw him just slow things down, and I wouldn't be surprised if in the first 45 seconds, maybe even the first few minutes, if we see him kind of having a little bit of a rough adjustment to Multimum's quicker game, more aggressive game.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So Daiku playing just like this very constant in their read heavy style, whereas Multimum is a bit more reactionary resets, I would like to say.
I don't even know what they're gonna do for stage picks and bans. We're going into it right now, and
for stage picks, I feel like Multimum is going to want something nice, open, and flat. Maybe Mammoth, Shipwreck, something like that. So he's probably going to get rid of Shenanigans. Yep, there we go. There goes Thunderguard. There goes King's Pass. There goes Small Great Hall. Looks like we're going to Blackguard.
It came down to exactly what you said. It took all the multiple soft platforms off the map. It took the offset asymmetrical King's Pass off the map. It took the island and the multiple soft platforms that Twilight has off the map into just pretty much a flat standard map. And then Daiku was the one who banned out the Shipwreck with no soft platforms and the Mammoth.
And that brings us to Blackguard, where we've got 2 Qatars dueling it out here. Multimum slightly winning out in the damage, but to be so careful off stage.
And it looks like for a second that Daiku was on the wall. He wants to encourage that ledge guard game. He wants to encourage that offstage airplay.
Ooh, beautiful dodge. I'm expecting a lot of really good reason punishes from Multimum against Daiku's Qatar side signature. I feel like he has to have been watching. He knows that that's Daiku's most used signature, and he'll probably be looking for it and ready to respond.
And he actually just threw out that axe signature that didn't hit, but that was, again, one of the very few ones that we've seen. And we actually saw Multimum, when he was recovering back to the stage, he hit the gun recovery, but then dropped out of it, and that is so unfortunate. That would have almost certainly ended in a kill. Where's the down signature?
Oh, Daiku just coming in a little bit earlier. getting that side air unarmed. Such a great kill move.
Now we're back to the neutral game.
Oh.
Nice recovery. What happened?
He steered away just a little bit too much. Didn't get the final hit of the kick. Sent Daiku a little too high for how wide he went.
That's one of those unfortunate things that really does happen with the gun recovery. Is the second that starts to hit, you gotta be very careful of your stick inputs, of your keyboard inputs, of every button that you press.
Steering's got to be so tight towards the end, especially at high damage.
We're seeing Battle of the Sidelights starting off. There's another side signature from Daiku. Ultimate look for the down signature over the edge. Daiku getting a down signature. We're seeing signatures fly. We're seeing aggression come out of nowhere.
Well, Daiku really going for these ground pounds. He likes faking them on any soft platform he can find. We saw him do it a lot on Thunder Guard. He's doing it a lot here. Just looking for any kind of real reaction from his opponent.
I'm not sure what specific reaction he's looking for, though, because, I mean, he very much on purpose stopped them at that soft platform multiple times in a row. So what punish would Multimum have that
I feel like he's got to be
punish?
looking for a signature. He's trying to bait out maybe some kind of either neutral signature on the Katars or maybe a back dodge into side signature. I feel like that's got to be it, but that's such a niche thing that he's looking for. I mean, we have seen Multimum do it to Cake against ground pounds pretty significantly. So it's not out of the realm of possibility.
And just, I guess, the pressure alone of Daiku being there, Multimum didn't touch the wall. That's actually one of the things that he's most worried about, not necessarily specifically for this tournament, but looking down the road at BCX, is the mental pressure of everything. That's something he told me he was specifically trying to work on, and that's something that's going to be really hard to replicate until you actually get to BCX.
Yeah, that is all too true. We've seen it before, you know, at offline events when you're there in person. You can see the person you're playing against. It wears on your nerves. That'll definitely be something that everyone's going to want to work on leading into that, just getting that mental fortitude. And we'll see if Multimum can kind of button it up for this set, or if Daiku is going to be able to just run that advantage throughout.
I think confidence is something that Daiku has never had an issue with. He's one of those people who 100% believes in his ability at all times. Sometimes that hurts him, but sometimes that absolutely 100% helps him.
Oh yeah. Multimum, he's going to be going for these down signatures, but Daiku knows it, and he's just punishing it consistently every single time. I don't think Multimum's going to land any of them in this set.
Yeah, Daiku's been playing high on the wall to bait them out, and then he moves down.
Alright, Multimum just cleared the stage. He's got a chance here. What's he going to get started? Chasing down Daiku. Daiku being very elusive on the edge there.
There's another side signature that didn't hit. Multimum was just too close. The hitbox starts pretty far in front of him. Looking for that pivot side.
And that's another thing that we see almost exclusively from Daiku are a lot of these on-stage axe ground pounds. You know, not a lot of players end up using it on stage or just kind of jump open stage, let it roll, just to try and punish any kind of dodge through or approach.
Well, if you do it in the air, it is a 360-degree hitbox, but not all at the same time. If you land with it on the platform, all of those hitboxes fire at once, so it's almost like a bubble around you.
Yeah, you can get some really significant damage from it. But again, here we are. This is going to be most of this set. It's going to be these Katar mirrors because Multimum, Katar player, Daiku, specifically practicing Katars with Ragnir for the past couple weeks since Ragnir's release.
And it's just, the Katars don't put out a ton of damage at once. Every single hit doesn't put out that much damage. It's the sum of the parts that is greater than the whole. And all of this together, it's going to require so much work to take out the high defense Lucian.
Yeah, and I think what's really interesting is both of these players have clearly done their research on Katars. Multimum, obviously, Daiku putting in a ton of work, because you notice neither of them have been getting caught in each other's strengths. They know where the escapes are, and they're just executing that perfectly.
And because of that, both players, they haven't even really been trying to get these really, really long strings that require them to overcommit. Because once you hit that dodge window and your opponent keeps trying to string you, that's just punish time.
Oh yeah. It's the thing, both of them having such a difficult time killing with Katars.
An unarmed side signature from Multimum taking that stock. This game is so incredibly even between these two players.
Multimum going for a dodge read there. He always tends to read the fade through dodge, but you know, Daiku is all about the spot dodge there. And I actually really do like that option, because the spot dodge, as you know, you all know, it is cancelable. So you can dodge those quick Katar attacks and still have time to cancel into a guaranteed punish.
And Multimum has just been carrying Daiku from the right side to the left side. Multimum has been hitting these strings now, waiting for a moment, then throwing out neutral sigs. There's a side signature, and Multimum ties it up.
Wow, 1-1 grand finals here.
Only 60 damage separating these two players. This is an incredibly even game. Daiku's Katars have been so strong today against a player who has been playing Katars for a very, very long time. That just goes to show how efficient Daiku has been with learning these Katars, how quickly he's picked them up, and how fantastically he's able to make them go.
It's interesting. We are now going over to Blackguard Keep here. So Multimum, I guess he's just been practicing a ton of Lucian, because we haven't really seen him be, you know, switching over to the Sentinel that we've more so known him for, or trying to go for any kind of matchup picks, like maybe shifting over to a Queen Nai or something like that.
Yeah, there's been no counter picks for either of these players. It's been, I'm gonna play this one character, and I'm going to outplay everybody with this one character, no matter who they pick, no matter where we play, and no matter what happens.
And you see this, just exactly what we were talking about last match. They go for all these Katar strings, but they don't really get much off of it, because they just know exactly where the gaps are, and neither of them are using it to any great effect.
And just the multiple ground pounds from Daiku. We saw him sort of fishing for them earlier. I think those were very much meant to be, I'm gonna hit you with a ground pound and that's gonna kill you. A lot of Katar players don't usually use the ground pound, I think, as much as they should. A lot of them go for the dare gimps, go for the side air at that point. But, I mean, the ground pound comes out incredibly fast, has a pretty decent hitbox, and just the actual vertical motion is fast as well.
Oh, yeah.
Nice string coming out from Multimum. He has some significant damage on him, though. Daiku was able to put out major damage very, very quickly. Multimum in the orange.
Find that interesting that, you know, that's almost exactly the same thing that he was doing to Cake. Just the ground pound punish of fade away side signature, and he pulled it off here again against Daiku.
And a big slap from Daiku, sending Multimum to the right, even on Blackguard. From the left side of the stage to the right side. Daiku putting out so much damage so far. And very efficient damage, as he's just now getting into the orange.
Well, both of them just trading blows here, but Daiku on the edge, so deadly with those neutral airs. He's able to send you exactly where he wants for any follow-up attacks. That's the thing, because it knocks you exactly away from wherever you are in relation to the other person. So if your opponent is above you, it'll knock them up. If they're below you, it'll knock them straight down. So you can use that in conjunction with all the other great Katar attacks, especially the diagonals, to set up some crazy offstage play, and that's exactly what Daiku's been practicing.
But even with the stress on the diagonal game, right now we just saw two mine plays. One for each player, where it was just set down the mine, hit them into it with the side. Just
Oh, yeah.
straight into that mine, neither of which were unarmed. That's usually what you see, is you see an unarmed side light into the mine. But, I mean, we saw it with the Qatar side light, and Daiku did one as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be more damage than pretty much anything you could do with Qatars. Just from side light into mine is going to be a much more damaging combo.
We're seeing this game be so mirrored. I mean, we saw the mines, we saw the mine mirror there, and then we just saw a neutral light into a recovery. The neutral light hit, the recovery missed. Then we saw the other player do a neutral light into the recovery. The neutral light hit, the recovery missed. But in the end, Daiku is going to take this out. Daiku is possibly sitting on a bracket reset right now, and Multimum is bringing out Sentinel.
The classic. Here we go. Okay, now, so he's getting a little bit more armor at the sacrifice of his speed. He's getting a lot more strength, and he's getting the hammer instead of the blasters.
We're going to see a lot more signatures coming out.
Oh,
we're going to
yeah.
see light attacks comboing into signatures. I'm sure we're going to see some stomps, but I'm sure Daiku's going to stay in the air to avoid that.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing very aerially with these Qatars anyway. So let's see if Multimum can find any purchase with this very strong kit of signatures that he just picked into.
He's going to have a little bit less defense here than Lucian had, but I don't think that's necessarily going to matter. I think he's going to be able to put out damage. He's going to be able to use his spacing correctly and his positioning to where it's really not going to make a difference. And Daiku just takes that ground pound. Multimum was on the final frames of that Qatar recovery, almost enough to hit Daiku first, but he was like right on the edge of that hitbox. And were we going to see a huge gap here?
Oh, Multimum getting 2 ground pounds in a row. Looks like he's trying to go for any kind of kill move. He doesn't want to let Daiku spread this damage gap way too far. Finds it there. Amazing hammer aggression. He did not let Daiku breathe for a moment.
And with multiple weapons on the field, it looks like he's going to opt out of Qatar's for this hammer. He wants to go, I guess, for this slower weapon, for this harder hitting weapon, a weapon that has true combo follow-ups with that stomp into the neutral sig, with the greater signature kit that he can throw out, really chunk away that damage from Daiku and try to narrow that lead.
Seems to be working out pretty well. He's closed the damage gap pretty significantly, but he still has a little bit to go before making it even. Oop, finds nice hit with the Qatars, not able to roll into anything, and that's just been, again, the consistent thread.
And
They've
these
just been having to
snares
get
from
these...
Daiku, they've been so
Ooh,
strong
yeah.
as well. He's been using them repeatedly, on stage, off stage. Even the unarmed snare is going to kill there, and Daiku's still holding on to this lead ever so tightly.
Yeah, it is significantly less of a lead, so good job by Multimum there. But this is not going to be easy. Daiku really looking for this bracket reset. Oh my gosh.
Patience from Multimum, going for that ground pound of his own. There's a dare. The weapon toss follow-up, the Daiku dodges down. There's another Sair from the middle of the stage.
Ooh, that should be enough to close it out.
Oh, just barely. He
Just
almost had it
barely.
there. Daiku gets the bracket reset, being able to chase Multimum all over the stage. The Sentinel pick wasn't what Multimum needed in that game. And, I mean, we're getting a bracket reset here. Daiku's still locking in. Multimum has some tough decisions to make.
Wow, so bracket reset coming in 3-1. All right, what are you expecting? What do you think Multimum needs to do in order to not let this run away from him?
Have you ever seen the Disney movie Brink?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you know the part where he goes to his sister and he says, well, whatever my sister's name is, what do I need to do? And she says, skate better. And then he says, oh, I just have to skate better.
Right.
That's what Multimum has to do.
Just
Daiku
skate
is
better.
outmatching him in everything. Multimum just needs to play better. There
play
is no one thing that Multimum can do, because right now Daiku is beating him in everything. He's beating him in the air. He's beating him in the neutral game. He's beating him in the signature game. He's beating him in the ledge guard game. Daiku is beating Multimum in every facet of the game right now.
We see Daiku again, just going for these ground pounds, canceling them on the platform. I mean, I guess he's doing that better than Multimum too, but I'm still not sure why.
This aggression from Daiku, it looks like the more he plays, the more comfortable he is. He had to slow down so much for the set before this in the lower finals, but it looks like he is back to his old form, and he's going to take Katars over the Axe. I think he just likes his follow-up options better.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, that's the one that he's taken throughout this entire tournament. It's been all Lucian all the time from what we've been seeing. So, you know, stay with the girl that you brought to the dance, right? Is that how this goes?
Oh, no, I shop around.
Oh, I see. I see. So you go Vrax and then where?
That's not fair, because I only go Brax. Now we're seeing that ledge guard game. Even with that ground pound, Daiku's still able to make it back. Multimum tries to read the off stage. Fantastic, deep into that push-off column. And here we are. This
really just getting beat out on the offstage play here.
This is what I was talking about.
To play better.
Daiku is just beating him in every sense of the term. He's beating him when he has a health deficit, when he's getting hit farther and farther away, when Multimum has better follow-up opportunities. Daiku is just always there. And it's finally a Sair. A Lucian Sair killing from the middle of the stage on a character with 6 defense. You've waited too long to kill that character.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can tell he's on his last stock. That is way too late in the match. We're taking out the first of your opponents. It's not looking good for Multimum. I wonder if it's a little bit of that mental guard break. Having gotten the bracket reset against him, having to play this second set against Daiku, which really the end of that last one did not look great for him to begin with. So I wonder if he can just kind of like clear that out of his mind and focus on the play that he needs to make.
It has to be tough for Multimum's morale right now. As, okay, I'm the regional qualifier winner. That was a 1v1. I should be winning this. Daiku just completely got obliterated by Cake and Cetero in the 2v2, but now he's all of a sudden coming back and beating me.
I know, and right on the heels of that bracket reset, he just gets taken down 2 stock in the first match of this new set, in this final set.
This is Daiku returning to form.
Man, he has been practicing, and it shows. He wants to go in strong to BCX, and this is the final EU 1v1 BCS tournament to show that.
And Multimum is switching back to this Sentinel. He just lost a game with this Sentinel, but maybe this time, maybe he can wash his hands of the last set, of the last couple games, and really hone in on exactly what he needs to do. He just needs to he just play better.
Just play better, and he's got a chance here. He's got those Katars. He has fantastic signatures. He just needs to hit them.
And he needs to be careful in the edge guard game. Do not force him. If Daiku's waiting down there, there's probably a reason that he's down there. Daiku has a reason for everything that he does. If he wants you down there, that's where he's going to be. Do not go down there.
Oh, yeah. That has been the vast majority of where we see Daiku spreading this lead and taking stocks much earlier than you would expect. Oh, no. Multimum's got a chance. Daiku messing up his own offstage play. Multimum's got a chance here. This might be exactly what he needed to just wipe his mind clean and get back into it.
Nice ground pound that Multimum just completely avoided. He didn't avoid the second one. It looks like he tried to go back in to punish. I'd like to see him just completely avoid those, but there's a big Sair. Multimum isn't able to get back, burning everything. Daiku turning around and evening this game up. Now Multimum has that hammer. We're seeing a little bit of offstage play, but Multimum trying to get back, maintain that center stage control, throw out those signatures, throw out that hammer neutral light, has very low startup frames. That's what he needs to do to combat the low startup frames of Katars.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's been Daiku constantly pressing in, getting these attacks off, and Multimum just not really having a solid answer for it. Previously, Multimum's play revolved around a lot of getting these Katar hits and 2 resets. And since he doesn't have the damage coming from those reset strings, because Daiku easily escapes all of these, he knows where the options are and gets out every single time, Multimum's been struggling to win that neutral. He's got a little bit of a lead now, so hopefully he can bring this one back.
And that could just be why we saw him kill Daiku with a hammer nair. It was just that hammer play that he hasn't really been used to. He did play 1 game against the hammer, but it's mostly been against Katars. And maybe it was that change in hammer, that nice turn on neutral sig. That's also something we really haven't seen from him. Multimum. This Sentinel pick was the refreshment that he needed. Tried to go for that down signature, but Daiku was a little bit too high. Going for the neutral signature again. There's the dare.
Ooh. Both of them just searching hard for any kind of kill option. Multimum not able to get back. Daiku in the darkest red there can ever be. Multimum just needs to tap him. There it is. Is that enough? Not yet.
Close. Anything else will do it.
Another
unarmed sidelight at the edge of the stage. That's going to take it out. That is the resurgence. That is the boost of adrenaline that Multimum needed to bring himself back into this fight. Apparently, it was Sentinel the second time.
Sentinel the second time. So we've got this final set tied 1-1 right now. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
This is 1-1 in the bracket reset of the grand finals of the last EU 1v1 tournament before the Brawlhalla Championship Expo. And we're going back to Blackguard, where Multimum Sentinel lost last time.
Alright, I feel like Daiku really enjoys Blackguard. He likes having the open space. He likes kind of pushing for the larger edges because that lets him play a lot of off-stage game, and he absolutely loves that for Katars.
It's a little bit interesting though why he would pick this over Mammoth Fortress. Maybe it's just that little extra variable of the soft platform on top. Oh, look at this offstage play from Multimum!
Oh no!
They both traded it out? Okay. What? I guess it was worth. They were both at like the exact same health too.
Hit the reset button. Let's go. 2 stocks this time.
Now we're seeing that hammer. Multimum was throwing that hammer away to try to interrupt any aggression that Daiku had when he wasn't quite stacked yet. Now we're seeing Multimum kind of understand Daiku's offstage game. He knows when to punish, he knows when to wait, he knows when to delay his attacks, and he knows when to use his dodge.
I mean, this is exactly what we needed, that adjustment, the adaptation that Multimum, you know, having been so good at the way that he ran his game, that he could run through all these other opponents, how would he adapt when he came across one who figured it out? And it looks like he's finally getting that adaptation in place. Again, this looks very reminiscent to just the previous match. He is up 2-1 in stocks. He might be in the orange, but if he can get any kind of significant damage, he's in a great position.
He needs to be very careful with those jumps. He was going very close to that mine to the point that I think he was fast falling before the apex of his jump, or he would have gone into the mine.
And I mean, he's pushing Daiku into the orange now. This is really great for him. Multimum is doing so well.
And he's changing up his approaches too. You see a lot of Katar players really try to fish for the dare approach on that angle. But you're seeing Multimum kind of go in on the ground with the side light as well. You saw Daiku try to read it with the neutral signature on Katar blocking the air approach. But Multimum, it didn't even touch him because he went in from the ground.
Yeah, well, that's just all part of what you told him he needed to do. Just play better.
Daiku gimping himself?
Okay, alright, Daiku, you need to stop clearly fishing for that gravity cancel neutral sig on Katars.
It's not even that good of a signature.
Terrible.
Daiku forcing the own offstage play onto himself.
Oh
he
my
just
gosh.
played himself so hard in grand finals. Multimum's up 2-1.
Daiku, come on. I know you wanna make these highlight reels, but winners make highlight reels.
A
right?
very rare, very rookie mistake, strange mistake coming out from Daiku. He has to be beating himself up a little bit for that.
Oh my gosh. So which stage are we going back to?
Blackguard. We're going back to Blackguard Keep.
All right, so
This was Multimum's pick this time.
Yeah, and there's a very good reason why. Pretty much all of the all of the ones that Daiku just banned out were all of the standard stages, the nice open stages that Multimum was definitely looking for. So all he had left was either Blackguard or Shenanigan areas. So I feel like Daiku kind of almost forced the Blackguard pick on Multimum.
I mean, neither of them look actually uncomfortable here. I don't think either of them dislike this stage at all. After last game, if I was Multimum, I would be feeling the offstage play as well. If I was both of them, I would be feeling the offstage play.
I would like to say, just because I know how Daiku thinks, I think he was really banking on the fact that it might get into the mentality of Multimum.
Big commitment right there with that ground pound!
What?
Why did he go for that ground pound?
Oh my gosh. So I think the initial pick for Blackguard, Daiku was relying on the fact that Multimum might have a little bit of that mental damage done to him of, oh man, I just lost here recently and it was like really bad and everything. I think that's exactly what's going through Daiku's head right now and why he's committing to some of these very clear mistakes that Multimum is all too happy to take advantage of.
I wish somebody was playing Big Hat Lucian because Napoleon said never interrupt and correct your opponent when they're making a mistake.
That is just too apt for exactly what is going on here. Multimum just happy to take every opportunity given.
Daiku gets a big Sair there, but he is significantly far behind. Multimum was able to put out so much damage, and most of the time Daiku's been killing, it's been these like almost completely on-stage Sairs.
Yeah, and
not
that's
even
the
with
thing.
Axe. It's been guitar Sairs.
A ton of defense. I mean, Daiku is extremely damaged there, but, you know, the hammer is very strong. It can get kills very early from most anywhere on stage. Just extremely strong hits. Now, Sentinel has that nice speed that Multimum likes to take advantage of, but he also has his highest stat is defense. And I think that's giving a little bit of trouble for Daiku, unless he can get gimps like this on the edge. That's exactly what he needs. But he closed the damage gap, but it's still not there yet.
A huge turnaround from Daiku. Daiku is maybe down, but he is far from out. You saw how many damage swings he was able to swing and put out with that axe. It was back to back to back hit confirmed. And that insane gimp onto Sentinel was exactly what he needed. That's the shot of adrenaline that he needed. And can he keep that going? When Daiku gets momentum, that's a scary recipe.
Oh, touch the side, he guys, jumps back. Multimum fighting back off the edge. Both of them back up to the stage. Oh no. Multimum has just a recovery left. No, he got hit out of it earlier on. Oh my gosh.
Daiku just tying this game up. That little sequence of Axe alone was enough to give him the momentum that he needed. Not only did it even up the game, it gave him the momentum that he needed to take that.
Wow, Daiku just showing a completely different side of himself in that final stock there, digging deep and bringing it back. This is the final game of the final set of the final tournament for EU before BCX, right? Is that what we're saying?
Except for 2v2. But yes, this is the last 1v1. And keep in mind that sometime recently in Grand Finals, we haven't had a lot of bracket resets. Or if we've had a bracket reset, there have been a lot of 3-0s. Gone were the days for quite a while where we were going to game 5, where we were consistently going to game 3, things like that. But it seems like in EU right now, the skill gap is so incredibly close with so many players that everything is pushing to game 3, everything is pushing to game 5, and in the bracket reset, it's pushing to game 10.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I'm happy as can be because we get more matches to watch of just such high caliber play. But oh my gosh. These players have got to be getting fatigued.
I mean, Daiku is in a constant state of fatigue. I think that helps him because he's used to it, but I mean, it also hurts him because if you're always tired, you're always tired.
Just always tired. The hard life of doing everything all the time. Gets the ground pound. There's the first stock going the way of Daiku.
Now we have Katars against Katars again, and Multimum just with that quick neutral sig out of nowhere.
Answers right back. I mean, that if there's any better representation of how this set has been, it is that right there. One stock right into the other. Keep it tied.
Daiku has that axe again. Saw him work wonders with it last game. That was the Wolf's Bane. That was Multimum's Achilles heel last game.
You know what's very interesting? I don't think I've seen any Katar side signatures from Multimum. I saw him go for a couple downs. He's been hitting some of the neutrals. Oh, wow.
All of his
Daiku.
down signatures, I don't think he's hit any of them. I think all of them were like right on the edge, kind of like you do a Bodvar down signature or something like that. And it's just, I mean, it's more for the insane damage that it does than anything. I don't think the force vector is I don't think it has insane force.
Great.
It's mostly the damage because it does absurd damage. And again, how many is that? That's 3 kills now where your opponent has completely blown all of their options, dodge, recovery, and jumps, and then it's just been a ground pound.
Yeah, I think that's going to be what we're mostly seeing, just because both of these players are extremely skilled at edge guarding with Katars, with unarmed, with any of their secondary weapons, really. And so it makes them want to not really go in because they're always expecting some sort of attack to come in their recovery pattern. So I wonder if we're going to see that shift, where they're going to just start spending their options immediately returning back to stage, rather than just kind of spending them out there to hope for maybe a clearer path in.
And you really should be expecting anything at this moment. This is tournament stock right here. That side air, not enough to kill!
Oh my gosh.
Daiku's able to get back the nair! Multimum runs out of jumps! That ground pound, how many ground pounds were the cause of death that game? Hello? Daiku is gonna take it in the last EU 1v1 on the road to the Brawlhalla Championship Expo with his Katars, with this Ragnir that we haven't seen him play before against the EU Regional Qualifier winner, Multimum.
Oh my gosh, that was absolutely insane. Just the Katar mirror matchup, you know, both of them just fishing for hits, not really able to get any significant strings going because they both know how to play against Katars. So it's a lot of these single hits, unarmed play, you know, a lot of different throw setups that we saw. Just phenomenal play, grueling set. That's going to be one to watch again and again.
So incredibly close between these two. Congratulations to EXO for taking first place in this tournament. Congratulations to Multimum for taking second place with like 600 hours in this game compared to Daiku's
monster.
Like 3,000, I think it was, 4,000, something ridiculous like that. Good on both of these players for having the mental strength, the emotional fortitude, the physical mechanics to be able to play this game at such a high level for so long today. And also congratulations to third place. Cake. Coming out of nowhere. Cake! Such great progress from Cake and Cetero to a degree after that GIMP. That GIMP was amazing. I will never stop mentioning that insane GIMP. Congratulations to every player today. You played fantastically. You were all
amazing.
Wonderful. I want to say a wonderful thank you to my good friend sitting next to me, TWK, everybody behind the scenes, White Sheepy, Sloshula, Zenigan, Cassidy, El Doco Loco. Duke probably did a thing or two. I don't know, probably. Everybody at BMG, of course, everybody who tuned in today to watch this amazing thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. TWK, do you have any final words, my friend?
I just want to thank, as you said, to the viewers. You know, you guys are really the ones that are making this happen. These competitors, they play for you. Everyone, none of this would be happening without you guys, the viewers, all the players, everyone just wanting to get into Brawlhalla esports. So thank you very much. Keep tuning in, keep playing in events. It just really means a lot to us, and we absolutely love to see it. So thank you.
In honor of EU, so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. We will see you next week for the Brawlhalla Championship Series. It's been a pleasure. I'm Sparky878.
I'm TWK Smash.
Oh, we'll see you later.